Yes, let's get crafting with Hobbymaker. Thank you to Stuart and Sewing Street, and it's 1 o'clock, which means it's time for us for a whole 5 hours of crafting fun through the afternoon. Looking forward to this afternoon immensely. I haven't seen the lady that I'm with in this show for a little while. Jan is here from Crafter's Companion. We've got Joe and Cheryl from the Craft Hut coming up later. We've got some resin, which I'm really looking forward to as well. Things you can do with resin, you're going to be amazed. But let me just explain how we work and what we do here at Hobbymaker. This is the studio. Let me just introduce Steve on camera 2. He's over there. Give us a wave, Steve. And we've got Ben and Adam in the gallery. Ben's producing me today. Normally he directs me, but he's producing me today. And there's Adam directing me. Right, now, what we do every single day, 7 days a week, is bring you crafting for 5 hours between 1 and 6. Today's no exception, and we want to get as many of you involved in the show as possible. You can, of course, email in if you want to, but also, if you go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, on the homepage there's actually a little area that says get in touch with the studio. So if you want to send us a message, that will go right through to Ben in the gallery, and he can put it up on the screens. Just say hello to us. Jan and myself, Joe and Cheryl later on. Tell us what you're up to, what you're crafting, or just a hello will be absolutely lovely. And you can email as well, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk if you'd rather do it that way. That's absolutely fine by us too. Now, I'm sure you know by now, because I know there are thousands of you that watch us regularly now, we bring you something pretty special in the world of crafting, in that your P&P in any 24-hour period is never going to be any more than $3.95. So if you see something in the Crafter's Companion show and you think, oh, I like that, put it in your basket, check out. Come back a bit later at 2 o'clock and you see Joe with the resin show and you think, oh, I want some of that, please. Okay, pop that in your basket, check out. You won't pay any more at the end of the day than $3.95 postage. So that is a real bonus, because normally if you buy something in one show, then buy something in another show somewhere else, for example, you end up racking up the postage charges throughout the day. With us, you don't do that at all. One flat P&P of $3.95. So what is coming up then? This is what I was talking about a few minutes ago. We've got a brand new launch, exclusive launch for the time being, from fantastic Crafter's Companion, brand new Gemini grande Edgeables. Yes, they are. They're big, they're beautiful. Then we go into the wonderful world of resin at 2 o'clock, and I'm going to get a little bit messy with them as well. I'm going to be having a go with it too myself. I've seen some amazing samples of tables and geodes that you can make with resin. That's at 2 o'clock. Then Jan's back with a different show at 3 from Crafter's Companion, the pigment ink background stencils. That's at 3. More from Joe and Cheryl at 4, and then of course, back to our Gemini grande Edgeables at 5. That's the next 5 hours on Wednesday, the 30th of March. Now, let us know what you're crafting. What are you working on? What have you just finished? If you've got any pictures, attach them to the email. Ben, our producer today, wants to know interesting facts about yourselves. But keep it clean, please. Yeah, whatever you do, email in, message in. We'd love to hear from you. Okay, now, this show is all about a brand new launch. And bearing in mind how popular Crafter's Companion is, these I know are going to be very popular. They're going to absolutely fly. What's an edgeable? An edgeable is basically this. It's a decorative edge that you can use vertically, you can use horizontally, you can layer them, you can do all sorts of wonderful things. And as ever, we give you the option of going for a big bundle, which gives you the best value, saves you the most money. You can get a smaller bundle of 3 and 3, which has also got a nice discount on it too. Or if you just want to try them individually, you can just cherry pick which ones you want. They're all on the website right now, hobbymaker.co.uk. You can see all the deals, but these are they. You've got Chasing Dragonflies, you've got Elegant Trellis, you've got Balloon Flowers, you've got Rose Garden, Gingham Lace, and also Daisy Lace as well. Look at these. They are gorgeous, they really are. You can, of course, make them longer if you want to and repeat the pattern. You can do that if you want to, no trouble at all. Already we've got lots of you coming through on the website and on the phone lines as well. Look at this price, $77.95. Now, is that the low price? No, that's what it should be. They should be $77.95 for all 6 of them. Here comes the flashing blue arrows. On split pay as well, where are we taking that price? Down to less than 60. So you're saving in the region of about £17–18 off the price here. And it's on 3 splits, so that means only $19.99 to spend today, plus your P&P of $3.95, and you'll get all 6 of these home. They're absolutely gorgeous. There's something for everyone. There's designs for absolutely everybody to enjoy here. And just think of the versatility these are going to give you. But if you want them on their own, they are on the website individually, and they're in sets of 3 as well, if you just want to spend a little bit less. But if you go for the whole set of 6, you can get them for less than £10 an edgeable. Now, Jan's here. We're going to have a little look at the boards in just a second, but there they are, all individually wrapped for you. and we'll get them to your door in the next few days. Whatever you do, don't miss out on this opportunity to get your brand new grande Edgeables. The lovely Jan is with me. Good to see you, my love.
It is. It's good to be back together, Dave.
It is. It's
We've
been a
had
while.
Chatter and a catch up
We have.
the show.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I think there's a lot of fans of our Edgeables range, Dave. So when we got a new set ready, I was quite excited to actually come and bring these to you today. So
Jan, just to say, we've got trouble with your mic at the moment, so no. We'll just sort out Jan's mic for her. Now, there's a message coming in already from Chris in Greater Manchester. Hello, Chris. Chris says, interesting fact about me, I danced in the closing ceremony of the Commonwealth Games in Manchester. Wow! Have you got it on tape? Have you got it on, recorded? Maybe send a copy of it to us and we can show everybody else. Hey, that's a nice, interesting fact, definitely. I think we're sorted with you now, Jan, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
My husband would be very interested in that button.
What, the mute
Very
button?
interested in that mute button there. Yeah, he'd be like, give me one, give me one. But yes, great to be back, Dave. Yeah, we've had a little catch up. And as I say, really excited to add some more Edgeables to that range that we've got. And I know there are a lot of fans out there of the Edgeables. So to bring some new designs is great. So I've got some little bit more close-up to show you. And then I've got some just basic designs to show you the different ways that we use them.
Well, Mary from
so if we just go
already.
through those boards to start off with and give you the idea, if you haven't seen our Edgeables range before, what we mean by this is that the die, the metal work that we're actually going to pop through the Gemini or your chosen die cutting machine only has a cutting edge along one side. So for this, for example, the decorative edge at the top has got the cutting edge, but the edge at the bottom here stays attached to the card, which means that you can cut them out and leave portions of card, whether this is a whole card base or whether it's a piece that you're going to add as a topper. So what we've done is we've just cut them in black and white to show you them cut out, and you've got 6 beautiful new designs. So this one's the elegant trellis, and along with this show, and I'm back with these again at 5 o'clock tonight, I'm going to try and use each of these designs for you in a demo. Next one up there, again, you've got that same format. All right, this one's gingham lace, and I think, if I remember rightly, this is the one we're going to use in the first demo. But again, you've got that lovely decorative edge along the top there, and then the bottom piece stays attached to the card, so it just cuts all that detail into the card. And then you've got those beautiful roses. No, I don't think any collection's complete without the roses. So rose garden there. Got a very retro look to them, I think, on that one.
It's kind of Remy McIntosh inspired,
isn't it?
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, I didn't know whether we were allowed to mention that or not. Go for it.
Too late
Go
now.
for it. All right. And then we've got chasing dragonflies. So quite interesting in this one. We've got the dragonflies in there. There are a few little butterflies in as well. We've got the dragonflies. Each one's got a different edge on it. So you can see where it's cut out there. We've got a different edge on them, as well as the detail. And then we've got that lovely little daisy lace, really, really pretty. And all the petals in this one, I'll be able to show you better on the samples, but all the petals here actually pop through so that you've got some dimension with these where they lift up. And then the 6th one there is the balloon flowers.
Favourite.
Yeah, I like that one. It's different, isn't it? I don't know why balloon flower. I've not come across a balloon flower before, but yeah, really, really unusual. So we're going to try and use them all throughout the 2 shows.
Well, I love them all.
And then what I've got to show you is just some different ways that we can use them.
Okay.
So again, for the benefit of people that haven't seen an Edgeable before, this is how it cuts into the card. So you can see there, if I put my hand behind there, that's that lovely balloon flowers. We've just used it simply on a vertical edge on a card. Or alternatively, you can go and cut it either at the bottom of your card. So we've got the fold at the side here, cuts through 2 layers. If you're using something with the same amount of pressure as our Gemini, cut through both layers at once. Alternatively, if you have this with the fold at the right side, you can cut it at the top. We can cut, again, different ones, as I say, straight through both cards. So you can do the decorative edges on both. Again, horizontally, straight through those edges, you can see there. Absolutely gorgeous. So just something different. They will stand, but can you see how it remained attached to that card?
And it marries
up
perfectly.
You might want to mirror that edge. So again, we've got it cut into the opening section and again on that closing part at the back. So mirroring it there. Those of you that like your gatefolds, we've got a fold back first on there, but again, yeah. So this is like a normal card with the double border, but then just by folding it, you've got those edges on either side there. We've got that lovely sort of feature where you can maybe cut away part of the front of your card, and there's nothing to stop you going diagonal with these as well. That lovely tent style card with it cut into both sides. Look, and again, cut through double layers. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, this one was the gatefold. Again, if you like that gatefold, you can cut them edge to edge. Okay, and then the last one I've got to show you is just down the side of a stepper card there as well. So this is just a few. It's not an exhaustive list, but just a few ideas as to how you can use them. And then I've got some demos lined up for you as we go through the show.
Fantastic, Jan. Talk about versatility. And you know, I was talking right at the beginning of the show about what makes Hobby Maker so unique, the P&P, capped P&P of £3.95 for the whole day. Now, this is from Wendy. She says, one P&P is a fab idea. If you cannot afford the big bundles and need to buy individual items, it saves a fortune. Much kinder on the pockets. Thank you, Wendy, for that. I totally agree with you. And another quick message from Kathy, who says, although retired 3 days a week, I'm a voluntary car driver. Oh, it's disappeared. For the ambulance service. Good on you. Absolutely. Who was that again? Kathy. Keep up the good work. Fantastic. More and more messages coming in throughout the day as well. Now, remember, as we just said on that little message, if your pocket doesn't stretch to the whole 6, we're going to give you another opportunity or another couple of opportunities to buy maybe a set of 3, or you can buy them individually as well. So we've got the gingham lace, daisy lace, and elegant trellis together. Those 3 together, that's coming up on the screen right now for you. So if you fancy those 3, that's product code AD2097. The discounted price we can do for those 3, £32.99. So that's just £11 each, okay? Rather than £9.99 if you go for the 6, £11 each it works out to. Now, we've got here, which were the ones again that was in? Elegant trellis, gingham lace, daisy lace. Where's the gingham lace? Oh, there. Okay, so these are the 3 if you go for this option. Elegant trellis is that zigzag one, almost like a trellis you see in a garden. This next one, the daisy lace, has got the beautiful florals, and those are the ones that the petals can be propped up as well. And then this one is your gingham lace, if you love those 3. There they are. They are £32.99, and they're on 2 split pays of just £16.49. And then the other bundle of 3, which will be the same price, that's going to have the rose garden in it, the balloon flowers, and the chasing dragonflies as well. So that'll be the 3 that I go for, because that's got my favourite one, the balloon flowers in the middle there. And that again is going to be a great reduction, just £11 each it works out to if you buy that set of 3. And you can give us a free phone call, or you can of course order on the website hobbymaker.co.uk. The choice is yours. So that's the other bundle of 3. If you want them individually, you will find them on the website of course as well. And the website is hobbymaker.co.uk, and you'll see everything's in the show. And as the shows go on through the afternoon, all the products that we're showing you all the way through until 6 o'clock this evening will be there. You can order them on the web or on the free phone number 0800 001 4433. But the main bundle is where the most interest is at the moment, because that is where you're going to save the most money. You get all 6 of these brand new Edgeables. They're not anywhere else yet. We've got them exclusively for a day or two. GA2074 is the product number, and that's remember £59.99, so basically £10 a die, which is a lot of metal for not much money. All right, Jan, over to you with the demo, if that's all right.
Right, so we're going to start with that gingham lace, and this is what we're going to make. We're just going to keep it nice and simple to start off with, and we're just going to cut that edge right down the one side there. All right, so if I just lift that one up so you can see there. All right, we're literally just going to take it down the side of the card, so keeping it nice and simple, just as that concept is designed to do. So I've taken some of our Centura pearl, cut it down to the card size that I want to work with. Now, the majority of these dies are just over 7 inches in length. All right, and they vary to between 2 1/4 inches, depending on the design on the metalwork there. But it doesn't mean that you have to work on that 7-inch length. My cards, on this one, I've actually cut it at 7 by 5.5. But if you wanted to just do part of this, there's no reason. You'll see later on where we have the die extended off the edge of the card. So the top tip I would give you is just to make sure that your die's the right way around. So have a look. And that pattern decorative edge is going to be the cutting edge. So that wants to go to the outside edge of my card. If I popped it on the wrong way, because this is a cutting edge, it's going to cut this section away from the card.
Right, got you.
So I'm going to turn it round here. I'm going to open it up, make sure I've got it the right way round. There is no cutting edge down this side, so this is going to stay joined to my card.
Do you know what, Jan? I love the fact that it'll cut through two pieces of cardstock at the same time, because if you did them separately, to get it married up would be a nightmare.
Would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah. So no reason, you know, if you've got a machine that's powerful enough to go through those cards, the Gemini being, you know, easy to use, and we've got that fabulous deal on, which I think we're going to have a look at shortly, aren't we, Dave? So again, just line this up, and I'm taking the metal part of the die right to the very edge of my cardstock, and I've overlapped it about, because it's a wee bit longer than my card, I've overlapped it about equal parts on either side.
Okay.
And then if I bring in my Gemini plates, now the dies themselves will actually fit on our smaller machines. So if you've got one of the smaller machines out there, if I bring that into vision for you there,
The Gemini Junior?
they will fit on such as the Junior
Yeah.
or anything that size. But obviously, because I've got extra cardstock there, I've got my larger plates out, and it is the large Gemini that we've got on that offer, which is why I wanted to use that one today. So I'm just going to pop this onto here.
I'll tell you what, while
Pop my
we're
shims on.
talking about the Gemini, the offer, our launch offer that we've had all month through March, is coming to an end tomorrow. So if you've been promising yourself the large A4 Gemini machine with the extra £70 of goodies, that offer ends tomorrow. That's if the stock lasts until tomorrow. You're getting all of this as a bonus from Crafter's Companion. All of these extra dies, all of these extra stamps as well. All of this, worth 70 quid, you're not paying a penny for, because it should be 179.99 for the machine on its own. You get all these extras, and it's on 4 split pays as well. Tomorrow is the last day, and we haven't got that much stock left of it. So if you've been waiting maybe till payday or something like that, make sure that you order it today, because it may not even be available tomorrow if the stock sells out. PW2003, last call for that offer with the big Gemini machine.
Now then, I've not taken that out yet, because I just want you to have a look. You can see how beautifully that's cut. So when you look on the reverse of there should actually be sort of almost as if you've used a pencil on the back of it and actually got that pattern through. So I know that everything's cut. So the next thing I'm going to do is take away the tape and just pop that off the edge there, just nice and gently. And then I prefer to take my cardstock away from the actual die, as opposed to the die away from the cardstock, and I'll explain why. If I was to sort of just grab the die now and pull it off the top of my card, there's a chance I could tear what's underneath. Whereas
right.
if I actually lift it with the card itself, I'm in much more control there of what's coming out of my die. And you can see all those little pieces are left in the die, and you've got that beautiful, beautiful edging there. You can just see on that Centura pearl there how we've got that lovely edge, and that's where the name comes from, the Edgeables, because they work on the edge of your card. So this could be a tenfold. You could have that across the bottom. On this occasion, we're actually going to work with it down that side. So I will clean my die out shortly. You don't need to see me popping all those pieces out of there.
Every little piece stayed in the die, didn't it?
Just about, just about. There were a few that tried to
one or
escape when I
two.
took it out, but that is just the pressure that's in there in the Gemini, yeah.
Shows the quality.
Okay, so literally now we've done the hard work with the metal. Well, I'm saying hard work, it's not even hard work really. We're just going to decorate, and I've got some bits and pieces that I prepared at home ready to just pop this together. So I've just taken some of my coloured cardstock there. I've got some plain lilac and a patterned piece, and I popped a piece of ribbon round and just measured this to create a nice matten layer to go on the front there.
Beautiful.
Again, I'm just going to use our double-sided tape pens. They are perfect for this kind of thing. Really strong in there, double-sided tape. You don't have to worry about trying to get the backing off it. If you prefer a wet glue...
We've not had those tape pens in stock until this weekend. They're going to be available from this weekend.
They're not easy to get, honestly. No. They sell out very quickly, and I'm not just saying that, it is true. And obviously, once they've sold out, once we've sold our stock through, we have to wait for the next shipment coming in, which can be a month or a couple of months. So we can't just sort of ring up and order more of them.
The world's a funny place at the moment with deliveries
and shipments,
yes,
isn't it? So. Yes. So again, just a little bit of pressure on there activates that adhesive, and we've got that in place now. And then because I've got white on white here, I just wanted to sort of show that patterning off a bit better. So I've just cut a piece of that lilac, and when we pop this underneath, you can just see how that's detailing it a little bit better. So all I'm going to do is stick that one onto the reverse of the card, just to create a little bit of texture and colour inside there. So I want to line that up, and the best way that I'm going to do that is pop this sticky side up on here, and I want it to actually be within the border, so not sticking out of the card, but I want it to cover the actual patterning. So by doing it this way and then closing my card, I can be ensured then that it's going to be in the right place there so that I can see through this side.
Perfect.
And then just a sentiment of your choice. I've just got have a fabulous day. All right, just trimmed it up with some gems and that little tiny butterfly, and then we're just going to pop that on the front there, wherever you fancy. And if I bring the one in that I did at home, the only thing that I've added on there separately are some extra little gems just along that pattern there. You can just see them if I stand that one up for you so that you can have a little closer look there.
Nice little finishing touch.
Yeah, and that just as simple as it needs to be. So very, very basic. If you're a beginner out there, if you're beginning your crafting journey, just one pass through that machine, cuts everything out in one go, little bit of scraps from your stash, and away you go. You've got a card in I know I did a little bit of prep in advance, but it doesn't take long, Dave.
Didn't take long at all. And again, because they're edgeables, they are so versatile. You can use them in lots and lots of different ways, in lots of style of cards as well, not just a basic 7x7 or 6x6 or anything like that. The set of 3 that's in the lead is the balloon flower set of 3.
Yeah, I'm not
so that's obviously a firm favourite of yours as much as mine as well. If you do want the set of 3, you are still going to get a discount, but the biggest discount obviously is on the big set of 6. But the details coming up now for the set of 3 with the balloon flowers. So with the balloon flowers, again, I'll just have to remind myself of the other ones that you get as well. You get the balloon flowers, rose garden, and chasing dragonflies. You get all those 3 for £32.99. So that's only £11 a die. If you go for the set of 6, it works out to £10 per die. LN2094, that's going to give you the beautiful balloon flower in the centre. Loads of you now coming through for this. To get all 3 edgeables for that price at just £11 each is really good, amazing value for money. Now the other 3, let's show you details of those 3 then, and we can show you what they look like as well. Now they are going to be the same deal, £32.99 for all 3. That's the elegant trellis, the gingham lace, and the last one, daisy lace. So those 3, if you want those together, again, they are £32.99 for the set of 3. If you buy them individually, though, you can get them on their own, and they are £12.99 each if you buy them like that, singularly. And you can build your own bundle, like that lovely message said a few minutes ago. It gives you the versatility, rather than worrying about how much P&P you're spending or how much it's racking up. £3.95, no matter how many times you order during a 24-hour period. You could have 25 things being delivered from different companies. It's still going to be just £3.95 postage. Now, a message coming up saying, how do I order them individually? Okay, well, Angela, if you go to the website or phone the operator, because it's a free phone number, just tell them which one you'd like. You can see them in the sets of 3 and in the sets of 6, but then they are individually there too, available, some individuals. And there's some other little cheeky deals on there for you as well from Crafters Companion too. So there's something for everyone. If your budget is £13, there's something for you. If there is a budget maybe of £33 or more, you can go for the set of 3. If you want to go for the whole lot, you'll get them just under £60 for the set of 6. So something for everybody's budget, really.
There is, yeah. I mean, we always try and put you the best saving on the bundle, because if you're like I am, you know, you've got to have them all, because if you pick and choose, you can bet your life that the one that you don't buy is the one that comes up for an event that would be suitable. So I'm very much into buying them as a bundle, give you the best saving, but we've created those smaller options basically to accommodate everybody. You might not have the money to buy that large bundle, but rather than miss out, you can pick and choose those favourite designs there.
You know what, Jan? The balloon flower on its own, this one, is in the lead singularly at the moment. When I saw that, I just thought one thing, paper piece.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? We're going to use this one next, yeah. Absolutely. They're all suitable for paper piecing, actually. They're that style of die, aren't they? But yeah, looks terrific. Imagine it cut in black as well.
Yeah, totally.
Or maybe in a glitter card, something like that.
Well, keep your eye on the screen as well. If you'd rather use the phone rather than the website, I know some people don't like the internet, that sort of thing. If you want to use the phone, we're going to scroll through the details of each of those dies individually, okay? They'll be on the graphics while we're doing a demo with Jan. But the free phone number, it's in this building as well, the call centre is just upstairs, 0800 001 4433, and they'll talk you through. And if you're a brand new customer, and I know loads of you are at the moment, you can either register on our website as a new customer, and it's easy to do. You just basically put your email address in and then choose a password. If you'd rather, though, do it on the phone with the operator, they can do that for you as well on 0800 001 4433. Either way, welcome if you're brand new, and welcome back if you've been with us for a little while. Great to know that you're there and you're watching, and hopefully you're enjoying the shows. We've got resin coming up later. Are you looking at those resin pieces
Beautiful,
outside?
beautiful samples, isn't there? My youngest daughter dabbled in it a little bit a few months ago. She's sort of started doing a few bits, but some of the samples, I'm just looking at them setting, the girls are setting up now, and they're striking some of those samples. Incredible. They really are.
Well, and if you're a friend of mine on Facebook, you'll have seen some pictures I took as well. That's coming up in about 35 minutes at 2 o'clock. Okay, Jan.
Right, shall we use those balloon flowers then?
It.
All right, so we're going to take it sort of to the next level. That first one we just cut down one side. If I pop this one round for you to have a look at, we're actually going to cut it on two edges this time and make an easel design. So I've got it cut at the front of the easel card, and I've also got it cut on the top. So again, you're getting double that impact, but very, very simple to do. So if I pop that one to one side there, and this is just using our plain white stamping card. And I've cut, I think this was just 7 1/4, just over 7 inches square this time. And again, you can see the measurements are on the packaging here, just over 7 1/4 inches and about 2 inches in width from where it stops cutting into the card. So I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to pop that through the Gemini, making sure that that decorative edge again is on my outside edge. I'm just going to repeat that because the reason I'm saying it is I did it at home. Get this the wrong way round, so I've got no cutting edge here. Cutting edge, it's just going to literally cut that portion off your card.
You'll get a bookmark.
It's not the end of the world. You can use it to decorate. You can use it as a bookmark. Great idea. But if you wanted it to stay on the card, decorative edge on the outside, plain edge on the inside.
Hello to Sheila.
So we're just going to pass this through that Gemini again, Dave.
Sheila's in County Durham. Hello, Sheila. Florence in Hampshire. Two brand new crafters, actually. One of you is actually getting 2 of the offers. Chrissy in Essex is in as well. Always nice to see your names, and you can check out as many times as you like. If something takes your fancy in the 2 o'clock show, 3 o'clock show, 4 o'clock show, 1 P&P of just $3.95. That's going down brilliantly well. Everyone loves that.
Do you know, when I first started, obviously I was sat at home on launch day. I wasn't here with you guys. I was sat at home watching, and I did email in to you guys as well. It didn't get read out, but I did email in to wish you all good luck. And that was the first thing I noticed was that P&P, and I was like, wow, that is absolutely brilliant. You know, it doesn't matter how much you order.
I know.
It doesn't matter how many times you order.
And even if you're going for your Gemini, remember that last 2 days of the offer, the box is big. You know, that you can't send anywhere for $3.95. We'll send it and deliver it to your door for that price.
And I do like to try and use that reverse function on here. I've just paused it using that middle button here, and it's actually stopped the motor in here, but this hasn't come all the way through. What I'm going to do now is press that reverse button, and it'll bring this back. Now, again, I'm using it from the point of view of getting a double cut, so I've got double the pressure. It's great if you don't have a lot of room in your craft room and you've not got room for those A4 plates to come out of the back. You can reverse them. It's also good. I know there's a lot of crafters out there, Dave, that are, you know, maybe a little bit limited in what they can do, maybe can't reach over the machines and things like that. So by being able to reverse it and pass it back to you almost is great.
Well, so many of you are going for the Gemini. Linda in Nottinghamshire, Linda's one of them. You don't have to worry now. You don't have to worry if it's going to sell out early. It's today and tomorrow, the last days of this offer, where you get your £70 worth of extra goodies. You always get these. So normally, $179.99, you get your embossing folder and a few dies. You're going to get those anyway. But then, what you don't normally get for $179.99 is all the rest of this. Dies, stamps, embossing folders, you name it, it's in there. £70 worth, you're going to get that included, but it's only today and tomorrow, and then that offer ends. Or if the stock sells out before tomorrow, that's it, offer over.
Yeah, so you do get some elements come with the Gemini as standard, just for you to sort of have a go with. But what Sarah wanted was sort of, obviously we've got lots and lots of new customers here at Hobby Maker, so she wanted to be able to give you something that you could have a go at most things.
Yeah.
So there's stencils in there are dies in there are stamps in there, sentiments in there, you name it, a bit
Embossing
of
folders,
everything,
yeah.
so that you can have a play and decide maybe what might be your style of crafting. You know, some of us, I'm at heart, I'm a stamper. I know one of my colleagues, Debbie, she loves her die cutting. You know, we've got lots of different areas. We do all of it, but at heart, give me a stamp and some inks any day, Dave. Messy
Absolutely,
backgrounds,
yeah.
things like that is my sort of thing. Yeah.
Tara in Kent sent us a message as well. You're getting your messages read out thick and fast this afternoon. Interesting fact about Tara is that I collect teddy bears.
Oh,
nice.
Now,
Photo,
that's
please.
a nice thing to collect, isn't
Yeah.
it? I know one of my former colleagues, she collected teapots.
Oh, okay.
You know our Fiona, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, she had a glorious collection of teapots,
never
yeah.
knew that.
And I've got a friend that collects thimbles as
Okay.
well, different types of thimbles.
I collect everything to do with Concorde and Titanic.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
I'm into those.
Yeah.
Hi Dave, this is from Sandra, I think, says, hi Dave and Jan, lovely to be watching. I have 4 Geminis and absolutely love them. Wow, an absolute must for any crafter. Sandra Rushton. Hi, Sandra.
Oh, we know Sandra.
Hello, love. Hope you're well. Thanks for messaging in.
Now then, I've just held on to this just before because I wanted you to just see what I was doing with it. First of all, I didn't do a very good job of cleaning my die, so I don't know whether you can just pick up, there's a little bit of ink here because on the sample, I used the die to ink through. You can just see on the tops here where it's got a little bit in the centres of the flowers there.
Yep.
So clearly I hadn't cleaned it as well as I thought I had, and it's just pressed that through, but I'm not too worried about that. And then the second bit, because of the nature of how this is cut, I've got a little bit of card here that stayed in. So all I'm going to do is take my little snips and just follow that cutting line and just take that piece out. It's just because the die finished cutting before it got to the edge of my card. So you can see there we've got that beautiful edge. So what we need to do then, I've done exactly the same on the other edge of my easel. Okay,
Yep.
so we're literally, I've just reinforced these folds because they've been in my bag on the way here. But with an easel card, we're literally going to fold this up like so. And then I want this piece to be the top here that's going to fit on the top. So you can see how that construction's coming together. So again, done the hard part. Well, I saying the hard part. It's not really that hard, is it? You can see what it's done. It's passed through the machine. But we're going to do the decorative part now. So again, I've done some matting and layering at the ready. I like to mat and layer with a plain piece of card and a patterned paper. So this just happened to be a piece of pearlescent card that I'd got in my stash and a piece of patterned paper from a paper pad. And a lot of crafters have already got that stash. If they haven't, have a look on that website. We've got lots of deals.
Love that colourway.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Beautiful.
The mint colour, yeah. I like sort of mints and teals. Pink would be the favourite. And I'm a girl, yeah, pink, yeah. I have to stop myself reaching for the pink. But a close second after the pink would be the mint and the teal. My bedroom's done all in neutral colours with teal as a spot colour. So I'm literally just going to pop these onto that front again to what we call mat and layer. If you haven't come across that term, it is literally just layering up your chosen pieces of card and paper stock. And then I've created a second one, and we're going to pop one inside here. And what I've done, I tend to work in 1/4 of an inch increments. I like working in inches, bit of an old-fashioned girl. So whatever my card measures here, I'll go down a 1/4 of an inch for that first plain green mat, and then another 1/4 of an inch for the paper. But there's no rules. This is what I love about crafting, Dave. There aren't really any rules. You know, if you wanted to leave a 1/2 an inch in your mats and layers, absolutely fine. If you wanted to make this easel card but make it 6 inches squared, absolutely fine. There are so many different ways. And I always think when we're demoing for you, it goes by so quick, the show.
Oh, totally.
So we try and fit in as much as we can, but it is just a glimpse of what you can do with
Now,
these.
what we love here at Hobby Maker is being interactive with you. You can message us. We can answer any questions or queries you may have got. And again, if you have any questions or queries and you want to talk to the operator, it's a free phone number. That's what they're there for, to take your orders and to answer any problems you may have got. But we had a question whether a lady watching is a sewer rather than a card maker. Can you use these dies on certain fabrics?
I would say you can use any metal die on a fabric if you've got the right machine. Obviously, the Geminis will stand up to the test, and I think when Sarah first brought the deal, when we first launched, she actually demonstrated it cutting leather.
Yeah.
Now that was a slightly thicker die. A thin metal die will cut through some fabrics, but it needs to be a fairly simple die rather than an intricate one. We also do a range of what we call multimedia dies, and those are slightly thicker. Now they're made to go through, and in that bundle that comes with the Gemini,
you get some multimedia dies.
Bundle, the little hexagon ones are actually a multimedia die. So that one, great for patchwork and things like that, but would work for card making as well.
Importantly, if you are on the fence thinking about going for the Gemini or not, if you want to use it for card, it's perfect. If you want to use the Gemini for fabrics, it's perfect as well. Certainly these, the multimedia dies. So yeah, it's the machine power that's crucial, isn't it?
It's the pressure in there. It's sort of unrivaled. When this was designed, I mean, I used to have an old hand-cranked machine, and the number of times I used to have to take it backwards and forwards, I used to have to turn my card round. You guys that's been crafting for a while will know exactly what I mean. This, you've seen me use it, one pass through, reverse it back, and I'm only reversing it just to make sure it's doing what I want it to do. But the rollers are so close together in here at the front, and that's what makes the difference. They really are as close, and that's why it will only take thin metal. It won't take the deep steel cutting edge dies.
No, the ones like cartridges.
It is worth mentioning that. Yeah, there's a range out there that Sizzix do that are a completely different makeup. They're like a metal edge in a sponge.
The big dies.
Yes, it won't take those, and that's why, because those rollers are so close together, it's not wide enough to fit them through. But I just keep one of my old hand-turned ones because I've got some of those dies at home, and I just pop them through there.
Okay.
So yeah, all I'm going to do now then is add some glue to the front of the card, and I tend to do this onto the card itself because I only want it on that part. If I ink the piece I'm going to stick on, I get carried away and I end up putting glue all over it, and I don't actually need glue everywhere. I just need it to attach to this piece, and then I'm going to line up those corners and just stick that piece in place. So you can see that easel card starting to come together now.
Look at that.
Yep.
How stylish.
Beautiful edge on top, that gorgeous edge at the bottom. Have I lost a bit there? I think I've lost a bit. Might have lost a bit there, I don't know. I think it should have a full piece in there. Might have snagged it when I pulled it out of the die.
Might be in the die.
And then I've just again used some of that same cardstock, that mint cardstock, because any easel card needs a stopper to stop it sliding down. So again, wherever you want to pop that in there, I'm just going to line that up across the front there. I've got a little bit of foam tape on the back of there so that it acts as like a ridge to stop that one there. Okay.
Beautiful.
And then a little sneaky peek of something I've got coming up later. These are absolutely beautiful. These are on the show at 3 o'clock. But I thought, what a brilliant focal point for this particular card. So not only have we got the Edgeables on there,
and it's stencils as well at 3, isn't it?
We've got stencils on there as well. We've got inks on there. The bit where I'll be covered in ink. Honestly, I love it. So I'm just going to literally pop that right in the centre there, and I'm just going to turn it round so that I can see where I'm at. The last thing I did was use one of my flower dies, just created a little bit of decoration, and I'm going to pop some of those at the bottom here. So again, just using scraps of the cardstock that were left, and I've just flicked to my wet glue there to pop these on there. Just takes a second or two to grab. And just literally, you know, these could be extra flowers, they could be butterflies, you know, they could be buttons, whatever. It could be a bow, whatever you fancy to decorate with. And then we're going to pop a third one. I like little clusters of 3, sort of quite pleasing.
3's the number in crafting.
It is, and then just to offset that, all right, you can see where I've got those on the front there. Just to offset that, I'm just going to bring that last little one off to the top there, and just nestle that in there. And you've just got that contrast there between the front and then that inside piece there. So if I spin you that one round now, you can see there. And the only thing that I added to the sample that I did at home was I popped the ink. If I bring you this one in as well at the side of it, exactly the same, other than I popped a little bit of ink just to find the centres of those flowers, but they would look nice with a gemstone in the middle.
I mean, imagine that card without the edgeable. It'd still be lovely, but it won't have the wow factor. The edgeable gives the wow factor to the top of the card, to the base of the card as well. Literally, if you're buying them as a set of 6 for less than £10 each, which is pretty phenomenal. And also, we've got it on split pay as well, 3-way split pay, so it's less than 20 quid today on a debit or a credit card, and 1 postage charge, remember, of £3.95. And if you go to the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, that's where you'll see everything that's in the show from Crafter's Companion. And also, you'll be able to see other things that are coming up later on. We've got a 3 for 2 offer on some of our glues. We've got the fantastic gilding waxes there as well. They're on at a special price. We've got some fantastic designer paper pads. Again, all of that, will be delivered to your door for no more than £3.95 for anything that you order from us from midnight last night to midnight tonight. That's a pretty amazing deal, isn't it? And you can look forward to all sorts of things coming in the post. They probably won't all come together, because if you buy something from Jan and Crafter's Companion send it out. If you buy something from Joe with the resin in the next show, Joe will send that out. So the chances are your deliveries will arrive separately and possibly on different days as well. Now, the balloon flower bundle that's got the 3, so it's like the half of the big bundle. If you want that, that's proving very, very popular. And you're looking there at £32.99, I think it is, for the set of 3. So basically it's £11 each. Those are the 3 you're going to get if you order the balloon flower one. So that's LN2094. So you're going to get, just so I can remember, I'll just grab my dies. You get the balloon flower. You also get the rose garden and the chasing dragonflies as well. And then the other set of 3 is the gingham lace, the daisy lace, and the elegant trellis as well. So whichever 3 you like, you can go for those. If you prefer just one, if you just fall in love with the balloon flower, that's all you want, that's fine. You can buy that on its own, but you will pay £12.99 for it individually. So that's the other set of 3, AD 2097. Now, we've got about 15 minutes left on the show. I don't know where these shows go, Jan.
I know, it just flies by, doesn't it? Yeah. Absolutely. I'm just going to grab some inks for this one, Dave. We're going to have, I've sort of dipped in a little bit into the second show, because we've got some beautiful inks on there. So I thought I'll just let you have a little sneak peek on here with this one. So again, we're going to move it on. We started off with that first edge. For those of you that's joined us sort of after we beginning of the show, we started off at the top of the show just cutting one edge. I chose a vertical one, but if you turn the sentiment round, it could just as easily have been across the bottom there horizontally. All right, then we went to the double edge, so we've chosen an easel card there, and we cut it on the bottom of the easel, so you can just see there. And then we had it on the top as well. So that was the double edge. Now I'm actually going to do what's known in the industry as a Z-fold card.
Oh, these are popular.
And I'm going to pop that detail onto here instead. So you can just see where I've got that across the front there. And if I open it up, I've cut it twice and extended it there. And it gets its name from the Z that it creates when we actually have the card. Ooh. So we're going to do a little bit of inking on this one, because I'm going to start out with some plain cardstock.
Can I ask you something? If you did a twisted easel, could you do it diagonally?
Of course.
You could?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool.
Yep, no problem. It can literally go anywhere on the edge of a card. You could do it all the way around a square panel and cut it 4 times all the way around, as long as you got those sizes right. As I say, this is the trouble with demoing for you, because like you said, that hour just disappears. We can only skim the surface with what we can actually demo. So yeah, it was trying to think of things that were different and showing you how to use these edgeables in different ways on the cards, but it's not an exhaustive list by any means.
Well, you say to us all the time at home, it's a demo that you tune in for, and that makes you decide whether you want to purchase something or not. So we try and get as many demos in as we possibly can.
So we're going to use that lovely daisy lace. So what I was meaning earlier, you can see on this one where the petals on the flowers there actually come out of that design. So you can get some nice 3D element there with it. And what I thought would be nice, I didn't do it on this particular one, but I thought it'd be nice to actually cut some more little flowers and really build those up. So you can just see in there where you've got that little element of texture on them.
It makes all the difference, giving it a bit of dimension.
Yeah, yeah. So let's have a look then. We've got our die at the ready. The first thing I'm going to do is cut it, and then we're going to add some ink to it. So I've just got, instead of having a whole piece of card this time, I've just got a small piece, and this is actually going to be the piece that fits across the front of here. Okay, so literally, it doesn't matter whereabouts it goes on here, we just need to fasten it on, and I always use a little bit of tape to secure it, because otherwise you can guarantee, while you're passing it to the machine or something, if it slips and you get like a wonky bit, it's really frustrating. And again, I'm talking about doing this, I've done it myself.
You don't want
Where I'm set up in my craft room, my Gemini is actually behind me, so my desk's here, and when I spin round with the plate, the die shoots off somewhere, then I have to try and find it. So yeah, I am speaking from experience. So I'm going to bring, again, that lovely decorative edge, just double check, because this has got quite it's not straight on this side either, but just make sure you've got that cutting edge where you want it.
Well, the die that you're actually using at the moment, Jan, is on the screen right now, JX2086, it's $12.99 if you want that one.
So again, we're just going to pass that one through quickly. I'm just going to get rid of, I've got a few bits on there from my balloon flowers, so it is important to get rid of those, otherwise you'll find that those little pieces emboss into your design.
And huge
we also
congratulations.
recommend, sorry Dave.
I was going to say, huge congratulations to those of you that got the Gemini machine as well. Loads of you are putting that in your basket today.
Good, yeah, well it finishes tomorrow, so I know 1 or 2 people will have been waiting to see us through the month and see us use it. We always use it on our demos, and you see it in action before they actually make that purchase.
Waiting
But
for
the fact
payday,
that you
maybe.
can get that home with all that bundle, comes with it for free, for $3.95, just absolutely blows me away, honestly. So I'm just saying there, I've actually been cutting on this side. I'm just going to flip over now and work on the other side. And this just helps sort of housekeeping with your plates, longevity of them. The plates are consumables. You get a full set of all the plates that you need when you order the Gemini. They come with the kit as standard, but you can buy individual plates after that as you use them.
Sure.
And people will always say to me, how long do they last, Jan? And my answer is, it depends how many times you use them. I use mine a lot, as you can imagine, with the amount of prep that we do for TV. So I do get through mine quite quickly, but by swapping them round, rotating them, turning them over, using different parts of the plate to cut on,
Even wear.
will ensure that they last as long as they can for you. And again, we've just got those shims in place, and we'll pass that through that Gemini. And I think I'm just going to run it through the once this time, because it's doing a great job there.
But if you've got maybe your machine quite near to the wall or something like that, do remember, like Jan showed you, you've got that reverse button, so you can actually stop it halfway through and bring it back to you. There we go.
I'm just going to pass that through on there. There we go. And that should have done the job nicely. Just to cut through that white card there, you can see again, you know, the bits are on the plate there.
Yeah, perfect.
You know, it speaks for itself. So remember to remove that tape. So again, I'm just going to lift that with my pokey tool and just roll that back out of the way there. Okay. And then again, flip it over and lift that cardstock away from the die. Okay, pop those to one side. And again, I think, yeah, all those pieces have come out looking one go. You can see there. And then if I push from the back, you can see those little petals on this one just pop forward there to give that little bit of dimension. You can see how I can get underneath the petals there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Look at that.
Brilliant.
Okay, so what we're going to do then, I've chosen some of my pigment inks, which I'll bring to you on the next show. We've got a nice collection of these, a nice collection of colours for you on that 3 o'clock show. But I've just chosen 3 really nice sort of springtime colours, and I've got my little tiny finger daubers that match each one. And all we're going to do is take some of the ink, just pop it onto the little sponge dauber. And again, there's not really any sort of pattern to this. It doesn't matter where you go. I just want to incorporate some of that colour and just mix and match it. So I'm not going anywhere in specific.
There are loads of different types of ink as well, aren't there?
There are different types of ink, yeah. The ones that we brought you today are pigment inks, which blend beautifully. But the main design feature of these is that they stay wet quite a long time, which allows you to emboss them. So if you like heat embossing, adding embossing powders over your inks, you can work with these with a clear embossing powder and actually make your finish like a glossy finish on there. So that's one of the main features of these, as opposed to the other 2 ranges that we do.
We've got a message in to Jan from Val in Hampshire. Hi Val, love watching the demos. I've done craft along with Jan many times, and having the Gemini has enabled me to do quite complex designs. From Val in Southampton.
Fantastic, thank you Val. It's lovely to have you watching us today.
Great to know you're there.
Yeah. So again, I'm just working round over that cardstock, and this is actually some of our watercolour card, which we've got coming up on that next show as well. And pop that. And I just literally, as I say, I'm not really thinking about where it all goes. I'm just popping some colour down. It doesn't matter whether it looks like the one that I did earlier. I just want to add those 3 colours. You might want to cut this out of a piece of coloured card, you know, if you've got a suitable coloured card. Yeah. I just thought I'll give you a little sneaky peek of the inks in action. And we're going to do a lot more with these in that second show. So you can see how that's gone from being white now. And all those inks have blended together beautifully there. There's not sort of harsh lines between where they start and finish. Pop those to one side.
Gorgeous.
You see, we started off with the white, and we've now got that lovely sort of spring colours in action. So I'm just going to give my mat a little white there and get rid of that ink, because otherwise I shall end up with it all over me.
Well, let me just remind you, for $19.99, which is the first split payment, plus your P&P of $3.95, you can get all 6 home. Okay, yeah, there will be 2 more split payments, 1 in a month, 1 in 2 months. But for literally about £6 or £7 more than what you pay for one, you've got all 6 coming to you. So GA2074 is for the whole bundle of 6 Edgeables, brand new and exclusive to us at the moment. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to a human in our call centre here in the UK, just above our heads. They're there waiting to take your calls. Perfect.
Right, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stick this one down, but what I want to avoid are those little petals. So I'm going to push those to the front so that I don't accidentally get my glue on those. And I've gone for a wet glue with this. You could actually use our adhesive tape pen again with the dots rather than the double-sided tape.
Oh, by the way, Jan, that glue, we've got a 3 for 2 offer on the tacky glue.
That's exactly what I've got in here, Dave. I just decant it into the little applicator because it's got a fine tip nozzle on it. So that PVA water-based glue is what I've got in here. It's just a clear white glue that dries clear. And it is very, very sticky.
And you buy 1 or you buy 3, you get no, you pay for 2, but you get 3. So one of them is absolutely free for you.
And they will last a while as well.
Yeah.
So you don't need a lot. In general, I know I used to teach a lot of classes before I started doing this element of the Job for Crafters Companion. In general, and I include myself in this statement, is people do use too much glue.
Right. Less is more.
I used to, less is more. And if I've used sort of a PVA like this, and I'm just popping little dots because I want it to be secure all the way down. But what I'm actually going to do is tap some of that off. Now again, don't do this if your skin's sensitive, but mine's sort of quite hard wearing. So I'm just going to tap the excess off on here. Now I've made this slightly longer than the design deliberately, and I want to leave a little bit of the brown card showing at the bottom, and then just take it up to the top there. Make sure that that's stuck down. And then the reason I've left it longer is so that I didn't actually come up too short with it.
There's the price on the glue, Jan. Should be $14.97. They're $4.99 each. You get 3 for $9.98.
That's a really good price.
That's a great deal, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, something that you can stock up on.
Yeah.
I always stock up on my cardstock and glues when they're on offer like this because they don't deteriorate. You can keep them a long time. I've got a cupboard specifically just for glue, and it's got all different. My husband's like, why do you need so many different types of glue? Because they all do a different job. And I've got a little cupboard that's always, and when I take the last one out of there, it's time to reorder the next
Now,
set.
if you love your 3 for 2s, we've actually got a 3 for 2 on the cardstock as well at the moment. The mixed metallic cardstock, you're going to get glittering gold, sparkling silver, and regal rose gold. Always popular, that, and you're only going to pay for 2 of them. How about that? $39.98 or split pay, that's only $19.99 today, the first payment of 2.
Beautiful, the cardstock in there. The first time I saw those, literally my jaw nearly hit the
I just realised it was in front of me. I didn't see it there.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, there's a beautiful sort of pearlised plain cardstock and then the matching glitter card. But the glitter's all encapsulated, so you don't get any of that when you open the card and all the bits fall out of it.
Yeah, doesn't happen.
It's gorgeous. You've got the silver, the gold and the rose gold.
And the rose gold. So you get 24, 48, 72 sheets of 12 by 12, but you're only paying for 2 of them, not 3. Love it. Okay.
So I've used my craft card to create the base, and again I've just taken some patterned cardstock that I'm going to pop inside. You can see how useful those tape pens are. They come out pretty much every time we craft, and I'm just going to pop this on the inside, So this is just some from my stash there.
Remember, the tape pens are in stock this weekend, so check in on Saturday. They should be there on the website for you.
And order them.
Yes.
Order them in bulk.
Order a few.
Because honestly, once they disappear, it takes us a while to get them back again. And then I've got a piece to go on that front edge. So this was just under 6-inch square to start with, and then I've scored it to fold that front piece back. And I'm just going to pop my mats and layers on like so. And then this piece fits across. So if you look at the way that I folded these, I've got the long section,
Yep.
and then the other half that we've folded together. So all we're going to do is flip this over so that I've got the long section at this side.
So it's the reverse, isn't it?
Yeah. And then the long bits fits to here, the short bits fit to there, and that's where you get that shaping for that Z fold.
Easy when you know how.
So I've literally prepped this with a little bit of red line tape on the back just before when I came in, and got that ready to stick down. You can see how I flip between the glues, just glue fit for purpose. And we're going to line this up with the outside edge of the card there and stick that piece down. And then the second half, again, I've done the same, and this sticks to the back of the card. So again, everything should line up, and I just want to look at the distance that I've left here and echo that at this side so it's about even, and then give that a press down. And then again, I've just created some extra little embellishments. May all your dreams come true, this time is my sentiment. And that's going to go on this side here. And then we've also got, I think they're on either this show or on later on this afternoon, we've got some of the mini dies on as well. And we've got, so I've just chosen a couple of little butterflies. Again, you can't go wrong. I've got a slightly larger one that's from a different set, and then the little one is from those mini dies. And we're just going to use those to embellish with.
Are in the 3 o'clock show?
Yep.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to pop the larger one just on that front edge to accent here. And then we're going to put the two smaller ones on the back there. Okay, so one on the back, and then I've got, these are just out of scraps that were left over from projects. And then all again I've done on the one that I did at home. I'm a big lover of gems. Everything has to have a gem on it,
Why
Dave.
not?
But you can never have too many sparkle, can you? So I'll show you the one that we've just made here together. You can see there. And then if I lift this one up that I did at home, you can just see that on the butterfly there at the top, and then across the centres of the flowers, I've just added some little gems in there. So let's move that one so it doesn't confuse the issue.
The Edgeables are going to be back at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Catherine in Nottinghamshire, she says, hi Dave and Jan, loving the show, got my Gemini and I'm loving it. Used it to make projects for Mother's Day, and both sets of mums loved them. That's good to know. Nice one, Catherine. And remember, today and tomorrow are the last days of the offer for the Gemini machine, where you get the £70 bundle of extra goodies from Crafter's Companion for nothing. Okay, if you want it, pop it on the screen and we'll get the details there. It is PW2003, £179.99, and it's on 4 split pays. Jan, see you at 3 o'clock.
Yes, we'll do.
We've got Resin with Joe and Cheryl after a short break.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, we are Hobby Maker. Welcome back on this, is it Wednesday?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah, Wednesday afternoon. You enjoyed yourself so much last time. You come back for more?
So, well, yeah, we've got to torment you, haven't we?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of hours, actually. This show and in 2 hours' time, it's all about resin. This is Cheryl. This is Joe. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Now, what are you going to be doing for us? You're going to share the demos, yeah?
Yeah. We're going to take you right back to basics.
Okay, good.
Okay, and we're going to show you the art of resin,
right?
Basically, using different elements from the kits that we've brought. It's fantastic resin, so easy from beginners to advanced.
We've all been outside before the shows earlier on today, just marvelling at everything that you've brought us here. I mean, Cheryl, these wonderful finished samples we've got here, these beautiful collectibles, all of this has been done with resin and you can do the same at home. And top tips and techniques are going to be discussed and demonstrated in this show and in the latest show at 4 o'clock this afternoon as well. But Cheryl, I mean, how long have you been doing resin for?
Probably about 8 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the table and all that sort of thing?
The table is Joe's.
Right.
I've done similar at home and like the big geode that Joe's done. I've done that. I've done freeform geodes up to my shoulder height.
Wow.
Massive, that's out on my patio, but yeah.
Okay, and we've also in the show got a product that actually helps to hold the resin in place. Look at that geode, that's incredible. That's got to be, what, about 2 foot across?
Knocking on 3 foot, that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? And all that shimmer and shine is from glitter, so you can add all sorts of things into your resin, can't you?
Yeah, glitter, glass, which we've got in the kits, mirror glass, looks really fab. You can add real gemstones and they don't lose their healing properties or anything like that. So the only thing resin doesn't like is water.
Right.
So as long as, like with your dried flowers, things like that, as long as they're dried properly, they'll be fine.
All right, well, Cheryl, we'll send you off and we'll see you with the demo in a little bit of time. Let's have a little look at some of the things that are on the counter here, Joe, because these are quite amazing. I mean, resin, to be honest with you, without anything to hold it in place, it's got a little bit of a mind of its own, hasn't it?
It has. What it does, it self-levels and it kind of, you pour it and it then goes, ha, 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 I'm going to go here, there and everywhere. So what I've done is brought out a brand new product. No one else has got it. I haven't even got it on my website. and it contains the resin, but it's peelable, so it's like a rubber, basically.
It's this, but it basically, you make it yourself. It's called Mix It, Peel It. It's actually on our website right now if you'd like to get it. And the idea is that you can draw a shape and then make your Mix It, Peel It to that shape, and then it solidifies, and then you can pour your resin. So it's like a reservoir, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah, it just holds it, and you can, you know, by using that as well, you've got free form, so you can do any shapes that you want to. You're not just stuck to pour in a pool of resin and it just decides where it wants to go.
Okay, so this is the Mix It, Peel It. You get everything you need to, basically when you mix these together and follow the instructions, it will create a substance like that you can mould to whatever shape you wish and pour your resin into it. So if you want to do the geodes like we've got in the show here today, that's how they've been done.
Yes, yeah, free form. I mean, Cheryl was, years ago, she introduced the art of freeform resin. And since then everyone's been doing it, but it can be, it's not quite as easy as it seems, so just by having that gives you're in control then.
Yeah.
You know, you've
Absolutely.
got that resin in control.
Okay, well what we're going to do is we're going to go through, there's about 4 or 5 kits that Joe's put together for us that's going to give you everything you need to get started. The only thing you won't get is the Mix It, Peel It, which you might well want to invest in if you fancy doing the geodes like this. This is my favourite.
That one, stunning,
Absolutely
isn't
gorgeous.
it?
They're
Yeah.
genuine crystals in the middle there, but you don't necessarily have to put real crystals in if you don't want to. But if you like the idea of making your own geode like this, go for the Mix It, Peel It to give you that fantastic reservoir, that kind of edge, and then of course go for some of the kits that we got here today. So if we start with this one first, Joe, what's in here?
Yeah, so you've got a total of 375 grams of resin. So it's a 2-part resin. I always use a 2-part resin. There's various different types. You get a 1-to-1, which is really jewellery grade. Then you've got your 2-to-1, which can be used for jewellery, but also your artwork and your things that you want some strength in.
Okay.
So it's just a brilliant, ideal starter kit. You've got various different colours that I've put with them. So you've got your resin, you've got some mirror glass, some glitters and some micas. So hopefully it's just an ideal way to get going if you've never done it before.
A really affordable way of getting going as well. All completely non-toxic. $24.99 is your price if this is the kit you'd like to go for. And that's ZG 1393, that's the product code for that one if you want those colourways. The next colourway we've got for you, same sort of concept and you get the same amount of resin, but here you've got gold glitter, a big tub of gold glitter, you've got beautiful blue glass.
Yeah, absolutely love the micas.
And then you've got your micas over here as well.
Yeah, you've got a great sea blue, and then you've got a titanium in there as well. Absolutely fantastic colours.
Great, and great value, $24.99 for that one. Next colourway we've got for you, this is, well, this is kind of an opaque glass, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a pearl finish.
Right.
So, yeah, it's really pretty, really is pretty. And then you've got obviously the purple glitter, and then you've got a really nice aubergine colour. It's quite dark, but it's absolutely stunning. And then you've got a copper brown as well in that one.
Okay, so that's if you love those colours. If you're a purple person, that will be the one to go for. Next, if you're more of a pinky person, we've got the pink glitter. We've got, of course, your micas there as well, and we've got the beautiful, well, it looks like amethyst actually.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, and these ones are a mirror glass, so they all sparkle and shine as well.
Fantastic.
So yeah, you've got your different colour combinations there as well.
And the colour of the mica is?
You've got a pearl white. I'm not quite sure
purple, isn't it?
That one is right, but I will check that.
Okay. Yes, aubergine you get with that one, so that's the right one.
Oh, right, that is right then.
Okay, so that is that kit. Details on the screen there for that one. And then finally, the last kit we've got for you is this one just here.
Yeah, there's some micas missing from that. There should be some...
Oh, no, they're at the front.
Oh, they're at the front?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
There they are.
It's because I'm only little, that's it. So again, you've got like a really deep sort of cranberry colour there, absolutely stunning. Your blue, gold and apple green. And again, they all look just wonderful together.
So those are the resin kits we've got for you that give you everything you need to get started, basically. And you don't have to put it in the oven or anything like that. It just cures naturally.
It just cures. What happens is resin people use the word curing a lot, but resin will set. This one takes about 6 hours at room temperature. Might take longer depending on the thickness, but it's not a 24-hour palaver. But resin will set, so you can demould, you can touch it, but it carries on, the curing process carries on for about 30 days.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean that you can't use it or anything like that. It just means that it just gets harder and harder over that length of time, which really is really important when you're using a resin, because this is non-toxic, you're not getting the fumes. But if you've got one that's toxic, over those 30 days, it's still releasing all those toxic fumes, which people don't realise.
No. Okay, now let me also show you something that I've got a top tip for the show. As soon as I saw these moulds, I just thought, oh my goodness, they are amazing. Okay, now the Green Man, first of all, I'm going to show you. Now you make all these moulds, don't you?
Yes, we do, all made by hand. So we do the designs, we make the masters, pour them.
So this one is called what?
He's Vic.
He's Vic.
Yeah.
Okay, he's Vic the Green Man. Now you look at the mould and you kind of think, well, what's it going to give me? Look at this. Oh my word. And you can use these moulds for all sorts of things, can't you?
Yeah, you can put them in your artwork, or they can stand alone outside. You know, you can put them on the wall. Lots of people put them in the garden. So you can just, as they're drying, you can just get a bit of wire, bend that in, put that in the back.
So obviously you could put resin in there, but you could also use air dry clay or
air dry clay, the casting compound that I had on last time.
Right.
And you can mix the two, so you can do a layer of resin and then put casting compound on top once it's set.
What about that? Is that going to be an ornament for your garden, indoors possibly? It's stunning, isn't it? The detail is incredible. That's $14.99. Top tip, that one, TX1322 is the product number for that one. And then this one is Bob.
That's Bob.
So if you want Vic and Bob.
Face, old Bob.
Look at this.
He's cute, isn't he?
Again, that's a resin you've used in there, yeah?
Yeah, that's resin in there. Dusted the mould and then poured the resin into there.
I can't believe these prices, only $14.99 if you want Vic, and then if you want Bob, the details are there. He's $14.99 as well, but again, look at the detail in that. Are these food safe or not really?
No, they're not food safe.
Right.
We don't tend to go down that market. We make more for the resin, but they are shiny. You get some moulds that are food safe, but they have a matte finish, and if you have a matte finish, you get a matte piece of resin come out like frosted. Where, because these are shiny, then they'll come out like crystal.
Well, those moulds are amazing. I think we did actually tease you with them last time you were here, Joe. So if you want them, they're in stock right now. What about that? Amazing. LJ1342 if you want
Bob.
If you want the previous one, that's Vic. Right, demo time. It's all about how to use the resin, and I'm intrigued. Am I going to have a go as well?
Yeah, I've got your pair of gloves. We haven't got a lot of room here, so it's a little bit cosy. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is get you to mix up some resin.
Okay. And we have actually got the larger containers of just the resin, 3 different sizes on the website as well if you want to stock up with just the resin and nothing else. If you've already got your glisters. I've got enough fingers. Oh, no. Sorry.
Got nothing. What, the gloves?
Yeah, can only count 4.
So it's a really easy mix, and it's a really forgiving resin. Resins have just got better and better, you know, over the past couple of years. But you just have to watch some funny named resins, because there's a lot sort of flooding the market from abroad. So always just check. Just try and go for a UK manufactured resin, because you know that it's going to be compliant with all our regulations.
Okay.
You know, that's the best thing to do, and this is all manufactured in the UK. So I poured in, well, 49, say 50. So it's 2 part A to 1 part B.
So I put in 25.
That's it.
Okay. So we're on a scale, that's how I can tell.
Yeah. And if you go over a little bit, doesn't matter. I've got wobbly hands, so I always tend to go over.
So up to 75, there we go.
That's
Spot on.
Spot on.
That never happens at the petrol pump.
No, it don't, does it? Right, now you see all that's got a streaky top?
Yes.
Yeah. Just mix it until all those streaks are gone.
Okay.
Okay. People say like 3 minutes, but it just depends really. Now this resin's got a really good air release, so what you'll find is when you're mixing, you are going to get a lot of bubbles in it. But don't bother with torches, heat guns, things like that. You don't need to.
Okay.
What it does is it cooks the top of the resin before the rest.
Right.
So you get an uneven finish, and you can also get patches on it as well. So just make sure you've got a good resin like this with a decent air release.
Okay, well this seems to be really simple. You know, a 2-to-1 mix is not difficult to work out,
No,
is it, really?
no, not at all. So I've got you some cups there. You're still streaky at the moment?
What do you reckon?
A little bit more.
Bit more?
Yeah.
Okay. So just stir for about 3 minutes or thereabouts?
Yeah, just until all your streaks are gone.
Right.
Now I'm going to use a couple of different coloured micas, and also I've got a white paste on the show as well. I always say, with most things that we do as well, just stick to 3 colours to start off with, because you don't want to just get confused, and 3 colours can just look absolutely striking. You don't need to go mad.
And are these micas special, or are they just ordinary crafting micas?
They're pure mica.
Pure mica.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they've got no binders, no additives or anything like that, and that's what gives them their, you know, their shine. Absolutely stunning micas.
So you just mix a bit of what,
All right, so
what I've
I've
mixed,
just-
the part A and part B.
Yeah, so this is already pre-mixed.
Right.
You should be all right now, I reckon.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all right. So don't worry about your bubbles.
Okay.
What I'll do, if I give you another couple of sticks, I haven't give you 2 huge pieces. It's not that I'm being mean, it's
That's
just
all right.
that obviously you've got work to do as well. So you've got some micas there, all right? So choose what micas you fancy.
Okay, I could choose any of these colours.
Yeah.
I think we had a question from Mandy, and she says, I can't read it from here, what kind of working time you get before it starts to thickening up, please?
Oh, well, on room temperature, you've got 40 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can use it to your advantage, really. I don't like having a short working time because that just throws me into a bit of a panic. So if I do want my resin slightly thicker, this is where the mix it and peel it comes in, because the powder you can use to thicken it,
Right.
which we'll do that as well.
How much mica do I need to put in? Is that enough?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
plenty. I normally do sort of tip of the lolly stick.
Right.
All right. So,
I'll go with purple.
and what you're going to show is you've got a black, that's just acrylic paint.
Okay.
You've got a black and a white one. So just experiment with your different coloured backgrounds, because that affects the overall colours of your finished,
Right.
like of your finish of your mica, which you'll see. Having a black background or a darker background will give you a more rich colour, and having a lighter background will be, you know, oh, I'm here.
Okay.
So,
So I've got silver, pink, and turquoise.
Lovely.
Okay.
Okay, so just share that between the 3.
So just pour this, divide it into the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love doing shows with you. I do things that I've never done before.
Oh. It's good though, isn't it?
It's great. It's great fun.
I like people. I like teaching people.
So then just mix it in.
Yeah, just mix it in, and they look absolutely lush once you start mixing them.
You're not joking. Look at that. Look
Do,
at that
don't
pink. Wow. More like a fuchsia.
Yeah, and that's got what do you call it? It's got like a 2-tone to
Okay.
it. Now I've got you some glass over there as well. So I'm just going to put some glass in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Might have to mix up some more resin.
Oh boy. When you mix the mica and the resin together,
fab,
I mean,
isn't
it's just so rich
Yeah.
and so reflective. I can see how you've got into this as a hobby and a craft. It's become
It
your
is
thing.
very, very addictive. And it's good to kind of push things a little bit as well. I do like to experiment to see, you know, how far we can go with things.
Okay, now another question's come through, and it's from Kim. When the resin's set, apart from gilding wax, can you colour it with anything else?
Or you can use anything, yeah, sprays, acrylic paints,
Right.
anything that you would normally use.
Okay.
So yeah, it's quite accepting.
Okay, so I've mixed my 3 colours. What do I do next?
Okay, right. So what I've done is I've put some glass in the middle, and then I've just poured 2 layers, 2 rows, all right? So you've got blue, and you can use either or both.
Actually, I'll mix it up. I'll do a bit of both.
Yeah.
So just put it in the middle, yeah?
Yeah.
No rules as to how much or how little?
No, no.
And remember, all these kits have got your glass chips in them as well. It just depends on what colourway you want to go with. And they're all available on the website as well. If you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk, that's where you'll see everything.
I'm going to mix up some more resin.
Okay.
Because I need some more. That's it. And then just start pouring your colours in, whatever order.
Now the Peel It Mix It, remember, that is brand new. Let me just quickly show that to you before I start to pour. But this Peel It Mix It, basically when you mix this together, develops into like a frame. And it's a product that obviously is liquid when it is mixed, and then when it sets, it becomes this barrier, so you can pour your resin into it, and it will then basically make the resin the shape that you've made your Peel It Mix It. So you could actually kind of trace a certain shape on like a silicone mat or something like that, and then pour this over, and then it creates that barrier. And you can do as many of those geode shapes as you wish. Now we've only got 30 of these available, and already nearly 30 of you are getting these in your basket. So if you could please check out, that would be fantastic. So this is brand new, hot off the press. It's only $12.99, EX1313. And it just gives you basically a frame to pour your resin into. And do remember, only 1 P&P for the entire day. So you can get everything that's in the show, everything that Jan brought you in the last hour as well, and you'll only pay $3.95. All of these items, as you can see there, are listed on the website, okay? And that's hobbymaker.co.uk. Right, so
All right, love.
I'm about to pour now.
Okay. And you know we had loads of bubbles.
Yep.
You can still see them popping. They've just all coming to the surface, and we've not needed to put any heat on this at all. So really, resin is about just chilling, enjoying the process, and trying not to sort of force it and rush it, because you get far better results by just taking your time with it. Because you can get these fast set resins, which really aren't really suitable for use in crafts. They're industrial,
Right.
But you can't do artwork or anything with them. So yeah, just enjoy the whole process.
I am.
Good. Right.
I'll do the pink last. So I've got to be careful not to go off the edge with this, haven't I?
Well, we've got a plastic mat underneath, so
Okay.
don't worry. You can, what I should have done actually earlier, the mix it, peel it, what you can do is to go around the edges of your boards.
Yeah.
So when your resin's set, you can peel it off, you've got straight, nice, clean edges.
Okay.
All right.
How's it looking?
I think that's looking rather nice.
It's looking all right, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just going to pour a bit more blue on. So I didn't really have enough.
Now, loads of you coming through are going for the Mix It, Peel It. Joy in East Sussex, Deborah, Anne, Wendy in Shropshire, Sheila in Kent, Sammy in Staffordshire, Rachel in Cheshire. Loads of you are coming through for it. And I think we've actually got more of you within your basket than we've actually got stock. So please, if you could check out, that would be fantastic. There's no limit to what you can make with it. You just draw a shape on your silicone mat or on whatever, mix the two components together, what's in the bottle and what's in the packet, mix it together, follow the instructions, and you've then got this wonderful frame to pour your resin into. And then it's got somewhere to stop. Whereas if you didn't have this, the resin would keep on traveling. So it's going to give you a geode shape, and you can be really, really artistic with what you put in the geode, can't you?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Right, so what I'm going to do, this is just an ordinary little dryer, okay, and I'm just going to
What, heat gun or a hairdryer?
No, hairdryer.
All right.
So I'm just going to start moving the resin about.
Okay.
Might need a little bit more on there.
Could you use a heat gun if you've got one in your craft room? or
Oh,
is
I
it too
wouldn't
hot?
bother. Again, it will scorch the resin.
So yeah, in the very, very few exceptions where we say don't use a hairdryer, in this instance do use a hairdryer.
Yeah, this has got a cool setting on it,
Right.
so I'm just using the cool setting on here. Just need
What have you lost?
clear resin I had. Did I use it all? Might have used it all. Oh, never mind.
Now we have actually got the bigger bottles of the resin on its own if you want it. We've actually got, bearing in mind how fast this is selling, and this is the no fuss resin, basically it's just let it air dry and air cure. Now the 1.5 kilograms, which is the biggest one I believe, this is going crazy. It's $49.99. YT1302 is your product number for that, and that's going to give you what of part A and what of part B?
You're going to get a litre of part A.
Right.
500 grams of part B.
Okay. So that's the biggest one we do, yeah?
Yes, yeah, that's the biggest one we've got at the moment. I'm planning to bring bigger, but that's the biggest one we've got today.
Okay. Now, loads of you are putting this in your basket right now. YT1302 is your item number, $49.99, and that will make so much, won't it?
Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Sorry about that. You can take the girl out of Essex, but yeah, absolutely loads. I mean, we've just, considering, what have I used here so far? Size of this board is 18 by 12.
Right.
And I've used about 100 grams, was it?
Okay.
Something like that in total. So you can see how far it's going to go. Sorry, I'm getting to that age where I can't talk and do it at the same time.
I'm just wondering, if I wanted to do like the coffee table that's down at the front of us here
Yeah.
in the studio, would I be able to do that with...
Easy.
Really?
yeah, I would say not even half. You wouldn't use half.
Okay.
On
So
that.
for basically less than £25, because you use less than half of these big bottles, you could cover that coffee table. Look at that. That is something you'd be so pleased and proud to have in your home, in your lounge, in your bedroom, wherever you want to put it, in your office maybe. It's incredible.
And that's just one of them cheap ones, you know, from that shop, the Swedish shop.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I think that was about £7, something like that. But worktops as well, you can use it on. Splashback for your kitchen. So you can just play about with this as much as you want.
Look at that. That's amazing.
And then what I'd probably, well, I would continue with more resin around there. But it kind of starts developing and it will settle, so you'll get little tiny sort of cells and different things coming up, just so you've got patches here and around there. But also, I mean, you get in depth with it.
Totally.
So you can see through those layers, even though I've sort of blown them on top of each other, you can still see the layers underneath.
So, say for example that coffee table down there,
Yeah.
did you have to kind of pre-prepare it with anything?
All I would do is get your mix it, peel it, and just brush that round the sides.
Right.
So just in case you go over the edge. And then once it's set, just peel it all off.
Okay.
But literally just pour straight on it.
Well, the Mix It Peeler is going very, very fast. I don't think we've got enough stock. We'll see if we can get any more stock back for later with the later show. We've got people on the phone now, as well as on the website, wanting that. EX1313, $12.99. And what it does is it creates that kind of frame to stop your resin from moving, okay? It just keeps it all in one place. And, of course, later there is another show at 4 o'clock. So if you order something in this show and then you come back and order something again later on in the 4 o'clock show, you know, it's just 1 P&P for the whole day up to midnight tonight, just $3.95. But, you know, your creativity can absolutely go crazy with this.
Yeah, and you know, it hasn't got to be hard at all. Just choose your colours, just blow it about and see what effects you get. Try and do it on a level table. You can see that's going over the edge now. But then you can get some quite nice waterfall effects by it not being level.
I haven't heated mine yet. But
that's all right, give it a blow about.
While we're doing that, I'll give you the details of the other resin bundles we got for you in different sizes. We've got a 750 gram and a 375 gram. And again, you're getting part A and part B, and you mix part A and part B together, 2-to-1 ratio, but the full instructions are there as well. How'd you turn this on? Oh.
That's it. So I'm just going to mix some of the powder from the Mix It Peel It, just to show you how it thickens.
Oh, this is amazing.
It's just nice blowing them about, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So that Mix It Peel It, I mean, we've gone from a runny resin
Oh.
You see, you can even pipe with it.
Right.
So that is just the powder into the resin. So as I say, if you wanted to do, you know they do that blob art where they put layers and layers on. You can do that.
So that will stop the resin from travelling where you don't want it to?
Yeah,
Right.
so that will just stay there now. It will even itself off a little bit. You won't have all like the pokey bits. That's nice.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
For a beginner.
Yeah. So if you did the same on there, see, you watch the difference in your colours.
What, if I do the same on the white one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what we'll do quickly. Well, I just want to give you details of the other kits that we got in the show, because what Jo's done, she's put together basically different formulations of the, well, not different formulations, but different sizes of the resin, together with glass chips, and also you've got glitter, and you've also got micas. So we've got all sorts of different ones available. If you're not sure which item number is for which colourway, just check the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see them. Is this the one that relates to that one? Oh yeah, that's that one there. Okay, so that's the one that's got the pink, and also it's got the pink glass. It's got the hang on, no, sorry. It's got the grey glass. It's got the pink mica, and it's got also, of course, the glitter in there as well. It's kind of the translucent clear glitter that you've got with that one, and that's $24.99 if that's the colourways that you'd like. The next colourway. That's coming up on the screen any second now for you as well. That's going to also be $24.99. And what colourway is that one? WB1323. It's got gold glitter, blue mirror glass, Reese Brew mica, and titanium mica as well. Really lovely. And then, of course, you get the resin there as well, part A and part B. So for value for money, these kits are really good.
Yeah, they are. And they're just ideal to get you going. And once it gets you going, you know, there's enough in there, like you've got enough mica in there to do more.
Okay.
Once like your resin's used and everything. But no, they're just an ideal way to get going. If you thought, oh, I wanted to give it a go. When two of our DT girls had never used resin before.
Okay.
And they've been like really pleased with the results, and the samples, I'll have to try and find them. Samples have been brilliant from them. And they said how easy it was to use. So, yeah, no, it's good. We get good feedback from it.
Now, we've had loads of messages coming through today, which is always lovely. Tracy in Flintshire, she says that large disc in front of me will make a great wall clock. This one here.
That one, yeah.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, you
Amazing.
can do that. Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? And Hazel just messaged in to say hi.
Hi.
That's all she says. But
Hi, Hazel.
Hi, Hazel.
Oh, I think that's our Hazel.
Oh, is it?
Cheryl. Yeah. Hello,
Right.
Hazel.
Right, let's get the blue on here as well. There we go. So the idea is to kind of leave a gap between it and then just blow it with the...
Yeah, because your resin will find its own, like it will spread. So rather than getting it, you know, really close together, just let it do its own thing.
There we go.
All right.
And then get the old...
Blow about.
Yeah, get the blower out again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. You can always put more on.
I've created a crater where I put the glass, but that's fine.
All right.
So the thing is, no two results will ever be the same. Well, it's very hard to try and make them the same.
Now, can you see the difference in your colours?
Yeah.
On your black and your white, you've got richer, you've got brighter.
Yep.
So just have a play about with your background colours.
And this will be dry how long?
About 6 hours, it'll be touch dry. And then, as I say, it's sort of the curing process carries on.
Look at that. I can't lift it up because otherwise it's all going to fall off, but you get the idea. But really, really love it. It's a difficult angle to kind of get the camera on, but the colour and the reflection coming off that mica in there is absolutely amazing. And again, you know, whether it's going to be wall art, whether it's going to be tabletops that you're going to be decorating, whether it's going to be clocks you're going to be making. I mean, I've just got to grab one of my favourite. I'll give you that back, Joe. Oh. Let me just grab. I'm just going to grab this one over here. This, to me, is, if this was in a shop, I'd buy it, without a shadow of a doubt. And it proves to you the versatility of it, because this is actually genuine crystal in here that you've put into the resin.
Yeah,
and it's set and holds on to it. But look at that. This is the sort of thing you can do with resin.
Yeah.
And what else is in there? Glitter?
Yeah, you've got glitters. What else you put in there, Cheryl?
Just glitters.
Just glitters.
And of course, the actual mix it, peel it, you obviously did a frame like this with the mix it, peel it, that shape, and just poured the resin in and just let it dry, and there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
About 3 layers, so I did quite a thick one.
Wow, we're now really limited stock on the mix it, peel it. So if you want that, remember, first time we've had it here, what it does, it is a liquid base. It's a powder and a liquid that you mix together to create that kind of barrier. And when it dries, it forms like a foam, like a rigid foam.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just peelable.
Right.
Yeah.
And it then gives you the shape that you've chosen because you've drawn that shape.
Yeah.
And you can make it into a geode. Now, it is also suitable for making jewellery as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
Resin?
definitely, definitely. So if you wanted to do smaller pendants, earrings, something like that with that.
Yeah.
And again, they wouldn't be framed. They would just look totally natural because you just put that edging on and then take it away. So you've got no need for frames or anything like that.
So yeah, you can use the resin for that. You can also use the mix it, peel it as well for ornaments like this, but also smaller items for jewellery as well. Now the 1.5 kilos of resin, the big one, that is now very, very popular. It's $49.99, remember. I've got it in front of me. I'll just put this back, actually. I'll leave it there for now. This is the 1.5, there we are, look. So you've actually got, it says on the label as well on the front, part A to part B, it's 2 to 1. So 2 part A, 1 part B.
That's it.
That's A, that's B. Mix them together, and there you go. You're ready to pour, and just then let it naturally cure. There we go. So if you want that one, that's going to be able to do an awful lot of projects. I mean, you said it could probably do 2 of those coffee tables, if not more.
I think more, to be honest. Yeah, I think I only did 1 coat on that. I might have done 2 coats, but I know it didn't take a lot at all.
But it's also a lovely way of upcycling furniture, making it interesting again, and maybe reselling it.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
You know, and to make sort of geode coffee tables as well, that's really, really popular.
Cool.
Because you can, even if you've just got some wood, I mean, I've made river tables before, but even if you've just got a square or whatever shaped wood, even a geode, say like that big one, people put legs on those.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So, yeah, so yeah, can do anything.
That's a showstopper, isn't it? It really, really is. How beautiful is that? Now, Gloria just messaged and she says, keep all the drippings, makes fantastic
they do.
backgrounds once dry.
Yes,
Oh, good
yeah,
idea.
they do. Yeah, they do. And you can even sort of cut them up, even if you're doing moulds, like because our moulds are quite deep, you can even sort of cut them up and use them as fillers in the moulds. So you're using less sort of new resin, basically.
Yeah, and yeah, do keep what drips off the side, but always make sure you've got like a plastic sheet down or something
definitely.
like that.
Yeah, especially the mess I make.
All the messages are coming in. Can you make table mats and coasters?
Yes, you can, yeah. The only thing is most resins are heat resistant to about 90 degrees. So it's got quite a good tolerance, but the only thing is if you've got a hot cup with a ring on it, I mean I have black tea, like peppermint tea, and put that onto resin, even though it's not as hot as what the heat resistant is, you can sometimes get a ring left, but then you can just wipe it away. Okay. But yes, you can. Just let them harden. Yeah, just let them go through their curing process.
Okay, we're putting the first kit back on the screen for you. That's the one that comes with that kind of like a titanium coloured glass chips, the reds and the pinks, and you get your part A and part B together. What sort of quantity do you get in the kits of the resin?
So you're getting a total of 375 grams. So you're getting 250 part A, 125 B.
Brilliant. Okay, so if you fancy any of the kits, they're all the same price, but there's different colourways. $24.99, and it's yours. Have you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's Joe's demo. We'll get Cheryl in just a second, and then we'll crack on with our next demo as well. So these are the kits that we've got for you at the moment. So ZG1393, $24.99. There you go. You get all of that for that price. So it's a perfect starter kit because you get your translucent glitter, you get your kind of beautiful grey glass chips, you get your pink mica and your red mica as well, and then of course you get your part A and part B resin too. All of that for $24.99. If you prefer more gold and blue and turquoise, then this one's going to be right up your street. You get the gold glitter, you get the blue glass chips, You've then got your silver, and you've also got your turquoise blue micas as well. So that's another one for $24.99. And really, Joe's put all of these together because if you are a beginner, it can be a little bit confusing as to what you need to buy to be able to get a good result. Everything you need is in here, okay? So that is, if you want that one, SN1340. And as you can see, this geode here, if you love the idea of making something like this, for example, do bear in mind that you've got to go for the Mix It Peel It, because the Mix It Peel It is what creates the frame that will hold your resin in the shape that you design. So that's brand new today, remember, and you're going to get your packet full of the powder and you get your mask as well. So you mix it together, follow the instructions, and it will then create your barrier which holds the resin and stops it from just kind of going everywhere and slipping. Okay, the next one, this is your clear glass chips, and again you're going to get different colorways here. You've got your aubergine mica, you've got a bronze mica, and you've also got your beautiful purple glitter in there as well, again with your resin part A, part B. That's AL1345. Once you've seen the demonstration, it's kind of eureka, kind of light bulb moment. It makes sense. It's something new that you've never tried before, but look at what you can make. Real beautiful art that you can either have in your home and be proud of, or you can sell what you make, of course, as well. And if you are into crystals and anything like that, semi-precious stones, you can incorporate those into your resin as well. And then the last one that we've got here on the top, oh, there's one more after this. This one has got your purple glass, you've then got your pink glitter, you've then got your, I think that's aubergine. Yeah, that's aubergine. And then you've got your clear mica as well. So that one on the screen there is again $24.99, as they all are. And that item number is OB1367. The final one has got the yellow and the green mica, so springtime colors really. This is also, again, a burgundy collection of glass chips, and you've got that beautiful blue glitter. And that's the last one there, okay? But they're all photographed. If you've missed any of the item numbers, check out the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. That's where you'll see all the options. And remember, don't forget those moulds. Vic and Bob, the moulds are just amazing. To make something as detailed as this, while Cheryl's just getting set up, let me show you Vic.
Yeah.
That's Vic. Okay. Vic is this one. That's what comes out, whether you're using air dry clay, whether you're using resin, whatever it might be, but that is something really beautiful. Using a bit of gilding wax as well to give it that kind of vintage look. I mean, those would make fantastic plaques, decoration in the home. Maybe you've got a conservatory or a garden shed or something like that. That would look good, maybe on the door. Obviously not suitable for exposure to the wind and the rain and that sort of thing. Let's do Bob as well. Here's Bob. He could even be possibly a Father Christmas if you wanted him to be, if you did him in like festive colours. It could be.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can make him look quite Christmassy.
But isn't he lovely? Again, a couple in a frame or just hung on the wall or on a door or something like that. Absolutely brilliant. They're only $14.99, and it's a totally reusable mould, of course, as well, and the detail's phenomenal, and Joe actually manufactures these in the UK. So if you want either of those or both of them, remember there's only one P&P to pay all day of £3.95. Now the Peel It, Mix It, ever so quickly, this is what is brand new today. It's not been on air before. The next three of you will be lucky. Whether we can get more stock for the next show, we'll have to make a few phone calls, but certainly there's only 3 left, and I think most of you have got them in your baskets right now, so please do check out. That confirms your purchase. But just so you know exactly what this does, you can use it liquid, but of course you can also let it set, and it becomes like this kind of rubber, like a rubber frame, into which the resin will sit, and it stops it from moving, and then when it's dry you end up with a geode like we showed you earlier on. I think that's what we're going to be talking about now, Cheryl, isn't it?
We are.
Okay, good to see you again.
And you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, well, this is proving really popular actually. Everyone's loving this.
I tell you what, when Joe sent it over to me, because of a product I'd used in the past, I was quite unsure about it, and now I love it, and I'm quite excited about coming on and doing it here today.
Have we got any more stock, Joe, for the latest show if we sell out of this?
I'll check.
Phone calls are being made. Right. Okay. Jolly good. We'll let you know at 4. So because this is going to sell out any minute now. This. Okay,
it's
Cheryl.
worth it. So all I've done is silicone baking mat.
Yeah.
Now the ring that's over there was on here, but travelling up, I'm afraid I went round the corner a bit fast and knocked it, so it came off.
Okay.
You can restick them. I've done it with a glue gun, and then you can still keep peeling off because that's rubber, that's silicone. So you can keep reusing. So quickly before we came on, we did just a thin one, which you're going to be pouring into.
Oh.
And I'm going to show you in a minute this is another silicone mat, so we can just draw a shape. Do you want to draw it?
Okay.
Draw yourself a geode.
All right. Doesn't matter how wide it is, or
No.
there you go.
And the one of the ones that I did on the sample, if you want to have a hole in the middle, you can also pipe that in the middle.
Ah, okay.
So you can have one with a hole, so it's like a proper geode. But we'll just do that one today. See how we get on. So while I'm mixing up some of this peel it, mix it, you've got some resin left over.
Right.
So you can actually put some glass and use up some of that resin in there.
Okay,
Or
we'll put it in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want to mix up a little bit more clear, because a little bit of clear over the glass in the centre always looks really pretty.
Okay.
Right, so there's no real weight to ratio on this, is there?
No.
It's mixing it to what I'd call a batter,
Yeah, yeah.
like a Yorkshire pudding
Clotted
batter.
cream.
Clotted cream or a batter. So I'll stick about 50, I'll do that one.
Now remember, if you have any questions, Joe and Cheryl are here not just for this show today, but also they're here at 4 o'clock with more demonstrations as well. Slightly different kind of take on the show at 4 o'clock. But any questions, email in or just send your message on our website. When you go to the website, it says contact the studio. You can just send your message there. We'll get it. We'll put it on the screen and answer it if we can. How long is the shelf life of the resin? That's from Chris in Devon. Thanks, Chris.
At least 9 months.
9 months.
Yeah, just keep it room temperature.
Okay.
I mean, it's got good UV resistance. So the only thing that's going to happen is if you stored it in the sunlight, then it might yellow a little bit. Still be usable, still set. So yeah, just keep it in a bag. Just yeah.
Okay.
I put a little bit too much powder. It just shows you really don't need to put a lot of the mix it inside to get to the right.
Do you actually,
consistency.
well, that's on the silicone mat,
Yep.
you leave that to dry before you actually start to pour the resin, or you can go for it straight away?
Joe's done it. She's a bit braver than I am, so Joe's done it after about an hour, haven't you? You've left it even less than that.
Well, no, I'll be truthful. I have literally piped it on and poured into it,
Right.
Whereas I wasn't that brave. I left
Still
it.
kept everything.
and it's still peeled
So
off.
that's been an hour,
Okay.
just in the hour before we came on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That we quickly did that one.
So I can now start to pour my
The
resin.
resin in it,
Yeah.
yep. So
Use what I didn't use up earlier on.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Do you want me to mix you some more up?
Yeah, please.
Would you want?
So again,
mix
would I
it
go
or
round in
resin?
circles?
Resin for this one. Yeah,
Yeah.
do it like a geode.
The geodes are circular, aren't they? Go round.
So also what I do on mine is once they've set, if you want the extra lines, you can use a Posca pen. So I tend to use gold, black and white,
Okay.
and just pop some extra lines on, so it gives that little bit more detail.
Well, lots of you are going for the extra top-ups of the resin, which does make absolute sense.
So I'm going to pop this in a piping bag. You can do it straight out the pot, as it were, but popping this into a little piping bag. Now, I'm wondering why I can't see. It's because I've got my glasses on the top of my head.
At least you found them. I normally say, where's the glasses?
No, I can feel though. I can actually feel them on there, and I'm thinking, why aren't I seeing clearly? Never mind.
Right, I'll mix
pop
you up
mine in a
some
minute.
jolly.
Okay.
Thank you. Right,
We're all getting involved
Yeah.
today.
all of us.
All of us here.
Right. Now, I'm just going to get my scissors, cut the end off my piping bag. It'd be a good idea to put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing.
You're getting on a bit now, you know.
We all
You
are.
don't have to remind me. So I'm just going to snip off the end of that piping bag, and I think I might have split.
What are you going to be making? What's going to be your first thing? I mean, I'm doing a geode here, and the thing is, no two geodes would ever be the same. You can have so much fun with it. And remember, the kits that we've actually got today are purposely put together by Joe and Cheryl to give you everything you need to get started. The micas are in there, the glass bits are in there, of course, as well. The part A and part B that you mix together, absolutely perfect. Just choose your colourway. They're all $24.99. That's all they are. And then if you want extra of the resin, we've got the 3 sizes. Remember, that's the big one. That's the one that's $49.99. There are 2 other sizes slightly smaller as well. So, okay, so now you've popped it into a, piping bag?
A piping bag. Now, I split this,
Okay.
but I'm going to do it anyway. So then it's literally pipe that round. This is going to come out too thick because my hole's too big. But going by this, you could kind of do this when you're not very tall on a high bench.
If it splits, you just put it back together, yeah?
Yeah. So I would need to mix up more and do it in a... I made a right pig's ear of that, haven't I? Shall I do it again?
We get the idea.
You can't. It looks like something else. I think we'll have to mix up some more and get a proper piping bag with a smaller hole.
All right.
Sorry
so you're looking
about
for the
that.
consistency. Yeah, I suppose you could add a bit more of the liquid now.
Yeah, now you could use that. We could plonk that in the middle and leave that in the middle if you like, so that we can have a hole when I mix this up properly again in a minute.
Okay.
So apologies for that, everybody.
Don't worry. Have we still got any of the Mix It, Peel It? It's looking pretty low in stock at the moment, but if you want it, there it is. That's your powder that you mix with the actual liquid in the bottle. Get the consistency to the consistency of what?
Double cream or batter.
Okay. So not quite as thick as we did the first.
No, that was a little bit thick, a bit over ambitious. Mind you, joys of live TV, eh? Just shows you how you can mess up. The best of us can mess up.
Well, it's live TV, so anything can happen.
Exactly.
You know, and if you're new to something, the chances are, you know, you'll experiment, and sometimes it will go wrong, but other times it'll be absolutely spot on.
Absolutely. So that's a bit too thin.
Okay.
I'm not going to go OTT this time. A little at a time.
The focus in the 4 o'clock show is going to be still resin and everything, but we're also going to be bringing in alcohol inks as well, so how you can use that with resin. So we'll be showing you that at 4.
That's better.
Now, a lot of you are putting the big offer of the resin in. Now, remember, it's going to go a long, long way. Joe reckons you can at least do 2, possibly even more, of those coffee table tops that are down the bottom there. So if you think, maybe, let's say you can get 3 out of it for the coffee table, you know, for basically about 13, 14, 15 pounds, which is what it would cost you to use the resin on the tabletop. You reinvented the table, made it something of beauty and a beautiful thing to have in at home, or if you're going to sell it. I mean, what would you sell that coffee table for? You get a lot of money for that.
Yeah, I've sold them for about £80.
80?
Yeah.
I'd have thought more.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be so generous.
I'm useless at pricing.
Oh, you really?
Yeah.
Right, we'll try this again.
Okay, this is an ordinary everyday kitchen piping bag.
Yep.
I suppose you can make your own out of a plastic bag and
You
snip
could
the
do,
end
and
off.
I did just use a plastic bag at home the first time I tried piping it because I hadn't got any cake piping bags.
Right.
And not having cut such a big hole in the bottom, which I haven't even done yet, hopefully we'll get this right.
I've got a thing about geodes. If ever I see them in shop windows, I always stop and look at them. They fascinate me. To be able to make your own.
Right, now we can cut a tiny bit off the end.
Okay.
Do you want to have a play? Do you want a pipe?
No, you do it. I'm not going to be held responsible for getting it wrong. Oh, that's more like it.
That's a better consistency. I can clear up that bit in the middle, I'm not concerned about that. And then basically, if you want it a little bit thicker,
Yeah.
take it round.
So if you're going to put maybe more than one
yeah,
layer
now
on.
if that falls down, don't worry about it. You can lift that back up. Finish this going around.
It's like a barrier.
It's a barrier. It's all it is a barrier to stop your resin running all over your table. So that will do it.
Mm-hmm. And then leave that for about an hour,
Yes.
and then you can then start to
And the beauty of
pour the resin.
doing it on a silicone mat as well is all of that will just clean up before you actually pour your resin in, so
Right.
you can have a nice clean surface. So you don't have to have that great big bit in the middle either. We'll take that out. But we will leave that in there. So when we come back on the 4 o'clock show, if we've got time, I'll have cleared that bit, cleaned it up in the middle. And I like
Gloria says, like meringue, looks lovely. What does that say afterwards? Oh, lovely and messy. Oh, what fun.
Well, I have made a mess. I don't normally make such a pig's ear of it when I'm at home in my little art room. I can normally be quite neat and tidy.
You know, if you're a crafter, half the fun is getting in a bit of a pickle, and enjoying yourself and trying things that are different, that are not run of the mill every day.
Right, so we'll leave that one to dry until later on.
Okay.
And we can carry on pouring some resin into that one.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move that one to the front out the way. And Joe, I believe, has mixed us up some resin, haven't you? Mm-hmm. So
Where's the resin, Joe?
Just here.
take those off. So there's some
Oh, here.
resin now. I'm going to put some clean gloves on.
So this is pre-mixed by
Pre-mixed.
Joe for us.
Yep.
So all I'm going to do now is just, can I reactivate the mica in
You
here?
can, but you'll probably need to add some more.
Okay.
So there's a bit of gold there for you, and we've got some white, got some nice
Can
green.
I put the gold in with the blue? Would that work?
You
or
can do. It will act a little bit like a chameleon then, so you'll see some gold, some blue.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
I'll give that a go.
Give it a go. There's no rights and wrongs, is there, when you're crafting?
No. Now, we've only got a couple of minutes left on this hour. I don't know where the time's gone because I've just
Well, I'll
had
let
so
you.
much
I
fun
won't
with
bother
this.
putting my gloves on then. You can do the message.
But you are going to be back at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yeah.
And it's more of the resin
Yes.
and alcohol ink.
Alcohol inks, which our Joe over there is the queen of blowing flowers with alcohol inks.
Oh, okay.
She really does some stunning work.
Cool, that works. Look, blue and gold.
There you go. So in some lights you should see that, I mean, it has gone quite greeny.
Yeah.
But
That's
yeah.
what I was hoping, though. Oh,
That looks like a periwinkle green,
yeah,
doesn't it?
it does. So again, remember, the mix it, peel it, as you can probably see, is stopping the resin from going over outside the edge. There we go, look.
And if we've got enough time quickly before we go, you could mix another colour. Let's do a gold.
Okay, I
So
think we're out of time.
put the mic, we're out of time. aren't we?
Yeah, we've got about 50 seconds.
Oh, well.
To be continued.
To be continued.
It continues.
So, Joe, we're doing alcohol inks later on.
Yeah,
4
we're
o'clock.
going to do moulds, more resin, alcohol inks.
Okay, and don't forget those moulds. Vic and Bob, they're my top tip. You've got to get those. They are brilliant. They really, really are. They're all on the website if you check out hobbymaker.co.uk. And remember, you can get the large bundles of resin. You can get the resin kits that have got the mica, the glitter, and the glass elements in there as well. They're all listed on the website for you. See you at 4 o'clock then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Loads of time if you want to get yours in your basket and check out, and we'll come back with stock updates and that sort of thing a little bit later on at 4, and more techniques as well. Jan's standing by in the wings. We've got more from Crafter's Companion, though, coming up in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Hobby Maker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here At Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everybody, yes, it's Wednesday afternoon. We're Hobbymaker. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. Had a blast with the resin in the last hour. Really enjoyed that and looking forward to the next show, of course, with Joe and Cheryl when they're back at 4 o'clock. Lovely Jan's with me.
Yes,
welcome back.
With the gloves on, having a little dabble.
Having a
That
go.
was good fun.
Is it really good fun,
Yeah.
actually? Yeah, really good fun. Anyone can do it. You'll love it. You really, really will. Okay, now Crafter's Companion. That's what we're talking about. Now, I must admit, Jan, I've not seen stencils like this before, ever.
These are amazing. So you can actually create scenes with these, Dave. So we've got 2 stencils in there and masks, and I will explain the difference when we come to demo. And then you have a set of stamps to sort of enhance that scene. So you build the scene as a background,
right,
and then stamp into it with that focal image. So yeah, there's lots of different options with these. We're going to demo these first to show you how they work.
Okay.
But yeah, really nice collection. There's some really pretty elements in this one.
So it's stencils and stamps all together, and you can see that each packet's got either 10 or 11 elements inside it, so you're going to get an awful lot for your money, but it means that you can create these wonderful scenes purely in silhouette, all silhouette scenes or not?
The concept was to do a silhouette, but
Right.
there's no reason why you can't use any of your colours on them, really.
Okay.
Yeah, you could use any coloured inks with them.
Now, they should be $77.94 if you bought all 6 of them, okay? $77.94 with 2 split pays, but not today. We have got a cracking price on this, so much so it's not even 60 anything. It's going to go down below to $44.99 for all 6.
Yeah,
The
that's
boards
really
hopefully
good
will kind of explain a little bit more about how easy these are to work, and it makes everyone into an artist, doesn't it, really?
It does, just simply by using ink and an applicator. So I've actually pulled the boards out here for you to have a look at. Can you see them behind the if I hold them a wee bit higher there for you. So you can see that we've got 2 sets of stencils. All right, and then you've got masked elements as well. So basically, a stencil is something that you ink through to create a design. A mask is something that will cover that element up for you to then work on it with other elements.
Gotcha.
So for example, if I wanted to stencil the moon here, I would use the open part of the little moon stencil here. But then when I wanted to do any work over the top of it, if I didn't want to have anything over the top of the moon, I could mask it out with this piece, which would cover it up to then allow me to stamp over the top. But you can get some really nice sort of looks just using different colours. So you can see we've popped the idea together here, that, you know, with the concept, using that stencil in a silhouette there with the black ink. We've created a nice background with some of the other inks. And then the little girl on the swing is the stamped element, which you can see here, that are all block stamps to create that silhouette. So yes, the idea behind them is that they're done in black, but there's nothing to stop you using any dark colour really to create that silhouette. They'd look nice in a dark purple or a navy, something like that.
I'm just thinking back as well, whenever we've done like silhouette card kits, for example, they've always been some of the most popular card kits that we've done. So you obviously love the silhouette idea. It can be really, really effective effective. I mean, that image of a little girl on the swing, maybe on a spring evening or something like that, is fantastic.
Yeah.
You've got both the front and the side view of the girl on the swing
and then
as
you've
well.
got the little dog or the little cat, which I think is gorgeous,
Yeah,
just
really
to have
cute.
sat at side of her here on the swing. So they're just a couple of options that you can make with that particular set, and that one's Beautiful Moments.
Now, this next one,
Now that one's a really, silhouette-wise, I think that beats them all, doesn't it?
what about going on safari?
Yeah.
There you go. Wonderful, wonderful stencils. You can make incredible cards and incredible scenes with this. I mean, as Jan's going to show you with this card
when
here.
you pop that colour tone into it there,
at
I
that.
think it sort of illustrates that savannah sunset there, doesn't it?
No mistaking the giraffe, the elephant. Absolutely superb.
Really good fun to have a play with these.
Absolutely. So there you go. You've got all of your block images of the animals, the tigers, the leopards, all that going on. A little baby elephant that I've just seen as well.
Yeah,
And
so
you get
can
these,
create like a little family.
and you get these lovely verses. Family is a circle of strength and love. Friendship makes life more beautiful. And family is a little world created by love. So that's number 2.
Yep.
Then we go on to number 3, which is this one just here. Now, this is the turtle. And again, the opening, it could be at the bottom of the water looking up to the surface or the other way around. Again, all this decorative, we've got the mask and you've got the stencil, you've got your coral, your seaweed, your bubbles and all that sort of thing there as well, the dolphin and the mermaid.
Yep, so you get the turtle in there and then you get the mermaid as well. So either of those will fit in that aperture that the stencil creates there. So yeah, it just looks as if she's sort of looking up to where the light is on the water, doesn't it? Really clever with the
clever.
inks, how it creates that image.
Now this next one, lovely romantic scene, maybe on holiday, maybe in Venice or somewhere down the park or something like that. You've got these beautiful outdoor scenes, the little 2 lovebirds there on the...
Yeah, they're so cute. There's so much detail in them, there really is. And then you've got the couple here holding hands, and then the alternate stamp there is that little couple under the umbrella there as well. So again, you know, even down to the wrought iron work on the lamp and everything, I just think they're absolutely gorgeous.
Really clever concept, stencils and the block stamps that work together so beautifully well. Now, we all like a little bit of myth and magic, and in that case, cue the unicorn. Yeah, absolutely. Dream big, dream, imagine, believe, follow your dreams. But there you've got, well, is that like the Earth?
It's to do the moon.
Oh, to
so
the
you've
moon,
got
right.
sort of the details. You know, it could be, I suppose, could be the planet, but the idea is that you can stamp. You know, you always see that little bit of shading on the moon. If you stamp it in a really pale colour, you just get
Like a light grey or
sort of
something like that.
You know, I mean, it's been done in black and white on that one. You can see there where it's added that detail to the moon. You may want to keep it plain, like this one on the block, but then again, just using that stamp adds that little bit of originality to it. I just think they're gorgeous.
Excellent.
And again, there's the stamp in there. We've actually used the clouds in the back of that one as well, so you get the stencil to create the clouds and everything on that one.
Well, we're busy for this already. I'm not at all surprised. And then the last set, and remember, all of this is inside each of the packaging, so you get a lot for your money. This one, as you can see, is the fairy theme. You've got You Give Me Wings, Make a Wish, Magic is in Your Heart. And then you've got, of course, the mask and the stencil on all of these, which is fantastic. And that could be looking through into the fairy glen there, couldn't it?
Yep, so you've got a little sort of example there, and then I've just pulled another card out there. We're done with the pink tones again with that fairy. We're going to start with the fairy here, with the little toadstool, and show you how to build this to get it to a design,
Well, obviously I've seen stencils before and I've seen stamps before, but combinations like this with a silhouette theme I've not seen before, so maybe you're the same. All 6 of them. What can we do the price, I wonder?
Ooh.
So next, is this the details for what we're looking at? Yeah. So this is for the stencils and the stamps? Or is it a different item?
I think
Right, yeah, it's a smaller bundle, right, gotcha, okay. So if you want these 3, JB2034, so that's going to give you the mermaid, it's going to give you the little girl on a swing, and it's also going to give you the safari as well. So if you fancy those 3 on their own, that's $38.97, but it's not. It's going to go down. Like we dropped the price on the main collection, let's drop the price of this one going down. And where's it going to go? If you want those 3, stamps and stencils, $25.98.
for 3 of them.
Yeah, that's
Less
what's
than
that about?
£10 each, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about £9 each, something like that.
That's amazing value for what's in there.
And what you can create just using your ordinary inks that you've got at home is absolutely stunning. You'll need a good quality black ink, wouldn't you?
Yes.
What do you recommend?
Well, I've got a couple that I'm going to show you that I'm going to work with. I'm going to show you the differences between them from our Spectrum Noir range. So whether you like it to be really jet black or whether you just want a hint of black. Depends on which ink you're going to use. So we'll talk about that in the demo, and I'll show you the products I've brought to use today. Yeah.
So that's those three, if you want those, LT2017. Now another set of three, which we're going to show you the picture of. There we go. So this is going to give you the fairy, it's going to give you the unicorn, and it's going to give you the couple as well. That price is coming down as well, probably to the same price the other three were a couple of seconds ago. So here it comes. Here it is. Confirmed, $25.98. But of course, the best value is to go for all six. And did we have split pay on the six? I think we did, didn't we? We did. We'll give you the details of the six again. You can buy them as sets of three. You can buy them individually on the website as well. But of course, the best value is always when you buy the bigger bundle. And here it comes. Item number for the big bundle, where you get all of those stamps, all of those stencils, SG2035. Remember where it went price-wise? We're going to drop it down again for you. You can call on the free phone number 0800 001 4433 if you'd like to purchase it. Even if you're a brand new customer, the operator can, of course, make you a member of Hobbymaker. If you want to join on the website, you can go to www.hobbymaker.co.uk and fill out your details. All we need is your email address and just make up a password, and then you're in. Simple as that. Okay, so that's the set of six. You get lots of elements in there for your money. First split payment is $22.49 plus your $3.95 P&P. But if you've already bought something, maybe from Jan earlier on or from Joe and Cheryl in the last show, you've already paid your $3.95. You don't have to worry about P&P for the rest of the day until midnight tonight. Right, now we've also got a couple of other goodies, bundles in the show that are better than half price. Now, when you see the deal, you're going to want to put these into your basket as well at the same time. Too good to miss out on these, Jan, aren't they?
That
That's this. So basically what you've got here is a lovely selection of stamps, and you also get a stencil with a banner on it, and the idea is that the stamps work
Yes, so they're a layering system, these. So you've got three elements that create that little sort of posy kind of effect. And then the stencil allows you to create the banner, and then all the wording is curved to fit that stencil area, and there are different sentiments to stamp through the centre of it. So yeah, again, depending on what colours you use, you can create very different looks with them.
And they're all numbered, 1, 2, 3, so you know what goes down first, what goes down second, and gradually, if you use different coloured inks, it builds up that kind of three-dimensional picture, which is really good, because normally on a stamp, you normally just use one colour, don't you? Whereas this, because you've got 3 or 4 different stamps, you can use all those different colours, and the sentiments match your stencil. So this is the next one we got for you. Again, it's all numbered 1, 2, 3 to create that lovely three-dimensional spray of flowers there that you can see. And again, lots of different verses. You've got, trying to read some of them. To a beautiful, amazing person, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Sending hugs and happy thoughts. And the last one is wishing you many years of happiness. And all those verses match the banner that you've stamped. Perfect. And then the last one in the set of 3 is this one here, which again is going to give you that particular floral display.
Yep.
And again, all the words and verses match the shape of the banner.
That's that one.
And you can create designs like that.
Yeah.
So various different shades of the same colourway maybe, or completely different colours. You are in control. Now this is better than half price. It's $18.99, UV2041, $18.99, and you get the whole lot. So you've actually got about 27 elements in total in those 3 packets. So it's amazing value, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, I'm going to show you how to use those later on in the show. So if you can stay tuned for the whole hour, we're going to concentrate on those silhouette stencils to start with. We're going to have a look at these ones, and then we've also got some more stencils to show you as well, along with a nice collection of the pigment inks. And again, we'll talk about the differences between the inks as we go through the show.
Okay, well, before we do the demo, we've got one more item to show you quickly. Now, this is a selection of stencils all the way. And again, this is another better than half price deal, okay? I always think stencils are unsung heroes because you can do so much with them. You can emboss with them.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this one's a good example here because we've actually used some embossing with it. So again, you know, you think, well, they're just dots, Jan. They're just dots. But again, when you pop them into cards, it does make a difference.
Massively.
Butterflies there. I love this one. Absolutely, with the rosebuds on.
That's the rosebud floral. Then you've got this one, which is your abstract swirls.
Yep.
Then you've got your love hearts. And then the last one, I think it's my favourite one, the elegant trellis.
We're going to use this one. We must be on the same wavelength, Dave.
It's almost like a cable knit jumper, isn't it? A bit like that.
Yeah.
So all of those, $35.94, that's the start price. I said to you that they're going to go below half price, better than half price. Where is it going to go price-wise? MY 2014 is the product number. Look at that. All of those, $16.99 for the whole set. 2 for 6 stencils.
Yeah.
For about three quid each.
7 by 7 inch ones as well, so they're a good size. Doesn't mean you have to do a 7 by 7 inch project, of course.
No.
You know, you might want to just do it on a small area, but they're actually a good size for a background if you want to create something a little bit larger.
Well, what a cracking deal that is. Remember, less than £3, or about £3 per stencil. For a stencil of that sort of size is really, really good. MY 2014 if you want to pop that in your basket. And please, if you go to the website, everything's there. You can see everything from Joe and Cheryl in the last hour, everything from Jan in our first hour of the day at 1 o'clock. And you can, of course, multi-order lots of things. You will pay no more than $3.95 postage. That's from midnight to midnight every single day, but that offer applies. It's not a special offer just for today. It's always the case. No matter how many things you buy in a 24-hour period, it's just $3.95 to get the whole order delivered. Right?
Fabulous. I love that postage.
Yeah, I do too.
I've not come across that anywhere else. Normally, the more you buy, the more the postage, isn't it?
Yeah,
so it puts
exactly.
you off a little bit sometimes.
It does.
But this, having that opportunity, well, I love something off that show, I love something off Joe's show, something later on, and you've just got that one price at the end of the day. Phenomenal.
And if you suddenly realise you've run out of glue a bit later in the day,
Yeah.
you think, oh, I've got to phone up again, get some more glue, it's going to be another $3.95 postage. No, it's not. Just one P&P for the whole day.
Right, so we're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to start with those silhouette stamps and stencils, all right? So I've chosen the Magic is in Your Heart, which is the one with the fairy there, and there are a couple of different fairies. We've got the one with the toadstool, and then we're going to stamp the alternate one out today. So in your package then, you're going to get a little pack of stencils, and we'll go through those in a bit more detail in a second. You're also going to get your set of stamps, which again, you know, these, if I put my hand at the side of that, they're a good size stamp. You know, you can make a decent size project. We're going to use this one that's sort of the fairy in flight on our project this afternoon. And then you've got 3 lovely sentiments in there that are appropriate to your theme. Cool. You also get in there a little instruction sheet as well in each one. It's the same pictures, so don't think you've got the wrong one in the wrong pack, because obviously this has got the unicorn on in the fairy pack. So they're the same pictures, but it goes through how to use the stencils if you've not been able to sort of follow the demos here, and how to get, there's some inspiration on the back there of the ideas that you can do with them. So we're literally going to start from the beginning. We're going to talk about not just the stencils, but the inks as well, and the difference, as I said, between those stencils and masks. So take these out of the packet. You get 2 of the larger ones, and one of them is a stencil and one of them is a mask. I keep talking about this. So if you're wanting to stencil through something and get a background, okay, for example, this one, if I stencil through here, I'm going to get that lovely tree background on there, and that's what we're going to use on the top of our background.
Do you know what? Sometimes stencils look like stencils. Those don't.
The cutting on them, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that, you know, cut that out with a knife or anything like that. It's just really phenomenal. And I've just got this on a piece of acetate because I've got some repositional adhesive on the back of here. Right. And I do recommend that. I'm not sure whether we've got that loaded on the website. I haven't checked, Dave. It's called Stick and Spray, and it's an aerosol adhesive that's repositionable. So I can actually peel this back on and off. But what it does is it keeps the stencil in place, because obviously there are lots of little fine areas that are cut on here. And the last thing you want to do when you start putting the ink in is damage that stencil. So a little bit of the repositional on the back of there, and it's going to stick to the project.
It's not on our website yet, but it will be in the future when we get our full website up and running.
Yeah. And then this one is technically what's come out of the gap. So you can see it's all cut together as one piece. But if for any reason I wanted to cover up that area that I've inked and work in the centre, so if I take this one away and use this one, I can then start working in that centre area, and it covers up what I've already done. So that's the difference between the stencil and the mask.
It's the positive and negative,
it
isn't
is,
it? Really?
it is, yeah. And again, they're all cut together. You can see the same with the moon area there. If I want to ink my moon and make it coloured, or a sun, I can go through the gap. If I want to cover that up to then work on it, you can put this bit over the top, and then you've got the same with the idea with the little clouds as well. So let's see this in action then. So on the show today, we've actually brought our pigment inks, and we just touched on these if you were watching the show earlier. So again, a really nice colour palette of blendable ink. It's a water-based ink, but it stays wet for quite a long time, so it's sort of a two-fold ink. So I'm just going to use them for blending with today.
Okay.
But these are great if you're wanting to do any of the stamps. For example, you could stamp your image in one of these inks and then add a clear embossing powder to it, and you would get like that glazed effect over the top of it. That's harder to do with an ink that dries really quickly. So again, we have got other inks in the range, and I'll touch on that when we come to the black ink. So I have started this at home because it does take a little while to build up the layers, but I'll talk you through what I've done so far for my background. So the first thing I did was just add a little bit of adhesive and pop my moon in the background there. And then I've got a couple of sponge applicators which we've popped on the show for you. They come either with the round sponges, or you can get a rectangular one with the rectangular base on it. Now again, the only real difference is the surface area, and again it's one of those things that try and see which you prefer. I tend to have no rhyme or reason. I swap between them depending on what I'm doing, and it depends what I've got available, so I do use both.
Well, we have actually got the details coming up on the screen for the blenders if you want them. They are on the show right now, and again a perfect thing to add into your order because you won't pay any more postage than $3.95. So they're $16.96 for the blending tool and the sponge collection. 20 sponges in total with the tool included too for that price.
So these are on a lovely sponge pad. The pads are different depending on what type of ink it holds. So this one is on a sponge pad. And again, I'm just literally loading up my sponge applicator. And all I've done with this one is take the applicator. I usually tap off any excess because I don't want a big round splodge on there from that applicator. Tap off the excess, and I've literally just worked it over the top. This was started out as white, plain white card, and you can see there just bringing that in. The more you layer it, the more depth of colour. But what I wanted to create was this area in the middle here that's got a little bit of light in it. So again, just taking it around, you can just see a hint here where I've actually used the little clouds, and I did use the darker ink for this one, and just off by using the mask and just taking it off the edge there, you get a suggestion that there's actually a cloud there. If you wanted to do the whole cloud, you could literally use the stencil part and ink through it there. All right, so that's the difference between them. But yeah, just pop this into certain areas, flick that ink off the edge, and I haven't even re-inked this one. This is what was already holding in there, and you can see how it builds up that lovely idea that it's a sky there. So for the moon, I always like to have it a little bit dark around the edges. So I literally just pull it out from that mask there to the sides, and I like to keep the moon quite sort of pale.
Jan, we've just got the details coming up on the screen for the 10 ink pad bundle. Now, $44.91 for 10 ink pads.
Right.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
That's like £4.50 each.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. There you go. You're going to get all of those.
That's a good price again, isn't it? Yeah.
10 ink pads in total in all those different varieties of colours, as you can see. And these basically stay wet long enough that you can put embossing powder.
The embossing powder, yeah. So the
the
idea
top.
is if you want a coloured image or a coloured sentiment, you can stamp in a coloured ink, and then I just use a clear embossing powder.
So it means you don't
rather
have to
than
buy
buying lots of different coloured embossing powders. It's one of the easiest ways to do it. These two colours are actually in the bundle. I've tried to stick within the bundle wherever I could. There's an odd one sort of slipped in where I needed an extra colour. But the pale fig is the lightest of the purple range, and damson wine is the darkest. So we've got a nice contrast there. So again, once I'd done the lighter area, I've gone into that dark one, and all I wanted to do was just darken it up around those edges to draw you into that sort of centre area.
Just
so
thinking,
just pulling it round the edge here.
Just thinking how much it would cost you if you bought 10 different embossing powders in 10 different colours. Now you just buy the ink pads and just get the clear embossing powder. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. I have a big tub of clear embossing powder and literally just use that over the colours, and it is more economical that way. So that's my background, and like I say, I did do a lot of the work there on that already, but I wanted to get to the actual stenciling aspect. So we're going to use the stencil part because I want to create those trees into my design. So again, I'm just going to peel this off carefully because it has got a little bit of residue of the sticky on the back there. Now the sticky doesn't damage your design. You can always, you know, just pop this over where you want. Now I always cut my cardstock larger than what I need. So you can see there that I've got a piece around the edge that's actually, and I trim it down to the size that I want then, because you've got something to hold on to here when you're working. Now the black inks, we have 3 different types of ink in our collection. So the ones that we've got on the show today are the pigment inks. We've talked about those staying wetter for longer. We also do a quick dry ink, which is literally what it says on the tin, and I'll show you this in a second when we do the stamping. Really nice silhouette black on that one. We're going to bring in the stamping platform and stamp that fairy in when we've done the background.
So being quick dry, it's less likely to smudge?
Yes.
Right.
I'll show you. I can literally, the minute it's hit the paper, I can rub over it and none of that ink moves. It's incredible. And then the third one in the range is the water reactive dye ink, which again, these are all water-based inks, so they can all play nicely together. But again, you get a nice sort of coverage. Now to try and blend with the quick dry through the stencil, I'm sort of flogging a dead horse because this is meant to dry as soon as it hits the cardstock. So to use this one in here, it's going to be really hard work. The pigment ink will work, but it's not as dark as this one.
Right.
So I'm going to go with that water reactive one. I'm going to take my applicator, load this up, okay, and literally just take it through the stencil. Now I'm just going to bring my cloth in to hold it in an attempt to not end up covered in black ink. So just pounce and push that ink through the stencil. I'm not worried if it goes over the edge because I'm going to trim this panel down to the size that I want for my card.
Okay.
Now some of my adhesive's actually wearing off there. I can just see where the stencil's lifting a little bit, but just go with the flow of the stencil. So if you've got a little bit that's cut, don't drag away from it here, otherwise it's going to lift it and you're going to end up with problems. So I'm literally following the flow of that stencil, and you can see the more that you add in, the more the depth of colour we get in here. Turn that artwork to work with you, and again I'm just sort of pushing it through that stencil in the sort of orientation that that's been cut. So I've got a piece here that's loose, so I'm going to come down from the top so that I'm not working against that area. And you will have much more time at home to get this done properly. So it's a case of building up those layers. I'm going quite quick here because we've got such a lot to show you on the show. But again, just dragging that ink.
And it, like I said before, it doesn't look like a stencil at all. The image that will be left on your card. Sometimes when you use stencils, it kind of looks like you've used a stencil, but with these,
honestly, they really do create. There's been a lot of thought put into the detail on the stencil, even down to all the, you know, the little wildflowers in there as well. So the more you go through this, the more you layer it up, the darker it will become. But I'm just going to go quite quickly to get that ink in there, and you'll get the idea. I've got a finished sample of what it looks like when it's all done properly.
Well, bear in mind,
pushing it through.
6 stencils, details of 6 stencils on the screen for $16.99. That's obviously not what we're using at the moment. Those are the stencils over there. So they're the separate stencils, better than half price deal, MY2014, and they're yours, working out to about £3 a stencil, which is amazing. If you've got it in the basket, if you could check out, that'd be great. That confirms your order. And remember, have a little look at all our shows for the rest of the day because you won't have to pay any more P&P if you've already paid your $3.95.
Right, I have gone really quickly with that. So as I say, at home, you'll have much more time to actually do a better job here. But when we remove this again now, you can just see the difference there. And I'm just going to pop that back onto my piece of acetate that's horrible to find on TV. There it is, because you can't see it, can you?
Now, if you're liking the look of this one
there
that Jan's doing, this is the main bundle that comes from, okay? So I don't want anyone to get confused. The stencils are better than a half price. They're a separate item, but if you like what Jan's doing at the moment with the beautiful silhouettes, then these are what you need, okay? SG2035, down from £77 odd to £44.99, and on 2 split payments as well, just £22.49 to pay today, and your £3.95 P&P. I mean, I just think it turns everyone into an artist. Everyone can do this. Having the silhouettes is really effective.
It's really simple, you know, and don't forget you can mix and match to a certain degree. There are some of them that will mix and match with other sets.
You could put a giraffe in there.
You could, why not?
To, yeah.
Why not? It's your, you know, it's your crafting license, isn't it? So just to show you the difference again with that mask, if I was to pop this one down now, this covers pretty much what I've just done. So I could start and work with some more ink. So for example, if we wanted to darken some of these side areas here, I can literally go through with that ink just to take some of that. And as I say, I'm doing it very quickly. You will have much more time at home. But just pushing that through the gaps in the trees there, you can bring that extra detail in round it and not go over the top of what you've already done. So then comes the stamped element. So again, you've got that lovely fairy on the toadstool. We're actually going to pop this one in the centre this time. So again, I'm going to bring in my favourite piece of equipment that we make, and it's the top of my list. If you are starting out crafting, I think we've actually got this.
I think we have the stamping platform.
The website, haven't we? Yeah, this is a magnetic base stamping platform. And for what I'm going to do, well, for a lot of what we're going to do this afternoon, particularly that second bundle with those layering stamps, this is ideal because it allows you to overstamp in exactly the same area that you've just stamped. Now, you can do that by eye, but it's a little bit of a gamble as to whether you get it lined up. And sometimes it looks as if your eyesight's gone funny because you only need to be a millimetre out and you get that halo around
it. Now, this stamping platform isn't in our show right now, but if you look back at some of the previous Crafters Companion shows over the last couple of days, you'll find it there on our website, and it is available, it is in stock. So.
Yep, so it comes with the grid on it, which is great for some of our, like the second demo that we're going to do. We need to make sure that things are stamped exactly in the right place. For this one, I just want to stamp an image, so I'm just going to pop it in the centre. It comes with the magnets, so we've got 4 magnets there to hold everything down in place, and then you've got your stamping platform lid there to pick up the stamp. So what it means is you can position this now wherever you want it to go. So I've got my stamp face down, and I want it to be sort of at a slight angle there in that centre aperture that we've created with the background. So again, pop to down, pop the lid on and pick up your stamp. And you know now that this is in the right place to work with.
Spot on.
So again, if I use my, where are we? Pigment ink, which is the ones that we've got on the show, I'm going to get a nice black image, but not as black as if I use one of the other two. Now for stamping, the perfect one is that quick dry because this is quite a large area and I'm confident now that once this is stamped down, it's not going to move.
How do you clean your stamps after you've used them? Microfiber cloth?
My little cloth, yeah. Right. You can see it goes everywhere with me. It's very well loved. This one's quite clean compared. I'm known for my dirty cloths. They torment me at the office for my dirty cloths. Like, what Jan got in a bag today? Oh, she's got a dirty rag in a bag, you know. But yeah, I'm not the best. To say that I am a stamper and I do love stamping, I'm not the best at cleaning them, but basically, just a good, and if need be, you know, if it's a little bit stubborn, you can just get, I just keep a little water spritzer in my bag. So
you don't get fluff off the microfiber, do you?
Not at all, no. But because all these are water-based, just by adding a little bit of water and a clean. Some people like to use baby wipes, wet wipes. Some people like to use a wet cloth. The only thing I wouldn't suggest is things like kitchen paper, because that will actually start and disintegrate and you'll get bits stuck all over your
fibres and that sort of thing. Now, the Spectrum Noir Harmony ink pads, they're going really, really well at the moment. Remember, you don't now have to buy anything other than a clear embossing powder. Because now you've got the colour and the fact that it stays wetter for longer, put the clear embossing powder over the top, job done. So these really will save you money long term. $22.45 is your first split payment, or you can pay in full if you want to. $44.91 is your price. Really good deal, working out about £4.50 per ink pad.
That's a good price.
That is a good price.
Yeah. and they do last a long, long time. So this one's slightly different. It is spongy, but not quite as open. It just needs to be a carrier to contain the different types of ink. So again, it will squidge quite. If you press it down hard, you're going to get that oval shape of the ink pad. And when these first came out, it was the first time I'd seen an oval shape. So a lot of my ink pads at home are square or rectangular, but this is really nice to hold. And all I've done is take my ink pad to the stamp, nearly always do it this way round, and literally just give that a good covering of ink. And I'm going to do it more than once to build up that black layer. But by popping this back in the platform now, we'd already worked out where we wanted the stamp to go. I'm just going to press down, add a little bit of pressure over the stamp, and then she's going to transfer into that image. Now, it's not quite as dark as I would like it to be yet, so I'm going to go and ink up again.
Hello to Alison in West Yorkshire,
Beauty.
Kathy in Dorset, loads of you coming through for the ink pads. You're loving them.
This is the beauty of having the stamping platform, because I'm now confident that when I press this down again, it's going to go in exactly
the right place.
that same place. And I'm not going to get that sort of wobbly halo around it that makes it look as if my eyesight's worse than it actually is. So again, you can see that depth. If we go for a third application,
It'll be really dark
you're
and
going to
solid.
get a really nice solid background on there. And even though I've got 3 layers of ink on here, let me just pop this one down. And again, all I'm doing is just adding a little bit of pressure over where that stamp is. Make sure it's all made contact with the cardstock. And then when we take that away, I really did say that these were quick dry.
Oh, you're not joking, look. No smudging.
There's 3 layers of ink there, no smudging. It literally, I don't know what's in it. It's got a magic ingredient that we're not allowed to know what it is. But as soon as it hits the card, this one, because that was the pigment, the water reactive ink would stay wet a little bit longer, the pigment ink longer still. So I wouldn't want to smudge this, but this one is great for doing sentiments and things like that. Perfect in the centre there.
Excellent.
So you can see where we've got to with her just there. Let's move this one out of the way.
So I remember when I first started to be interested in craft, all the different ink pads, it was a minefield. You know,
Yes.
which ink do you need for this? Which ink do you need for
We've
that?
tried to make it as straightforward as possible.
Yep,
These are the
you've done
3
it.
that we do for, as far as I'm saying colours, we've got black ones there as examples, but these are the 3 that we work with. They're all Harmony by Spectrum Noir. Quick dry, it says for crisp, defined layers. So again, exactly what you want it to do. When we come to do those layering stamps, I've brought some of the coloured quick dries because I want to know that one layer's dry before I do the next one. All water-based. Then we've got the water reactive. It says for blending and for distressing. All right, so brilliant for blending with the colours and things like that. And then we've got the opaque pigment, which again says blending and embossing. So you can do those nice backgrounds, but if you're wanting to, for example, stamp this image, it would stay wet enough, long enough to hold that crystal embossing powder, and then use your heat tool to set it, and you get that lovely glazed finish on it.
Great explanations. Now you know what all the inks do, and the ones that we've got on the show, of course, are the ones that stay wetter for longer. So as I said before, if you fancy treating yourself to those lovely colourways, $44.91 or $22.45 is your first flexi, or first split pay, should I say. And you can order it on the website too. Remember, if you've just found us, we are Hobbymaker. I'm Dave. This is Jan from Crafter's Companion. We've only been going, well, nearly a month now, in actual fact.
Really?
Yeah.
Crikey, that's scary.
It's a month
Yeah,
today,
it is,
thinking
isn't
about it.
Yeah.
A month today.
It is, because it's the 31st tomorrow, isn't it? Where did March go?
I know, exactly.
Along with the rest of the year.
Yeah, totally. But what we'd love you to do is become part of it and join us and shop with us. And if you're thinking, well, how do I do that? I'm not a member of Hobbymaker. All you have to do is go to the website, which is, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk, and register. We just need your email and a password. That's all you've got to do, and that gets you in. If you'd rather get the guys in our call centre, our friendly guys in the call centre, to do that for you, it's a free phone number, a UK-based call centre, 0800 001 4433. They will make you a member free of charge and ask you if you'd like to order something. And if you do, that's great. And also you can send a message to us. If you go to the home page of our website as well, there's a little area that says contact the studio. If you click on that, you can type a message up to, I think it's about 150 characters or something like that, and just say hello, and we'll give you a mention. Any questions you may have got as well, we can hopefully answer them for you. And of course, don't forget the call centre are always there. Have you any queries or need to talk to someone? There it is, 0800 001 4433. Okay, so.
Right, I've just seen the time now.
I know.
Crikey, it's like, where does it go? So yeah, I realised I hadn't brought my guillotine protein to trim this down. So I'll bring in the finished one that I'd already made. You can see we've got the same idea with the stencil, and then I've just added one of the sentiments from the stamp set, done with that black quick dry ink, and then I've just got a few little sequins on there out of my stash, little star sequins that just finished it off, and you can see there, popped it onto the card. So you can see how we've got from this one, just trimmed it down, matted and layered it on a little bit of silver cardstock, and you've got a really nice finished design. I just think they're great to play with.
Well, we've got some great deals in the show, not only the stencils and the stamps, of course that was our main focus, but we've also got a better than half price deal on those layering stamps and also on those fantastic stencils as well. I've just been handed a bundle of dies as well, which I'd forgotten about. Now these, you may have seen Jan use this in the earlier show, in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon. You used that one, Jan, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Birthday wishes. So basically what you've got here are 5 dies in each pack. You've got condolences, which I hope you don't have to use that often. But basically the surrounds, you've also got 3 different messages. So you've got congratulations, celebrate and condolences, all that will fit in the centre of that frame. This one, birthday wishes, you can also put get well wishes in there and sending wishes, because you get all of those 3 messages in one. Then we've got best wishes, best friend and best of luck as well, all fit into that lovely leaf border or leaf frame. Then you've got sending hugs, sending love and sending kisses. So basically one die is the outside and then the other dies are the sentiments that fit in the middle of it. Then you've got thank you, just for you and I miss you. And then lastly, you've got happy birthday, happy Easter and happy thoughts. So yeah, you've basically got 4 elements in each, or 5 in actual fact, in there. You've got the outside cutting edge as well. There's 30 elements in that bundle, and look at the price. $59.99 for all 6 of those. So basically £10 each, which is, I think, amazing, absolutely amazing. $19.99 is your first split pay of 3, but it's all about versatility and getting the right verse, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And I think the fact that you've got 3 different sentiments that fit within each of those designs, it gives you, because normally you'd buy one die does one thing. Yeah. But this has got that beautiful background, but then the interchangeable aspect comes from the choice of 3 sentiments that fit within it.
Clever idea. Very, very nice. Okay, now also we've got storage solutions for you as well. Now, if you're lucky enough to own any of our fantastic Spectrum Noir pens, alcohol pens, or the water-based ones or whatever, and you're looking for storage, we've actually got buy one, get one free on the trays. And what the benefit of the trays are, they actually store your pens horizontally. Because if you've got double-ended pens, you don't want to store them vertically because the ink's going to go to one end. So yeah, storing them horizontally is key. So you buy one, you're going to get one free for $19.99 each. Do you remember how many pens each one?
Each set of 6, there's 12 in a row, so 6 12s are 72? Yeah. 72 pens in one box full.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 144.
Each row, 12 pens, 6 trays, and then you're getting a second one in there, aren't you? Yeah.
Right, 144 pens you can store. And the most cost-effective way, buy one, get one free, basically, $19.99 if you want to have the best way to look after your pen. You spend a lot of money on them, why not store them in the correct way? And everything's literally at your fingertips then as well.
It is. You can colour coordinate them, so you can have them all in their colour families. And keeping them horizontal keeps that ink nicely dispersed between both the bullet nib and the brush nibs at the either end, because they're a dual-tip pen. If you stand them up one way, like so, your ink's going to fall down or drain down to that end. So if that's your chisel tip, that's going to be lovely and juicy. But when you come to use the bullet tip, it's going to be a bit scratchy because you've got to wait for that ink to flow back again. By keeping everything horizontal like that, you're distributing that ink evenly, and it is the best way to look after them.
And the best time to buy them while we've got them on a buy one, get one free deal. Makes sense. And if you've already bought something today, remember you don't have to think another thing about postage all day. It's free postage if you've already spent your $3.95 on something earlier on. So yeah, happy days. Okay, Jan, what's next? We're going to do the multi-layering stamps.
I'm going to show you how to do that layering stamp, because I'm just looking at the time, and the actual stencils are fairly self-explanatory. I have got a sample with those, I've got a demo, but looking at the time, I'm not sure I'm going to fit them all in. But this one with the layers, if people haven't come across this before, I just wanted to show you how that layering system works. So we might not get it all put together, but I've got a finished sample done. So on your pack, you get a range of stamps, and like Dave said earlier, they're all numbered. So I can see here that I've got number 1 to stamp first, then I'm going to put number 2 in, number 3. The idea of this is that you can do each layer in a different colour to build up that sample. So your stamping platform for this is perfect for lining things up. So I'm going to take that first one. I've popped a little bit of cardstock again, just a smooth stamping card in there, and I'm going to lay this one down, and you can see in the middle there that it's actually got that gap where we're going to pop the banner in eventually.
Right.
So again, I'm just going to get that one lined up at an angle that I want. And the first layer we're going to stamp, and these are the quick dry inks, so they're the same colour family that we have in the other 2 ranges of ink. So there are 36 colours altogether in sets of 3. So you'll get sort of, for example, with the yellow, a lighter medium and a dark yellow. The greens, a lighter medium and a dark green. So there's 12 colour families, 3 of each, and it's the same colour family for each of the inks. It's just that this is the quick dry one, because once I've stamped this layer, I want to go straight onto that next layer and not have to worry about drying time.
Okay.
So you can see there, just adding that ink. This is sort of the layer with all the foliage on. So I've gone for a green one in there.
People are going to wonder, how on earth, from a stamp, have you been able to get 3 different colours?
Honestly, it's when you look at the finish, and that's what you want. You know, you want to gift someone a card, and yes, they like the card, but then they start looking at it and think, actually, how have they done that?
Yeah.
But you can see how beautifully, and this is what I mean about them, look.
Yeah.
Absolutely
No smudge.
instant drying. All right, so they literally get a quick scrub with the cloth, and that's about as good as it gets for my stamps, Dave, because I'm usually way too busy to be messing about doing them all properly. So yeah, maybe follow someone else's guidelines for cleaning stamps. So then we're going to take the one that's got the number 2 on, which I think is that one. Yep. And this has got sort of some of the flowers adding in now. So again, if I move this out of the way, there is actually, on each stamp, there's a little right-angled element. You know, you can just see that there. If I pop it on the back of my hand there, there's a little tiny right angle here.
Yeah.
And if you line that up on a specific point on your stamp platform, each time in the same place, you've got to guarantee that your stamp's
I was going to ask you that. How do you know that it's in the right place?
But having said that, they're quite easy to line up. For example, I can see here, I've got the stem here for my daisy. I've got the stem, and this is the centre of the flower. And they're not bad. Once you look at them and look at where things sit, you can actually see whereabouts they're going to land. So I tend to just line them up like this, looking through the stamp, so that I've got things roughly in the right place. And once I'm happy with it, I can pick it up again with that platform. And this time we're going to go to the yellow one. So again, really nice bright yellow on this one. Nice, gentle, soft tapping. Not too hard, otherwise you're going to get ink everywhere, and it just wastes it really. You don't want to waste the ink. And again, I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to commit to that stamp, give it a little press. And if you don't quite get all of it as nicely as you would think, just re-ink and reapply it, just like we did with that silhouette one originally. So again, quick
I
clean
love
off.
this concept, I really, really do. And by the way, the ink pads that we were showing you earlier on, these are the quick dry ink pads that you're using, which is different to what we were showing you earlier on. The wet dry, or the ones that stay wetter for longer for embossing powders, Kim Novak in South Yorkshire, Alison in West Yorkshire, Douglas, Melanie, Kathy in Dorset, Angela in Kent, Carol in Derbyshire, you've all got these. Congratulations if you have, working out to £4.50 per ink pad.
So again, I've done the same again with the third layer. I've just looked through it and lined up that stamp where I want it. And I'm now going to take my turquoise, which is parakeet. It's the most gorgeous shade.
Very tropical.
And we're going to pop this one in now to add that third layer. And all of a sudden, that image then becomes visible, because it still looks a little bit, a bit patchy going on there. But when we apply this last one, it's going to apply the rest of that image.
It ties it all together.
And just brings everything together. You've got some depth in some of the leaves. You can see where it's added a little bit of depth onto some of the foliage. We've got that daisy in here, we've got the centre in there, just all lines up beautifully.
Superb.
And then somewhere in my packet, did I actually get, there we go. The stencils are just a small stencil with the banner on there. You can see, and where I've got my design here now, you can see that we've got that gap just left here in the centre. Okay, so all I'm going to do is take a slightly different colour. We'll go with maybe the lilac-y one because I've got a bit of ink left on that one.
And you get numerous verses in each stamp set as well that say different things, obviously.
And I'm just going to pull in, I don't want to colour the banner in total. I just want to bring a little bit of ink to make a suggestion that it's there.
Okay.
Now you can colour the whole thing in if you want. I've just grabbed a lilac one here, which is probably not the best colour, but if you bring it in from either edge, you can see how it creates that illusion that the banner's there.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, so that goes in the middle. And then you can decide which one of the sentiments you want to have in there. So we've got to a beautiful, amazing person. We've got sending hugs and happy thoughts. I like that one. What else have we got in there? We've got wishing you many years of happiness. Yeah, so different ones in there. And these are created exactly the right shape to sit over that little banner. So again, layer it up, sort of look at it from the top, get it in the right place. We're flying through this one. I'll put everything back together.
This is what Crafters Companion do so well. Come up with new ideas, everything works together beautifully well.
And this time I'm going to go back to that black quick dry because I want a nice crisp image there. So again, just to ink that one up. And this is going to start, again, I'm not even thinking about it. I know that I've got that positioned where I want it, and that's now going to go right over the little banner there.
Perfect.
All
Sending
right,
hugs
and then when you
happy
trim that down and add it to your card, that's what I came up with as a finished sample, using that same layering set there.
Well, remember, you're going to get, if you go for these stamps and stencils, the stencil is for the banner, but you're going to get 3 different floral designs, and they're just brilliantly priced, they really are. 3 completely different floral effects. I'll show you on the boards again as well. So basically, all of this makes that. And until you actually see the demonstration, it's not obvious when you look at it. You think, well, how do I get that from that? But it's just follow the 1, 2, 3 process.
Yep.
That's all you've got to do. And all of this, all 3 of them, for £18.99. So you're looking at just over £6 per stamp set with the stencil included as well. And you even get all those different verses as well. You've got basically violet roses, wild meadow, and classy florals. And again, like you were saying, Jan, people will look at the card that you've made for them and they'll look at it and think, how have you got all those different coloured flowers?
Yeah, it's sort of like you can ink stamps up with colours by using, for example, pens. So our watercolour pens, you can actually take direct to the stamp, but it's not as crisp as what you get with those ink pads. Those quick dry ink pads give a really crisp finish, and I just think it's sort of a really novel way of creating that little element. And again, you know, it could be a card, it could be featured on a scrapbook page. You might want to decorate the top of a gift box with it, a gift tag. You know, you might just want to use part of it. So many different ways, again, to use them. Really, really useful to have in that sort of arsenal of craft supplies.
Well, do bear in mind that if you want those 1, 2, 3 routine stamps, then you've got 3 of them in total, separately packaged as well. So if you want to have 3 separate gifts, it's only cost you just over £6 per set. Something a bit different and better than half price if you're quick. And they're all on the website as well. You'll see them at hobbymaker.co.uk. And you can buy them individually, but you won't get the half price deal if you buy them individually. You only get the half price deal if you buy them as a set of 3. Okay, now what about what we started the show with? Not seen these before. Or anything quite like them actually, because this is a mixture of stencils and masks, so it's like the positive and the negative from the stencil, but also you've got wonderful silhouette block stamps as well. Now, if you love the silhouette themes that we've done before, I know Hunky Dory have done some silhouettes, I know Crafters Companion have done silhouettes before. They've always been hugely popular, whether it's been the safari, out on safari with the wild animals, which is always effective, or it could be that you've loved the kind of myth and magic of the fairies on the toadstool, all that sort of thing. But all of these are stencils, and also you get stamps in there as well. So look at the price on this. It should be £77 and a few pence. Let us take that price down. SG2035 is the product code. Here it goes. Where's it going? Remember, just $44.99 for all 6 sets. And you can, even if you're not very artistic at all, you'll instantly become an artist because the stencils make you get great results. And we've got 2 split pays as well. So it's $22.49 to pay today, plus your $3.95 P&P, unless you've already paid that with something else. And then you don't have to worry about it again for the rest of the day. But I love that they're quick, they're simple, they're easy, but also they're not instantly. They don't look like stencils. Sometimes when you see a stenciled image, you think, oh yeah, that's a stencil. I mean, look at that African sunset. That doesn't look like a stencil at all, does it? The mermaid doesn't. The unicorn doesn't. None of them do. So, yeah, they've really, really thought hard about the design of these. very much taken with those. Okay, Jan.
Right, so
We've
we're
got
going to
enough time for one more
this
demo.
one. Yeah, again, I've got it prepared, so I'll show you the stenciling aspect. And
Okay.
these are lovely. As I say, these are a 7-inch square stencil, and this is probably more what you think of when we talk about stencils.
So these are from the 6 sets that we've got. Again, they're better than half price as well. So the stencils on their own, if you want those, they're in the show too.
So this one's the Elegant Trellis, and again, we're literally just going to push colour through this. Okay. So I'm just going to grab a couple of inks. Now, I didn't have the right colour in the Harmony one, so I've actually bought one of my Rogue ink pads just to get the colour that I wanted to fit with my paper. Now, I've done some of it, and I've just left a little scrap because, like I said, you don't have to, just because this is a 7 by 7, you know, you don't have to actually use the whole thing to do the, you know, the size of the stencil. So I'm just going to pop this over here, and I've got one of our opaque pigment inks, which is in the bundle. This one's Sandstone, which is a nice neutral colour. And then because I'd chosen like a coral tone, I didn't have one in our colours that match. So as I say, I've just brought one of my ink pads from home. And literally all I'm going to do is push that colour. So load up the applicator, decide whereabouts you want this, and I'm not going to be too precious about it, and literally start and just push some of that colour through. And I tend to sort of do different segments and then blend the second colour into it. So I haven't even put any adhesive on the back of this one. I'm just holding it in place. And then we're going to take this one, which is a nice sort of peachy coral colour, and blend it into that lovely neutral shade, which gives me exactly the colour palette. Whoops, try not to move it, Jan. Okay, so keep it anchored.
Actually, that's a nice combination of colours, is that? No, I like that.
It was just taken from the papers that I'd picked that I'd chosen to work with, because I've got the craft card again, which is one of my favourite cards to work with. I love it. I use it way too much. And again, just popping back to that lighter one, it doesn't contaminate it, and just blending it. And you can see how you can get a really nice design going.
Very classy.
So that was very quick. And I've also done exactly the same on a larger piece as well. So if I show you the one that we've done for the background here, exactly the same. Okay, and then we're just going to matte and layer that onto our...
But again, that doesn't look like a stencil, does it?
It doesn't, does it?
No.
And the beauty of a stencil is that you can create it in any colourway. If you've got a paper pad, and I've got some gorgeous paper pads, don't get me wrong, I've got far too many. We'll not get onto that story.
Never have too many paper pads.
My husband says, he said, we could actually decorate the whole house with the amount I've got.
That's a good idea.
Just have 12 by 12 blocks
Why not
all
do
around
it?
the house, yeah. But yeah, the beauty of this is that you can actually change the colour scheme to whatever you're working with.
Yeah.
I chose these colours because I'd got this nice sort of corally tone going on. You can see how they all blend in. Now, I realised when I'd stuck all this together that I'd done this one sideways. So we're going to have a little bit of a sideways and a straight up one. So again, this is similar to that card shape that we did in the show this morning, that Z-fold card. So I'm just going to pop the mats and layers on, and then we're also going to bring in, if I've got time, if not, I've already got one finished, those lovely sentiment dies, Dave. We're going to have a go at doing one of those.
Well, of course, Jan is here for another show at 5 o'clock this afternoon, so we can always feature them in that, maybe if we don't get time in this show.
So again, just using that tape pen, you can see how handy they are when we get those back on the stock list for you. All right, get that one. So that's going to be my base card. And then if you were watching this morning, you saw me do the Z-fold with that extra piece. So we're going to pop that piece in as well. And again, I've just got tape on this ready, because the time just flies.
I know.
When you're here having fun, it just literally disappears. So again,
It's
I've
not
got
work,
as
is
much of
it?
it ready.
It's not work.
It's not.
It doesn't feel
I
like
don't
it.
consider it work. And you'll notice whenever I talk about this, Dave, I always call it playing.
Yeah.
It's not working. I always call, well, you know, I consider myself very, very lucky to do this job. And it is actually working with something that I love. And I don't consider it to be work at all. So again, I'm just going to line that one up at that side. And that creates that fold that we had this morning. And then also here, I'd started cutting some of this. I just need the back piece. So again, I'm just very, very quickly, what have I done? There we go. So we've got the interchangeable butterfly foliage on this one, which has got a happy birthday.
So I've got them here, I've got them in my
Happy
hands.
thoughts, and then happy Easter in that one as well. And I thought it'd be nice, seeing as we've got Easter coming up,
Yep.
I'm going to use that one, but it's actually the outline. So you get an outline die, which creates a matte layer. Then you get the decorative layer, which creates that beautiful decorative edge with the butterfly. And all I've done is popped it through my sticky maker and added a couple of gems. And then you get your choice of sentiment. So whether it be thoughts, birthday, or the happy Easter, you choose. So we'll just very quickly pop that one through the Gemini, because I need that back plate.
So if you buy the bundle that we got today, remember we've got happy birthday, happy Easter, happy thoughts, thank you, just for you, miss you, sending hugs, sending love, sending kisses, best wishes, best of luck, best friend, birthday wishes, get well wishes, sending wishes, and finally condolences, celebrate, and congratulations. All of those you're going to get in total of 30 dies for 40, is that the details of the... Yeah, so these dies that we're using at the moment. So if you want these, they are on a really good deal as well. Can't remember the price off the top of my head, but... So these are your, basically they're called expressions, $59.99. There you go. So basically a tenner per set, which is really, really good when you consider you get 5 dies in each set. So yeah, $59.99, GA2074, and they're on their way for you.
So the idea then is that this layers up, and these are cut beautifully again, so that this one fits inside the mat there. And again, you've got much more time to get this nice and straight at home. This one fits in here, and then I was just going to bring this onto the front. And if I bring the one that I stuck together earlier, you can see there, just by adding that detail in,
Nice.
I've just added another little butterfly from that mini collection, and you've got that lovely open Z fold, including the stencil, and mixing and matching.
Thank you, Jan. See you at 5.
Yes, will do.
Brilliant. Okay, more from Jan at 5 o'clock then, more from Joe, and also Cheryl with Resin after the break.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire from Claire Manning Creative, and I am absolutely thrilled to be joining Hobbymaker. I'm launching my brand new exclusive Buzzing for You stamp and stencil collection on Friday with 2 brilliant live shows and lots of demos. I can't wait to be there, and I can't wait to show you what you can do with this brand new collection. See you there.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order, or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini. the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Wednesday and we are Hobbymaker. Hope you're enjoying our shows today. Thank you to Jan. She's back at 5 o'clock with our last live hour of the day. Now, we've got the fantastic Joe here and Cheryl here in just a second. If you were watching the show earlier at 2 o'clock, you'll have probably been amazed, as I was, with the resin show. Now, we have got more stock, I'm pleased to say, of the Mix It, Peel It. Now, if you're not quite sure, if you didn't see the show, you won't know what this is. So let me just explain. When you're pouring resin and you want to do maybe a geode like this, for example, that we're so used to seeing in like jewellery shops and that sort of thing, obviously, when you're pouring resin, it has a little bit of a mind of its own and it can tend to go everywhere. So what you need is like a framework to sit your resin in. And that's what the Mix It, Peel It does. So basically you mix this, the powder, with this solution and it creates a substance that you can pipe through a plastic bag or a piping bag or something like that. And you basically choose the shape that you want your geode to be in. When it solidifies, which it does after about an hour, you can then pour your resin in there, and of course it traps it, it stops it from going any further than you want it to, and then you end up with a geode similar to that. It really is absolutely something special. Now you can watch the earlier show on the website as well. Obviously watch this show first and then watch it back a bit later on. It was 2 o'clock today and that will be on the website for about 2 weeks to come. But we've been able to secure more stock of this. So if you do want it, mix it, peel it, and it's multi-use, which I know Joe's going to explain fairly soon as well. Now this show has got a slightly different focus on it. We're going to be looking at alcohol inks in a second. But I want to quickly remind you that if you do want to stock up on resin, and this is a completely non-toxic product, this is the best value for money because this is going to give you so much. You mix 2 parts of bottle A to 1 part of bottle B, and that is your resin complete. You can then add mica to it, you can then add glitter to it and all sorts of things, dried flowers, whatever you want to do, and it will go a long, long way. Just to give you an idea as to how much you can do with this, Joe reckons that, is the coffee table still down there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now if you look at the coffee table, you could get at least 2, possibly 3 coffee table tops out of this for $49.99. That's what resin is, and that's what you can do with resin. Upcycling old furniture, making it look beautiful again, selling it, you know, whatever you want to do. So resin is absolutely superb. YT1302 is your item number if you want to go for the biggest bottles of resin that we do, okay? $49.99. It is on split pay as well, so it's only $24.99, the first payment of 2 if you want to stock up on your resin. Now, I did say that the focal point of this show is going to be slightly different to the earlier one, although we are going to be talking about resin as well. We've got this fantastic collection of alcohol inks just here. All of these alcohol inks, there are 17 of them, and you can use that with your resin as well if you want to. You're also going to get your blending solution, and you're also going to get your yupo paper as well. Now this is something, let me just bring Joe in on this, because Joe, yupo paper is something pretty special, isn't it?
Yes,
it's designed to be used with
synthetic paper.
Right.
So it's specially made because if you use alcohol inks on normal card or paper, it will sink through.
Yeah.
So this, it just sits on the surface. It's got a shiny surface, so non-porous. So the alcohol inks actually glide.
Right.
across it. So it makes, you know, you can do fantastic patterns on there.
So you get 10 sheets of that.
10 A4 sheets.
Yep. And you get the blending solution, which you can use, of course, with your alcohol inks as well.
Yeah.
And of course, you can use your alcohol inks in lots of ways, not just on.
Yeah,
this paper.
no, we're gonna put some in some resin as well.
Okay.
To show you the difference between that.
Okay, so if you fancy your alcohol inks, then 17 of them, all the different colours you could ever possibly wish for, plus your blending solution and the yupo paper too. It's £102.73. Is that the final price? No. Okay, we'll find out what that final price is in just a minute or so, but the product code, if you want to put it in your basket now, remember everyone will pay the final low price, so you can order without any worries whatsoever. It's on the website right now as well if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, Joe, back to you then.
Right, okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay,
Ready as I'll ever be.
what I'm going to do is just quickly touch on the mix it, peel it.
Okay.
What I've done, we've got a plain journal mould.
Yep.
On there. So all I've done is just literally piped the mix it, peel it on there. So you can section off different areas of your mould, and again it will just peel off silicone.
Okay.
So it's a different way of using it.
So we have actually got that mould in the show as well. This is it. So this is ideally for making what pages to put into your journals and that sort of thing?
Journal covers.
Okay. Oh, journal covers, right.
Yeah, journal covers.
Ah.
So we've got that one, and there's also the owl one as well, which is behind,
Okay.
just up there.
Well, that's the plain one, which we've got on the screen. And there is one for the owl, which I'll show you in a second. But if you just want the plain one, and again, you can use your resin with it and all sorts of things if you want to. A resin journal cover would be something rather amazing. The owl one is just here. And that's what you can make with it. So we've got that one available for you as well. And these are all made by Jo and her family in the UK. And they're just reusable time and time and time again. So there's the detail of it. This one's obviously been used quite a bit already. $22.99 gets you a brand pristine new one of those. And the other one, of course, is the plain mould. And we'll bring in the character moulds a bit later on as well. Vic and, what was it?
The what?
Vic and...
Vic and Bob.
Bob, that's it.
Yeah.
Vic and Bob.
Yeah.
I'll show you Vic and Bob soon.
Yeah. So also what I've done, I've sectioned it off, and I've also, Jewellery Maker have got some, or is it Resin Road? I don't know. But they've got dried flowers.
Okay.
So I've just put some in there. Now I'm just going to show you the difference between alcohol inks and mica. Okay, so we've got two blues. That's, you've got mica there, and you've got alcohol inks.
Oh, look at how intense that colour is.
Yeah. So if I mix up the alcohol inks, you're going to get a translucent effect.
Okay.
So again, if you're doing something like this for sort of stained glass use, it's really, really good. This is resin left over from the last show, so it's gone a little bit thick. So
How long does it take for the resin to dry then, or to cure? Or...
well, it take about, I mean, that was about an hour, and it's got started to thicken, but really 6 hours.
Right.
And yeah, you can touch it, so you can just see, hopefully, where are we?
So if you leave it overnight.
Yeah, yes, I tend to have 2 or 3 things on the go, so you can just see how more translucent that is. Yeah, so you can then, I mean, I would not probably normally just pour this in clear, but you will still see things like your flowers through it. This isn't pouring very well because it is a bit thick, but that's just to give you a rough idea.
Because resin always self-levels, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, so that will just even out in a bit, but it is really gloopy now. So, yeah, so that's just a quick on the mix it, peel it and the alcohol inks in resin. Now, one thing I didn't mention was what you can also do with your mix it, peel it. If you've got your stamps, yeah, you can edge your stamps with it and it will just peel off. So you can edge your stamps and pour resin into it.
So think of it as like a wall, like creating a reservoir.
Yeah.
So that all your very runny resin doesn't go over the edge.
Yeah. And even then, if you wanted to sort of section pieces off, even like with Bob on his face, if you just wanted his face, you can just section that off in the mould. So you can literally just go around your stamp, build up a wall, and then pour your resin into it on there. So that's just a brief sort of overview of that again.
That was brand new today, Mix It, Peel It. Never been on air until today. So think of it as like a real problem solver, whether you're doing geodes like that or whether you're putting a frame around a stamp, any flat surface that normally resin would just literally travel on and wouldn't stop for ages. This gives you that barrier. I know it looks a bit odd, but it is a barrier which will just make the resin sit and dry and get solid in that shape. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Very clever.
Yeah. Right, come here then.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Right, so we're going to do a quick alcohol ink demo.
All right.
All right, and then we're going to dust some moulds and that afterwards, or perhaps you might be dusting moulds.
Okay.
Okay, so what I've got is, and also the foils we can bring into it. You've got a straw, it's a brand new straw. It's a washable straw.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just going to put just a couple of little blobs.
So this is the alcohol inks on the yupo paper.
Yeah. We just need to blow that dry, and I'm just going to show you, see those flowers under Vic and Bob? We're going to make some flowers.
Oh. I did see these earlier on. I was really, oh, hang on. This is in Aladdin's cave. Now look at that. That's alcohol inks on yupo paper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at that. That's amazing, isn't it? Now, if you want extra yupo paper, because it's not often we actually have that to show you, we do have that available in the show. So this is basically what whatchamacallit, a blowing technique.
Yes,
is it?
yeah,
Right.
yeah. You can use a compressor. I couldn't find mine. I was going to bring it, but so we'll just use a straw because not everyone's got a compressor.
This is amazing. See, if you're wondering what's so special about yupo paper, this is what's so special about yupo paper. It doesn't sink into the paper; it pulls.
No, that's right. With your blending solution, you see, you can get such sort of wispy effects on it. I use alcohol as well, the isopropylene, which your blending solution will blend and give wispy effects, whereas your alcohol will thin.
Right.
So for the flowers, we're going to use alcohol, and we'll try and see what time we've got to do some with the blending solution. Okay. So straw in hand. Now your nib when you get it won't be bent like that, but this is quite a happy accident. Okay. Because it just enables me to.
What's in there?
This is alcohol, isopropylene alcohol. I didn't put it in the kit because of sending it through the post. Okay.
But you did put it in the blending solution.
Yeah, but the blending solution.
Does that do a similar job or not?
The blending solution will give you, I can show you actually the different effects, what the two do. All right, so what we're going to do is just put a couple of drips.
Where'd you get this from then? Chemist?
And we're going to blow. All right, so we're just going to create petals.
Okay. Just to let you know, everybody, if you're interested in the alcohol inks and the blending solution of the yupo paper, it's going to be $84.99. So if you want to make sure you get yours and put it in your basket and check out, everyone will pay $84.99 during the show. No one will pay that higher price. It's just got a glitch in our system at the moment. And I believe there will be split pay with it as well. Yeah, there will be split pay. 4, I think.
So we're just going to work around. And gently blow out the petals.
This is cool.
It is, isn't it? You do get a little bit of condensation down your straw, so excuse me if it drips. But I love doing these.
Mix It, Peel It, that we were able to get more stock of, going very, very fast. Okay, nearly, maybe 20% of the stock has gone on the Mix It, Peel It.
Right, so we're just going to go around and just keep building this. And at the end of the day, they're fantasy flowers.
Yeah. They are
so there's
gorgeous.
no rights, no wrongs.
Can I have a go?
On there. Yeah, there's your straw. There's some inks there in your dropper.
So do I need the shiny side of the yupo paper?
It's shiny both sides.
Oh, is
you
it?
can
Okay.
use both sides.
All right. What colour shall I'll tell you what, I'll do a oh, we've got the right details now on the screen for the right price. There we are, $84.99. How many split pays? Is it 3 split pays? 4. 4-way split pay, okay? So you can spread the cost of that 4 ways, interest-free if you wish. Okay, now.
All right, so it does take a little bit of practice. So put hang on.
How many drops was it?
Just do one for now to get you going, that's it, and then blow it. Just so it doesn't spread too far.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
and then you just want a couple of drips. Just start round the edges. There's your doodah there.
Right.
Right.
Round
And
the
it
edge.
Yeah, just from the edge. That's it, and then blow. No, stop.
Stop.
Then blow that first. Come from that's it, nearly. Right, okay. So what you got to do, I'll drop it, you blow. Right? Let's turn it around a little bit. So come from behind
Right.
and then blow forward.
Okay.
All right, we're going there.
Okay.
That's better.
Hey.
That's it. So you can carry on there. So start from behind your drip and then just follow it through.
Never done this before.
See, get you up to all sorts, don't we?
Come from behind.
It's like we're having a race. We ain't got very
Trouble is,
big...
when I start to do this, I forget I've got to keep talking. I forget what my
You
job
can't
is.
with a straw in your mouth.
I think mine's very much a fantasy flower. Yours is a lot better than mine, but I get the hang of it now.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you've got to do now is just sort of, you can still use that, put a drip there,
Yep.
and then sort of come from behind.
I will.
Yeah, but it's what you see in it, you know, you've got different elements. I can see sort of the middle of some closed petals there. Mind you, I see all sorts of things, but...
Oh, it's take a check.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does take a little while to build. There's a couple of ways that you can finish these off. We've got some foils.
What do you reckon?
That's all right, isn't it?
I'm not sure what flower it is.
Don't matter, it's fantasy flower.
Fantasy flower. It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty
Not bad
good.
for a beginner. I'm happy with that.
So I'm just going to rub some of the foils we've got on. And it hasn't worked. I think because I've got it upside down.
Ah.
I don't know.
We've got
I've
foils
done
on the
this
show,
for a
have we?
while. Yeah,
Oh, right.
does work normally.
So these aren't heat. Oh,
They are.
There you go.
Look. So you can just get your foils in there, just give it a bit of a ling. You can put glitter on there.
Right.
You can also, just drop that on the floor.
Just think of the fun you can have with the yupo paper, though. Alcohol inks with, what was it you said to get from the chemist?
Isopropylene.
Isopropylene.
Surgical, what's it called?
Surgical spirit.
Is it? Yeah.
99% pure
Yeah.
alcohol, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, you can
Isopropyl-
get it from the chemist.
Yeah,
Okay.
isopropyl
Yeah, it is
alcohol.
surgical spirit.
And this is a gold.
Just a
leaf
gold pen, and
Yeah.
you can just do some effects.
It's really
just in the
cool.
middle.
And we'll show you what the blending solution can do in a minute as well, because I'm intrigued as to what that will do. Now,
So-
all of the inks are available individually on the website as well. And as we've shown you, all you need is literally one drop of the ink at any one time. So, you know, they're going to last you such a long time. Other ways that we can use the alcohol inks?
This is alcohol inks. Do you remember last time I had the mobile phone holder?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's done with alcohol inks. Nothing
In
else,
resin?
straight into resin.
Just dropped into
Yeah,
resin.
just dropped
Wow.
into resin.
So think about incorporating alcohol inks into your resin work. If you went for some of the resin products that we had in the 2 o'clock show, they're in the show as well. We've actually got resin kits for you that Joe has put together, including mica powders, glitters, glass shards as well. I say shards, they're not sharp, but glass pieces that you can incorporate into your fantastic resin projects. They're all on the website as well. But can I just go over and grab my favourite resin geode? Let me show you, because this, I just think, is absolutely spectacular. Now this is where you would use your mix it and peel it, draw a shape on a silicone mat and then put the mix it and peel it around in the shape that you want, and then you just pour the resin in, you pour the resin into it with the glitter and whatever else you want. And when it dries, the mix it peel it stops it from going too far. So basically it holds it in, it acts like a reservoir, a well. And these are actually real crystals in the center of here. So if you've got anything like that, precious stones, semi-precious stones that you want to incorporate into your resin, it looks incredible. It really, really does. So that's one of my favorites. Now we've actually got a question coming in about the mix it peel it. So let's see what you have to say about that. That's from Antonia in Lancashire. Hello, Antonia. And she says, I can't read it. Oh, can the mix it peel it be moulded in the hands like plasticine?
You can do, yeah. It will get a bit sticky though in your hands. You'll have to do it quite thick,
right,
to be able to do that. But it can do.
Okay, thank you for the question. Another comment that's coming from Georgie in Ayrshire, who says, fabulous products. Good to see Dave back on our screens. Oh, thank you. All the very best to you and all at Hobbymaker from Georgie in Ayrshire. That's really nice of you, Georgie. It's great to be back too. And glad to know that you found us. That's the best thing. Right, now, blending solution. I'm not sure what it does, so I'm intrigued.
Right, okie dokie. So what we're going to do, we're going to just put some down.
On the yupo paper?
On the yupo.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use some orange. Oops, not quite that much, but...
Now, nearly 40% of the stock of these inks and the yupo paper and the blending solution is gone. You can use them in so many ways, but the yupo paper, to get that included with it is fantastic. You can have so much fun with it. We haven't got much stock left at all, actually, so please be quick. We had everything that Joe had. So that's how these ones are. That's using the blending solution.
Yeah, they're using blending solution. You do need quite a bit, just to, and you want a cool setting.
Okay. Now, this is a hairdryer, not a heat tool. Don't use a heat tool because you'll probably burn or scorch the paper. But a cool setting on a hairdryer, just to blow the ink around, really. So the blending solution helps it travel, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, and it will literally. See, like your two colours are merging.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it will allow them to merge rather than like alcohol that will just thin it right out.
It's like a medical experiment in a petri dish, isn't it?
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Half the stock gone now on these inks. Treat yourself, you won't regret it. And you can use, we were saying before, you can use the alcohol inks in with your resin.
Yes.
Could you use it in with clays and things like that? Could you colour the clays?
Yeah, there's no reason why not.
Right.
Yeah, no reason at all, especially if you've got one of these like soft white clays.
Right. And what about like ceramic tiles? Could you actually...
Yeah, work fab on them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you've got plain white tiles and do this sort of blowing technique with a straw or something.
So again, you can add, we've got what we've got? Oh, we've got some white glitter. But you can spend a bit more time on this obviously and get more wispy effects. But this is just some glitter from one of the kits.
Now we've actually got two fantastically detailed moulds in the show, Vic and Bob. Which one's Vic? That's Vic, isn't it?
Vic's the one with the plait.
Oh, that one. This is Vic. Look at Vic. This mould is made by Joe in the UK. Look at the detail on that, but look at what it brings. I mean, obviously this is a clay, a form of clay that's had like gilding wax and stuff like that put on it. But so many of you earlier on went for this. Joanne in County Londonderry, Jojo in East Sussex, Rosemary in Merseyside, Anne in Greater London. Someone new to us today has bought 4. We don't know your name yet because you've only just registered, but thank you very much. Bought 4 of them. So that is Vic. But you know, you can put these on doors if you want to, decorative plaques. They're really lovely and the detail is phenomenal. And the other one is Bob. And this is Bob. You've got Bob here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh. Now these are really well made silicone moulds, but look at the detail. I'd go for both of them. Vic and Bob, they deserve to be together. $14.99. And it's not just for resin, you can use them for air dry clay, all sorts of things, can't you?
Oh yeah, anything at all.
Yeah.
Even glue gun if you want to.
Oh, glue gun,
yeah. Yeah.
Beauty?
Clay, yeah, anything.
Right.
Anything at all.
Superb.
use them for.
Well, there we are. Vic and Bob, I think they're both brilliant. You could also, you know, kind of, maybe you've got a tree in the garden or something like that. It could be like the kind of the custodian of the tree or something. He's got that kind of look about him, hasn't he?
He has. They do look nice set in, especially if you have got a tree or something with the leaves. Like now this time of year, everything's growing, aren't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they do look nice.
Terrific.
Right, I'll just do one more quick flowers just to show you, and then we'll do some dusting. So I'll put orange on and then black. So again, we'll just go around the edge.
Now these inks, by the way, are non-toxic, even though they're alcohol inks. So this is again the kind of surgical spirit that you can get from the chemist or whatever.
You can spend hours.
Or DIY store. I mean, the earlier demo we did, last demo, was of course using the blending solution that comes with the inks and the yupo paper, 10 sheets of yupo paper. You could spend hours doing this.
Yeah. It's a total de-stressor.
Over half the stock gone on the alcohol inks. Hello to Patricia in Worcestershire, Dawn, Antonia in Lancashire, all going through for these alcohol inks. And you do actually get a lot in the bottle.
They last ages. They last ages.
Well, there's 17 colours and there's 15 ml of the alcohol ink in each bottle, and the yupo paper, 10 sheets, and the blending solution too. So yeah, amazing value for 17 of them.
So just doing one of those downy flowers, you know, the ones that droop.
Yep.
I can never remember what they're called.
Hours and hours of fun with this.
Definitely.
And all you need is a straw.
Yeah.
You can buy these kind of metal straws that are reusable.
Get a little brush with these as well.
Well, everybody's stopping talking and just watching, and it's the quietest we've been all day. Absolutely, that's saying something. That's gorgeous.
It's not my best, I must say. It's irritating me a little bit.
Well, the thing is, you know, it's just literally the air moving the ink or the alcohol inks.
Yeah. And also, if you're clever or if you've got some stamps, they make really nice ballerina tutus.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I like that word, tutu.
Now the individual inks, how much are they on their own then, the individual inks? We'll have a little look. Oh, £4.95 each, £4.75, £4.75 each. But of course the best value is to buy the big bundle of 17 of them all in all. But yeah, if you want to cherry pick maybe a certain colour that you want for a project or something like that, grey is proving very, very popular. It's one of the most fashionable colours around at the moment. And details of the grey, they're all individual item numbers. £4.75, PC1351 is the product code, okay? Is that grey that you're using in that one? Is that grey?
This was the black.
Black.
I do use a lot of black, and I do like orange as well. My pen gets a little bit bunged up. But what you can do...
Now this one is called C. So C, I believe, is that like a bright green? Greeny gold?
They're all Celtic names, so I'd...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't ask me to...
A lot of you snap that one up. So it's like a green gold. Sea mare.
Oh yeah, it's a lovely colour, that one.
Yeah.
Mind you, they're
Actually,
all nice.
if you're making Vic or Bob from the moulds, why not have that sort of colour in with your resin? That would look incredible, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But they're more sort of earthy colours, which I like, rather than sort of in-your-face colours.
Now you get that colour in the big bundle. If you go for the big bundle, you get everything, every colour that's available, 17 of them. But if you want to cherry pick a couple of colours for a project you're on or whatever, you can do that too. But these moulds, I knew that they'd be popular today. I fell in love with them when I first saw them. These are fantastic. And it looks like it's like brass, possibly.
Yeah, do you remember at the last show we had the metal powders?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's the bronze metal powder.
Right.
Dusted, how we did it, and then resin poured in this time rather than the casting compound.
Wow. So that's what it looks like if you're doing it in resin with those other items that Joe was talking about. And this is just clear resin with a little bit of glitter, I think, isn't it, Micah?
Yes, yeah, a little bit of mica on there.
Look how he picks up the light though, it's great, isn't he? I mean, I reckon he looks a little bit like maybe the Ghost of Christmas Past, or possibly even a Father Christmas if you did him in festive colours or something like that. Really, really lovely. So great characters. Both of those together will be 30 quid, 29.98. And just one P&P, remember, 3.95. No matter how many things you order in any one day, it's only ever 3.95 to get all of your orders delivered. So if you've already bought something earlier on, you've got no postage worries whatsoever for the rest of the day until midnight tonight.
Right, so all I've done is I've just given a little bit of detail, some little seeds and things come shooting up. Just to, give it an effect. I'll turn it around that way.
It's fab.
See that better.
I was thinking about the tutu as well.
Yeah, can't it? So use a couple of colours, like experiment with your colours. As I say, I do use a lot of black, and especially orange and black, which orange isn't my colour at all.
Right.
But they all work really nicely together.
Okay.
So we can do some dusting if you want.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, we'll do that in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
We'll take a short break and we'll be back. And Cheryl's here as well. So let's remind you quickly of a couple of the specials that we've got going on at the moment. Some of the fantastic offers that we've got on Hobby Maker. What do we got? Okay. This very nearly sold out earlier on, which is the Mix It, Peel It. So this is the Mix It, Peel It, and this is what, basically, when you mix these two products together, it forms quite a thick paste. When that dries after about an hour, it becomes rigid and solid. So it's almost like a foam ring. And the idea is that you can make this whatever shape you want. You pipe it with a plastic bag or something like that, or a piping bag if you've got one of those, ideally. And then that allows you to make your own geodes. Or it also allows you to basically build your resin up without it going everywhere, because resin will naturally want to level off. So if you want something of more depth and more height, then this is basically the frame that's going to allow you to do it. So the Mix It and Peel It, that's what it's called. There it is, and that is just, I can't remember the price on that, but it's not right, £12.99. Okay, now the resin, remember, we've got 3 different sizes of the resin. The biggest one and the most affordable, well, the one that is the best value for money is the £49.99 one. So you're going to get 2 parts of part A to 1 part of part B. So obviously part A is double the size of part B. And Joe was saying that you could easily, if you look at that coffee table down in front of me, because it's difficult to say what you can do with it or how many things you can make with it. But if you look at that coffee table there, you could do that probably 2 to 3 times with the amount of resin that you've actually got in these bottles. So imagine that. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll come back with Cheryl and her demonstration in just a second after a short little break. More to come from Joe and Cheryl and the Craft Hut. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Here we are, yes, on this Wednesday afternoon. Still another hour of Crafter's Companion to come with a lovely Jan a bit later on. That's between 5 and 6, our last live hour of the day. But let me remind you, though, of what we're majorly featuring in this show at the moment. We're talking about 17 bottles of alcohol ink and incredibly concentrated, gorgeous quality inks here. You're going to get a large bottle of the blending solution as well. And that, of course, works beautifully well on the yupo paper. Now, the yupo paper is a paper that the alcohol inks will sit on. It's not going to be absorbed, unlike other papers. And, of course, you can do all these fantastic sort of demonstrations and you know, have so much fun with a straw and that sort of thing, as we showed you earlier on. So 60% now of the entire stock of this has gone. This is going to sell out, if not in the live show, possibly on repeat tomorrow morning. But if you get it now, you'll get it before that sellout. Don't really kind of bring this very often. So yupo paper, 10 sheets, big bottle of blending solution. You saw what that did with Joe a few minutes ago, and 17 bottles of your alcohol ink in every colour imaginable. That's £84.99. And the bumper bundle of the resin ever so quickly as well, £49.99, 2 parts part A to 1 part B. That's why that bottle's half the size of that one. So it will mix together beautifully, and it's non-toxic, completely fuss-free. You just basically let it air cure, you know, for a good few hours, and it will gradually start to become solid after maybe a couple of hours, but after about 12 hours, it should be solid just like this. And you can create these sort of things, these geodes that are here as well, mix in your micas, mix in your glitters and that sort of thing too. Okay, Cheryl, your turn.
It is.
Musical chairs. Oh, we're going to do the molds.
We're going to do the moulds.
Great.
And we're going to pop some alcohol, a little bit like Joe's phone holder there.
Yep.
So on the front there, you've got a really detailed green bob.
On this one.
Yep, that's been dusted with mica powders, and
Oh,
that's
wow.
how far you can take the detail dusting.
Look at that.
So you can make them look quite realistic, or you can go a little bit avant-garde, which is what we're going to do here. Or we could use your plain journal cover and drop some alcohol inks in.
Well, Bob and Vic together. A lot of you are buying them as a duo because it seems a sin to separate them because they do kind of work together.
They do work together.
Yeah. I love them both.
Vic and
Really
Bob
great.
always went together well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I think they still do, don't they? They're still kind of a double.
Yeah, every now and again. Yeah, he's just done is it? No, because Bob Mortimer did the fishing programme, didn't they?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're using the Bob mould at the moment, aren't you?
I've got Bob.
Yep.
So do you want to have a play with a bit of dusting?
Yeah.
Or do you want to drop the alcohol links in? What would you prefer me to do with Bob there?
Don't mind. We'll get Vic in as well. One,
Let's
you
get
one
Vic
can
in.
do one and one
Get
can
what?
do the other. Get Vic
Let's
in
get
as
Vic.
well.
Okay, I'll do Vic. You do Bob.
Okay.
Should we do the alcohol inks? As we've still got stock of it.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Right.
right.
The gloves. You need some gloves.
Oh,
Can't do resin
I
without
took
gloves.
mine off. Okay. Thank you. I've got big hands. It takes me a little while to put these on, so bear with me.
We bring
Okay. Details coming up then of our main bundle, which is currently about 70% gone.
they're a bit small.
These, yeah, that's right. These alcohol inks are going to sell out. 70% gone. If you want them, please put them in your basket and check out. Or if you want the operator to do the order for you, if you're not really into the internet, then just give us a call. Free phone number 0800 001 4433 or 0800 001 4433. That will get you through. I've lost a finger.
Did you
I'll have a go.
open your
No.
fingers before you put the hand in the glove?
No. Oh, wow. There we go.
That's nearly
Never
there.
make a surgeon, would I?
That's nearly there. Right. So you need to fill your Vic up
Right.
with just the clear resin.
Clear resin. Right to the top.
Yeah, just about. Leave a little bit of space because if we drop in extra fluid in, obviously it's going to make it rise. So just leave a tiny weeny little gap, like 0.5 mil.
Okay. Oh, I love this. Now the resin, best value is to go
Okay.
for the big bottle. And you can see that it just so quickly and easily self-levels. It's perfectly safe, it's non-toxic, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Totally. You do need to wear gloves, but that's because resin's sticky, and if you get it on your hands or your clothes, we use alcohol wipes to get it off, but it's not nice if it gets on
No.
your hands.
Is that all right?
A little bit full,
Oh.
but you're the one that's going to have to move it.
I was looking at
like
that
that.
end and not that end. I think the counter's probably not
yeah,
even,
it's not
so-
quite even.
yeah.
Do you know what? What we should do is put them on a board, shouldn't we? And then we can move it easily.
Ah.
That's going to be tricky. Good luck. You lift, I slide.
Oh, because it is flexible.
Yeah. Nicely done there,
Got the
Vic.
touch.
Right, that'll do. Right, I'll pop the rest in Bob. He's not going to be quite as full as yours
Okay.
because you nicked half my resin. But you'll get to see what we're going to do. It'll be fine. We'll scrape out as much as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Then it's pick your poison colour, that is, to drop in. So you're just going to start by dropping drops wherever you want.
Okay, just whichever.
Yep.
Okay. Hello to Susan in Cambridgeshire, coming through for the alcohol inks and the yupo paper. Dawn, Patricia in Worcestershire, Antonia in Lancashire. You're all coming through for it.
So
80% now of
walk.
the inks has gone, and when they're gone,
just give them a little drop around.
Oh,
And then the more colours you add, it pushes those alcohol colours down.
all right.
So we can have
So will the colour stay on the back, or will it actually go in? It will go into the resin.
go into the resin, so
Right.
it'll end up like Jo's phone holder that she did.
Okay.
Don't have to have them all on top of each other, but it will make that first colour sink, so you get a variation of colours. Can you see how it's all moving around in
Yeah.
that resin? And it's just good fun as well.
And the resin is going to cure after about 12 hours completely, yeah?
Mhm.
Right.
Yep, tomorrow morning you'd be able to take this out.
Can you speed it up at all or not?
No,
No. You can't heat it?
no, it needs to be cured at room temperature.
Right.
Is that one? Have I done that one? And it's a matter of just keep building it up and building it up until you think it's going to be saturated with enough colour.
Right.
So when you turn it out, you're going to get something that looks like that.
Okay. Oh, there's so many different aspects to resin, and which I never realised.
And we haven't got the white on the table here, but if you had a white and you drop that in, then you get a completely different effect again. It really disperses the alcohol ink and makes it drop.
Okay.
And then you can get
It
that.
stays white, does it? Doesn't?
Yeah, it
dilute?
does.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it stays white, and you get kind of like globules go down through the resin. What colours have
Any
you
more
got
colours?
there? Should we go nick some?
Yeah.
No, Joe's got some more over
I want
here.
that. I want that bright. Sorry, I've just wandered off.
Joe's got a bright green here.
Have you? That's what I was after. The one that's in the lead.
That one. The one that's in the lead.
Yeah, this was the sea mare. Sea mare. That was the one that was individually the most popular. Oh yeah, bright yellow green.
Well, you can dob some in there for me as well then.
All right.
Thank you. What's this one? Oh, that's like a gold. Let's have some gold in there. Mine looks quite dark compared to you.
I know.
Oh, thank you.
I was thinking that.
Look, good different green there.
Now, the details for the peel it and mix it is on the screen. That's what will make that wonderful. It's like a foam barrier. Think of it as like a wall to make your art a reservoir. So when you're pouring resin into it, it fills up to the edges and then doesn't go any further. We almost sold out of that in the early show. We were able to get more stock of it, but that's going very fast now.
The one that you made earlier is on the floor curing down there, look. On the floor?
Oh, on the floor.
On the board.
Oh,
We
yeah.
just popped it down there.
Shall I just pick this up to show
Yeah,
you?
sure.
Oh. That was what I did, my effort at 2 o'clock today. Now, that's on a silicone mat, but there's the peel it and mix it. That's what's giving you the edge. And of course, the resin just basically goes up to the edge of it and then stays. And then when that's dry and completely solid, you can peel the peel it and mix it away, and you've got a perfect geode then.
Unless you make a mistake like I did when I poured this one in a rush. And obviously, I didn't have it. If you look at most of it, it's sealed.
Right.
But that last little corner, I didn't obviously seal it down
That was
properly.
the one I did earlier on at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And when that is dry, just literally, you peel this off, don't you? Just peel it away.
Yep.
And then you've got your solid geode at the end of it.
You have?
Yeah. Love that. Is that for me to keep when it's solid?
Yes.
Thank you. Put that
And you
in
can
this.
add to it as well.
You what?
You can add to it if we've got any resin left over,
Oh,
can't
okay.
you? Put another layer on
Oh.
the top. Sorry. Oh,
Trust me.
well, that's interesting.
But it's here
Right,
and
it's
back.
only the
That's
cap.
all right. No harm done.
Nope, none at all. You can even take a lollipop stick and give it a little swirl around.
Oh, well, yeah, let me do that.
I use the one that we popped in there,
Okay.
the resin.
Mix all the colours up.
Yeah.
Look at that. I like. We're nearly limited stock now on the alcohol inks if you want them. I don't think, if you're not quick, there won't be any stock left after the end of the show. So, is that all right?
Yep, I'll borrow that now.
Okay.
Give mine a
Yep,
little
literally
swirl.
the last few % of the stock left. For 17 alcohol inks, all different colours, the blending solution, 10 pages of the yupo paper, which remember the alcohol inks will sit on and dry. They won't absorb, the yupo paper doesn't absorb it. But you can make some amazing effects with them, you really can. And that's everything you can get for £84.99, but it is on split pay, sorry, 21.24. Stop myself just in time. 21.24 your first split payment, and of course only one P&P to pay for the whole day of £3.95. No matter how many orders you've put through, if you're going for these fantastic moulds, Vic and Bob, you've got to go for both together, really, haven't you? Yep, they're available, and you can be making these or things very much like them. You know what? Are you able to make them and sell?
I think you can. You've got Angel policy.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, imagine you could probably sell that for £5. I would have thought, maybe
5?
or more.
15, 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look on your face.
5?
5.
How dare you? How very dare you?
But you were only going to sell your table for 80.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of money. 5 is like,
Your
Not a
table's
lot.
worth a lot more than 80.
I have to choose my words.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, that table down there, yeah, if you are getting into resin, you know, it's a wonderful, you said it was from the well-known Swedish store.
Yeah.
You know, you can buy relatively inexpensive furniture or get furniture that you're otherwise going to throw away or what you're fed up with or whatever and totally reinvent it and totally transform the way it looks.
That's alcohol links on top of there.
Is it?
Yeah,
On the resin?
alcohol links and glitter on top of that table.
That is amazing. I'd pay more than 80 quid for that.
How much do you want to pay?
Hope to offer.
Do your deal.
And this is another one. I've just got to show you this. I don't know if we saw it at 2 o'clock. In case you just switched on, look at that. I mean, that could be a coffee table in its own right as well. Couldn't you put some legs on it or something like that?
Yeah.
But isn't that amazing? That's the sort of thing you can do. And again, you'd use the peel it and mix it to create the edge. Just pour the resin in, let it just go out to the edges, and then let it dry.
And that one is superb. That's just beautiful.
Oh, by the way, Vic's the thinner one, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the plaque.
Yeah.
Yep, skinny
Half
bit.
the stock of Vic has gone. Over half the stock of Vic has gone. I mean, it could be a Christmas ornament as well. I mean, his decoration, he could be I don't know, like a character in the garden that the kids can make up stories about. Maybe attach it to a tree trunk. Could be you know, like looking after the trees, that sort of thing, guardian of the trees, whatever you want. And then this one instantly reminded me of like Christmas Past and Scrooge, definitely. But
You,
they can be
yeah,
whatever
you
you
can
want.
change it up. You can have it like that, that's Christmassy, with all white and sparkly, or dark if you want a dark Uncle Bob in your tree out in the garden. So, yeah.
But also you could actually put, you know, like a little hanging thing on them and actually hang them on the tree. Rather than having a fairy on the tree, you could have Uncle Bob and Vic
You can.
on the top of the tree. $14.99 for these fantastic molds. They really are absolutely brilliant. A third of the stock of Bob is gone. Yeah, a third of the stock Bob is gone, but half the stock of Vic is gone as well.
He's upside down.
If
Oh, he
he
was,
is
wasn't he?
upside
Yeah.
down. If you grab the owl mould underneath that journal there, do you need to wipe your hands or take your gloves off?
No, it's all right. Quite like them. What did you want?
The plain journal cover,
Oh, that.
and next to it is the top cover, which is the owl, which I dusted earlier.
Okay. Well, this is, yeah, when you look at it, you kind of think, well, what's that supposed to be then? This is so that you can actually, using the mould, make your own journal cover, and you've even got the 3 places to put your either ribbon through or rope through or ring binders through, whatever you like. And you've made this out of resin?
That's resin.
Yeah. So resin ring binder, front and back, which is rather cool. And then the other one we've got for you is this one just here.
Which I dusted in the break while we were waiting for you to finish your last show.
Right.
So that's ready now to pour the resin on.
Oh, right, I get it. Okay. So there it is, all kind of pre-prepared, but it comes obviously white, blue when you first get it. And we've actually got a book just behind here that shows you the sort of journal cover you can make with that. Look at that. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? So is that how you did this one?
Yeah, it was actually, was it Art Angel that did this one?
I think so.
I think it was Art, I can't remember. I think it was Art Angel did this one, one of the DT team.
Right.
There's another one up in the little cubby hole up there.
Oh, yeah.
And this is so bad, but I actually can't remember who did which one. That is
Louise did that
Oh,
one.
Louise Chamberlain
And
did
that was Louise's first time using
yeah,
resin.
first time ever using resin, and she's done that.
That's pretty impressive, isn't
So
it?
that just shows you the kind of thing that you can make.
Yeah. Okay, we've got less than 10 minutes. Did you want to do the demo with this one?
Well, I thought you could do a bit of dusting yourself.
Okay.
So just pretend that that's going to be your front cover, and you need a nice back cover to go on your journal. So you can take your gloves off now.
I can take them off now.
You don't need them now.
Right.
And you've got some nice coloured micas there, so you can do a little bit of artwork yourself on
Okay,
that.
so what you just do,
Whatever.
just paint with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So bearing in mind that's going to be the front, what would you like on the back?
I think a lot of gold, to be honest with you. You just dust it over and
Just
make
dust
sure
it
there's no
over.
lumps.
Yeah, what you can do is what I do. After I've put it on, I'll give it a bit of a slap, get
Right.
rid of any excess before we pour the resin on the top. But you can go wild, you can make all sorts of
Yeah.
colours
I
and
think I probably
patterns
put a bit
with
too
your
much of the
mica.
gold on there.
Just a bit. Don't worry.
Well, we've only got a few minutes, so I thought I'd better hurry up. And can you add colours over to the top of the...
Yes, you can. So on this one, I've put a bit of this dark bronze
Right.
and then added some gold over the top. But the one that is on the bottom is the one that will show the most. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if you had a white and put the bronze over, when you turned it over,
Right.
you'll see the white, but it'll have a bronzy effect in the back.
Yeah, because the resin goes on the top, so what's going down now is going to be the front.
Absolutely.
Yeah, got you.
It's kind of upside down painting.
Yeah,
But see, mixing those two, you've got a nice orangey colour.
yeah, that was the plan.
I believe you. Thousands wouldn't.
Because predominantly it's mainly gold on there. It's gold, green
I've
and
done
blue.
gold and this bronze. That's in here.
Okay. I'll put a bit of that in as well then. You've got to be careful not to contaminate your, mix your micas together. And
I don't really think it matters, and I tend to have a bit of tissue and just wipe my brush off in between, but I don't think it matters.
we've got about 5 minutes left on the show, then you're free to go.
Oh, you are. We've been tormenting you, I think, this afternoon, haven't we?
No, not at all. Love it. I think I put too much on here, but
Oh, you can spread it out.
yeah. Yeah, cool.
And actually, I think once the resin had gone over the top of that, we will get rid of the excess.
Okay. Yes. That's way too much.
And then we'll show your viewers.
What, how much I've wasted?
No. No, how pretty it looks.
Okay.
Pop that in the bin. Oh, no, I don't mean that. Just the, just the excess.
You know what? It surprises me how the mica actually stays attached to
There
the
you go.
Yeah.
Once it's on, you can flap it around and it's just going to it's just going to stay there, isn't it?
Okay. And then just pour the resin over the top of it.
Just pour your resin over the top. Obviously, don't go higher than the top of the mould. That
No.
goes for Vic and Bob as well.
Okay. And of course, then you've got the front and the back,
And the
or
back.
the back and the front of your journal.
Whichever way round.
So if you want these moulds to make your own resin journal fronts and backs, I mean, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? I mean, if it's a journal that's blank that you're selling, or a memory book or scrapbook or anything like that, you could probably get a fair few quid for them as well, especially to have the hard backs.
Yep.
So there's the mould for the front with the owl on it, and there's the mould for the back, but the back can be the front as well if you want it to be. Okay, so the plain one, the plain journal, do we know the size of it?
A5.
A5.
Yeah.
A5, okay.
Yeah.
So if you want that particular mould, or if maybe you want to go for two of them, so you can do the front and the back at the same time while they're curing, that would be 1999 OM1335 is the product number if you want to go for that one. If you want the one with the owl, that's also on the website as well. You'll see that there too. Now the resin, remember that's what our main feature was in the 2 o'clock show, and if you missed that show and you want to see it back, please do feel free to go back and watch it on our catch-up service. Just go to TV schedule and you can see all the shows that were on today, all the shows that were on yesterday and the day before. You can watch up to 2 weeks back at any one time, and you can order the items that were on the show as well. But the resin was so much fun earlier. I always love doing these shows with Cheryl and Joe because I get a chance to play.
We like,
Do new things.
yeah, we like you joining in as well. It makes the whole show more fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Definitely, I love it. Right now, what's on the screen now? Ah, the resin, okay. Large one, and of course it was part A and part B, and remember part A is twice the size of part B because it's 2-to-1 ratio, okay? All you do simply is stir it in a beaker or something like that for about 3 minutes, and then of course it's perfect to be poured, and away you go. It takes about 12 hours to cure roughly, so do it maybe early evening, and by the next morning it should be all right, shouldn't it?
Yep.
Okay, now the main offer of the alcohol inks, we're limited stock. That means less than 10% of the stock remains for 17 alcohol inks, plus you get your blending solution and you get your yupo paper, which is a real hero because the alcohol inks stay on there. You can use a straw to blow and that sort of thing, create amazing effects, but so much fun. And of course you can use your alcohol inks in your resin products as well, and lots of other projects you can use it as well. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Really good today, and
Yes,
see you in
thanks
what, a
so
month?
much.
Oh,
19th of April.
this is a bit of a clue as to what's coming up in April.
Yeah, 19th.
Sunflowers, roses, what was the other thing?
Poppies.
Poppies as well. Fancy making those? Make sure you watch out for the Card Hut with Joe and myself and Cheryl as well in about a month's time. Okay, whatever you do, stay tuned. It's another live hour to come from Jan and Crafter's Companion next.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire from Claire Manning Creative and I am absolutely thrilled to be joining Hobbymaker. I'm launching my brand new exclusive Buzzing For You stamp and stencil collection on Friday with 2 brilliant live shows and lots of demos. I can't wait to be there and I can't wait to show you what you can do with this brand new collection. See you there!
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hi everybody, I don't know where the day goes. Last live hour of the day. You think like 5 hours is a long time, but in here, in the Fun Factory here, it just goes like that. Thank you to Joe and to Cheryl. They'll be back next month with some more fantastic resin, I'm sure. This, though, is your opportunity to get hold of a brand new collection of Edgeable dies. The lovely Jan is here from Crafter's Companion, and this was launched in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon, our very first show of the day. And these are exclusive to us for the time being, and you're going to get all 6 of these Edgeables, and these are grande Edgeables, no ordinary Edgeables, grande, big ones, and they are absolutely exquisite. You loved them earlier on. We've still got stock, I'm pleased to say, at the moment, and the most affordable way to buy them is to buy them as a set of 6, $59.99, and we've even made it better because it is on 3 split payments as well. $19.99 is all you have to pay today, plus your P&P of $3.95, unless you've already paid that, in which case you can just spend $19.99 now and don't worry about the postage. Jan, Edgeables are lovely, and you did quite a few of them, but these are new and they're slightly different as well, aren't they?
They are. They're slightly larger, which I think is where the grande bit comes from. So they're slightly longer than normal. We tend to work around about 6 inches, whereas these are just over 7 inches.
Right.
Beautiful designs, 6 brand new designs. So anybody that's familiar with the concept, these are like an addition to the current sort of library of Edgeables. They come in all different shapes and sizes, including sentiment Edgeables and things like that. So shall we have a look through the boards, Dave?
Yeah, if you could.
Show you the designs, yeah? So these are the ones that we've brought to you today. And just to go through these, we've actually got the metal work on there. And then anybody that's not familiar with the concept of an edgeable, all that means is it cuts on the edge. So if you look at the decorative edge across here, this is actually going to cut out, but then across the bottom there is no cutting edge, so it stays anchored in the card. And I'll show you a little bit more about what I mean with that as we go through some of the designs. So this one is the elegant trellis. All right, and then we've got that beautiful gingham lace there. Again, all different patterns and different edges. And then the next one is the rose garden. Really, really sort of quite modern on that one. And then we've got the chasing dragonflies. So again, you've got those gorgeous dragonflies in there. You can just make them out in some of the, you can see one there in the design, but there's also some little butterflies hidden in there as well. So really pretty one. And then number 5, daisy lace. And all the little daisies in here all pop up out of all the petals are die cut so that they can pop up out of the design to give you a little bit of 3D element going on there. And then the last one is that balloon flowers. This was really popular in the first show. We did a demo with this in the first show. I'm going to show you the cards that we did in the first show in case you weren't watching earlier today. So 6 brand new designs, just over 7 inches long and approximately 2.25 inches deep. To go on any edge of your card. We're going to show you as many different ways as possible. I've just got a few here of the different ways that you can actually pop these onto a card. So again, you may want to go vertical with them. You may want to go with that cutting edge across, where are we? That way, across and make it a double. Okay, again, we've got that vertical double. The Gemini that we've got on the show today will cut through. This is actually our stamping card, which is a 300 GSM card, cut through both of these layers together to make sure you've got that identical line up there. You might want to pop that double edge just slightly offset. So we've got one on the front, one on the back, get some matting and layering in there, really, really pretty. Again, we've got that same idea with the card there, it's been cut double, but just scored again to make that fold back element, so you've got that lovely kind of Z fold in that one again. It may be that you want to do slightly offset again, so we've cut down one edge, we've gone in slightly and just made that sort of slimline folder on that one. I love this one, double cut on a tent fold there, really, really pretty. And again, you can see they're strong enough to stand on their own. You might want to pop some acetate behind there, you might want to put some pattern paper behind there. If you like that gatefold look, you can do them down the outside edge of your gatefold there, and then I've got them double cut again on that lovely stepper design. So again, lots of different ways, not an exhaustive list, it's just a few of the different ways that you can use those on the edge of your projects.
Thank you, Jan. Well, the best way and the most affordable way to get these is to buy the set of 6. That's where you get the most discount, down to $59.99 with 3 split payments. But having said that, though, they are available in sets of 3 as well, and you can also buy them individually. But of course, the best value, the biggest discount, is if you go for all 6 of them. And certainly, like Jan said, the balloon flower in the 1 o'clock show today singularly was by far the most popular individual die. So you can buy 1, you can buy 3, or you can buy all 6. The choice is yours. All on the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, some other things that we've got for you in the show as well that you may want to take advantage of. We've actually got watercolor cardstock, we've got glue, we've got buy one, get one free on the Spectrum trays, these black trays for your Spectrum Noir pens. It holds 144 pens, and you buy one, you get one free. So it may well be that you can fill that straight away, but remember, this is storing your pens in the premium way possible. In other words, horizontally rather than vertically. Because you've got double-ended pens, you don't want the ink to go down one end, you want the ink to stay in the middle of the pen, and that's what this will do for you. So you buy one set, you're going to get 2 for the price of 1. That's MW2045. There we go, there it is, that's what you're going to get, 2 boxes. And you're paying what you should be for 1, but you get 2. Now, we also have a buy one, get one free, or no, 3 for 2, I think it is, on the watercolor cardstock. And this is always very, very popular from Crafter's Companion because watercolor card, normally, if you buy it from the high street or whatever, or by the sheet, is very, very expensive. You're going to get 45 sheets of it in A4 for a bargain price of £12.72. That's ridiculous. I've seen people pay at least £1 a sheet for watercolor cardstock elsewhere. So to get 45 sheets of that for that price is great. If that's too big for you, if you're a bit intimidated by an A4 watercolor project, just cut it down to A5, and that way you've actually got 90 sheets of A5 if you just want to take a clipboard with you to go out and do a bit of painting in the spring or something like that, or your watercolor pencils, anything like that. Perfect, perfect for that. £12.72, over half the stock is gone. And that's proving very popular already. You found it on the website. And we've also got the glue and the Gemini as well, by the way. The Gemini today, today is the penultimate day of the offer. Tomorrow is the 31st, and that's when this offer on the Gemini ends. Debbie Fisher's here tomorrow with me as well, so we'll be talking more about it then. That's if we've got any stock left of it, because there isn't many left at all. With this offer, you are going to get £70 worth of extra goodies. Now, the deal normally, £179.99, you get the machine, you get your plates, and you get a few dies to get you started in an embossing folder, and that's over there. What you won't get after tomorrow are these extras. All of these dies, embossing folders, everything, over £70 worth of extra goodies from Crafter's Companion, you're going to get added into your box, and you're not going to be charged a penny for it. You've got stencils, you've got another die, a thank you die there as well. You've then got these beautiful layering stamps, 10 stamps in there. All of this, valued at £70 plus. It's added into your order if you order it today or tomorrow or until stock sells out, because if it sells out today, that's it, offer over today. But it may well last until tomorrow, but it's the last official day of the offer. Treat yourself to a Gemini. Right. Demo time, then, Jan.
So I was just going to flick through very, very quickly what we did this morning, just for the benefit of anybody that wasn't watching earlier. So we started off with a very straightforward sort of vertical, just a single edge on the one card there. And then after that, following that, we sort of went on to a double edge and incorporated that into an easel card. So you can see that we cut it along the bottom and then the top as well. That was that lovely balloon flowers. And then just to finish off with, we added it onto that border using some of those inks on that lovely Z-fold shape there. So that was the 3 we did this morning, and I'm going to use the other 3 dies that we didn't use there this afternoon to finish off with, Dave. So we've got Elegant Trellis next, and we're going to have a look at this one, and we're just going to go again, fairly simple to start off with, but instead of going down that vertical edge this time, we're going to cut it and have it horizontal across the bottom there. So just for the benefit of anybody that hasn't come across this system before, because we do have a large range of this particular style of die in all different shapes and sizes. And the theory behind this is that the cutting edge starts here and goes all the way along that decorative edge at the bottom and stops at the other side. So the rest of it, you've got cut-in detail to create the patterning, but there's no cutting edge around the other 3 sides there, which means that that's going to stay in your project. So as long as I get this cutting edge at the bottom edge of my card, I'm going to get that beautiful detail across the bottom. Do take the time to double check which side your die is, because if you pop it this way, that cutting edge is going to do its job and it will actually cut away that bottom edge and you'll just end up with the scalloped sort of bit left.
Bookmark.
So it's worth checking, and the reason I've said that is because I've done it. I did it myself when I was prepping. I'd cut down one side perfectly, and instead of I'd done it like this and I'd done this side and I moved it across instead of turning it round. And when I took it out of the thing, I've just got this bit of nothing here. And I'm like, oh, right, yeah. So I am speaking from experience.
It's good to know it happens to the professionals.
It does,
too.
honestly. And sometimes it's because you're rushing. Sometimes I just hadn't thought. As I say, I'd simply took it off here and moved it straight across to the other side when actually I needed to turn it round. So cutting edge at the bottom, non-cutting edge stays with the card, and we're just going to take this across. Now you can see that my die is a lot wider than the card there. My card is actually 6 inches square. The dies are just over 7, about 7¼ inches, but it doesn't you don't have to use the full length of it. So what I'm going to do is just try my best to get the patterning about central.
Just to let everyone know as well, if you want to stock up on the tacky glue, the Carlisle tacky glue, it's on 3 for the price of 2, £9.98. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. If you've already paid your postage today by buying something else, add that into your order, but it's 3 for 2.
And then I've got my Gemini plates at the ready, my trusty Gemini, and this is the, I use the original, we call it the OG. It's very sort of, its fond term is the OG.
The original Gemini.
Yeah. This was the first one that we brought out. There are others in the range, which I am sure we'll be bringing to you guys in due course.
Now, I know a lot of you have been waiting for payday before you take the plunge with this. Well, if it's happened, end of the month, treat yourself today, because that offer on the Gemini ends tomorrow. So, you know, if you've been thinking, oh, I'll get it later in the month, now's the time to get it while we've got it. You can order it if you're brand new or if you've been a customer with us for a few weeks. Either way, 0800 001 4433 is the free phone number. And if you are a brand new customer and you want to register, you can either call the operator, our call centre, and they'll do it for you, or you can do it yourself if you want to on the homepage of our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. You just want your email address and make up a password, and then you're in. Simple as that.
Yep. So you will always get the package deal with the Gemini, which includes all the necessary plates that you need for cutting and embossing. You will also get a selection of sample dies and embossing folders to have a play with.
That's what you get with it normally.
Just to get a feel for it and see how it works. They're more than suitable for making cards. But as of the end of trading tomorrow,
you won't get that.
You're not going to get that extra bundle. And I mean, even if you've got some of those items, I would still be sort of gifting those out to crafty friends and things like that.
Order it today. That will be included with that, with the plates and your machine. No more this. Just plug it in and let the machine do the work for you. There you go.
So you can see there how that's cut beautifully. I hold that up there, you can just see all that detail on the reverse of it, every single bit of it, just one pass through the machine. So all I need to do now is take away the tape. I like to take that off first. So just roll that back away from the die there. Get rid of that bit, and then the one at the bottom. And then what we're going to do is turn it over. Instead of taking the die off the card, because I can't see what's happening underneath, I prefer to turn it over and release the card, and you can just see how easy that's come away. Okay,
I'd
leave the die out.
Keep those diamonds.
I'm just thinking these would be great for little shaker pieces, wouldn't they? If you were making a shaker card, nothing goes to waste. But just look at how beautiful that edge has cut on there. You can see every single piece of it, all cut out. You've got that lovely scallop detail on the end. Now, because I didn't use the whole length of the die, I've just got a couple of little rogue bits on the end there, and I'm just going to use my scissors just to tidy those up. I'm very OCD with things like that, and I can't leave those little bits like that, so nobody would know.
You could really go to town with lace, couldn't you? Lace it, weave it in and out.
In and out,
pretty patterns with it.
Yep. So we'll reinforce that fold, and again we're going to keep it nice and simple. I'm going to this time pop a piece of acetate just to bring this to the same length as the card here. So I've just cut a piece that fits up here and literally just to fill in that blank piece there. I wanted that to make sure it was the same size as the card. So what we're going to do is line that up with the bottom edge of the card like so, and then just close that one onto it. And I know now that that's literally going to be the 6 by 6 inch square.
Perfect.
So then all we've got to do is just create some mats and layers. So again, I've been out with the cardstock. This time I've gone sort of blue and white. So again, like I said earlier, I like to use a plain cardstock, whether it be textured or satin or pearl, whatever, and a little bit of pattern paper there. Just pop some tape on the back here because we're going to put a little bit of ribbon round just to add an extra embellishment on that one. So
congratulations to Julie in County Durham, Julia in Greater Manchester, Linda in Nottinghamshire as well. They've already got their fantastic Gemini machines. You got in just in the nick of time, so congratulations.
Okay, so this one's now going to fit just across the top. So again, I'm going to bring that double-sided tape pen in. This has got nice, strong, double-sided adhesive in the form of a tape there, which we will be bringing to you in due course. I think they're en route.
They're on this weekend,
Brilliant.
I've been told.
Yep.
So if you're waiting for them, because they haven't been here since we've been on air, I don't think.
It's one of those things that we get a shipment in and you'd be amazed how quickly they disappear. So then we have to wait for the next shipment. It's not like ringing up saying, can we have another order?
No.
They come in on a regular basis.
And hopefully we'll have the dotty ones as well, which I don't think we've ever had. So they're coming this weekend.
So again, the difference between them is the same tape in there. This one's a double-sided tape.
Yeah.
This is exactly the same tape. It's just got the dot formation rather than it being a solid tape. So this one's ideal for going. For example, if you wanted to stick the whole of this down, let me show you what I mean on the back of here. I didn't actually do it, but you can actually run the dots and it just catches the cardstock. Nothing come through here, but it will allow you to then stick the whole piece down. Okay, so you can see
So you
now.
can't see any adhesive whatsoever?
No adhesive. It's one of the best ways of sticking down intricate die cuts that I've come across. I used to do it with glue, tap all the excess glue off. I've tried putting it through the sticky maker machines and all sorts, but this is really efficient.
Well, whenever they launch this weekend, that's going to be one very busy show.
Get them as quick as you can. So again, we've got our detail there at the front, and then again, just a little sentiment, thinking of you always on that one. And we're just going to pop that one on that one side like so. And then again, I've prepped one at home, and I do like, you can see that I like the gems going on there. If I bring this one in here, all I did was add some little blue gems across the bottom just to bring in some detail, and then I added just a sentiment on the inside as well. So exactly the same process. If I stand you that one up now, you can see that one in all its design there. Just using this across the bottom rather than down one side. Yeah?
Yep, absolutely brilliant.
Fabulous, nice and simple. Anybody could have a go at that, Dave, couldn't they?
Absolutely, and the Edgeables, they really are a game changer. They really lift a card and make it a card that's kind of run-of-the-mill, very, very, very special indeed. There's loads of ways of using them. Remember, you can get all 6 of them, so that makes them actually £10 each. If you buy them on their own, they are... How much are they on their own? No, £12.99.
£12.99.
Yeah, £12.99 I think they are. So yeah, you can buy them on their own. They are on our website, but you know, if you want to go for all 6 of them, you're actually going to get them for under £10 each. And on split pay, that's $19.99. That's your first payment of 2. You pay that today plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it, then you don't have to bother. And then the next payment comes off your card in 4 weeks' time. And that's GAA 2074 if you want those fantastic Edgeables. Now, a quick reminder about the Gemini. Remember, you're going to get over £70 worth of extra goodies from Crafter's Companion with the machine, along with the boards and the usual collection of goodies that you get with the machine as well. So £70 worth of extra goodies given to you as a freebie. If you take that £70 off the cost of the machine, it's almost like you're buying the machine for 110 quid. So it's an absolute steal, but the offer ends tomorrow, PW2003, if you want this fantastic machine.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die-cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Yeah, so the Gemini will be available after tomorrow, but that deal won't be. So if that's what you've been waiting for payday or whatever, thinking, oh, I'll get it later in the month, there's no rush. Well, there is kind of a rush now. So $179.99, and on split pay, that's $44.99 to spend today, plus your P&P. Okay, let's go back to our Edgeables then that we launched at 1 o'clock this afternoon. This is a set of 6, but having said that, you can break it down into 2 sets of 3 if there's 3 you want. Or you can buy them individually if there's one in particular you like the look of. That was by far the most popular one earlier today. The balloon flower flew at 1 o'clock. If you want it on its own, it's, well, I don't know if it's vulnerable, but certainly it was massively popular earlier on. And it's part of the set of 6. So if you've can't choose, just go for all of them, and all you've got to spend today is $19.99 if you want to enjoy split pay. That's there for you. GA2074 is your all-important item number, and look at what the Edgeables can do. Look at all of these fantastic cards. You can dome them at the front of cards, have them horizontally, have them diagonally, have them vertically. You can layer them so they kind of almost like an overlap.
Like
that
a
looks
waterfall.
like a waterfall.
Yeah, they look nice, all in different coloured cards, wouldn't they? Yeah,
would look
fabulous.
lovely. Okay, Jan.
Are we going again?
Let's go again.
Brilliant. So we've got the rose garden this time. So again, very sort of modern looking on that one. And I thought we'd go for some black card this time. I've tried to do a variety of styles, variety of cardstock for you. And this is just our matte black card, which again is a nice 300 GSM weight. So it's a good one for making card blanks. So this time, I'm going to slightly different again. We're going to do that vertical edge like we did on the other one, but then we're going to add some more detail. So again, just doubly making sure that we've got that cutting edge on the outside edge of the card. And you can see again, you know, I've not done many that are 7¼ inches tall. So they don't have, just because the die is that length, it doesn't have to be that size project. I know some people don't like making larger projects. You know, they prefer a smaller size. So whichever works for you. And what I tend to do is just have a go at centering it so that you've got like an equal distance, and bring the die right up to that outside edge of the card. And then I'm just going to pop a little bit of tape to keep it in place so that it doesn't move while it's in the machine. And then we're going to see it through that Gemini again. So again, I'm going to flip the board over there so that we're using both sides and both sort of areas on it to make sure we're giving it a good use there. Whoops. There we go. Pop the relative shims in there, and this is all explained. There's a full instruction booklet in your box with the Gemini, so it goes through how to cut a thin metal die, what plates you need to cut a multimedia die, talks about 2D embossing folders, 3D embossing folders, how to emboss stencils. There's so many different things, how to cut fabrics and things like that. So all the instructions are in there.
You know what,
a guideline as to where to start with.
In all the years I've looked and seen and worked with Gemini machines, I've never seen one fail.
Sorry?
Never seen a machine fail, ever.
They come with a year's warranty as well, so if for any reason there is a rogue one in there, you know, rogue batch, you know, all you need to do is ring our customer services line, and they are brilliant.
But I mean, it must run into tens of thousands of uses that I've seen the Gemini.
Ridiculous amount that we've sold worldwide. I know Sarah knows the figures, and I should know the figures, but some ridiculous amount. There are so many crafters out there that have got at least one, but I know for a fact that there are equally as many out there that has got one of each of the designs.
But also, it's the machine of choice, not just for Crafters Companion demonstrators, but for so many other demonstrators that aren't necessarily affiliated to Crafters Companion. They love to use the Gemini because it's reliable. They know that it's going to cut really, really well. It's going to emboss beautifully too. So yeah, give us a call for it if you'd like it.
Yep, I can just see on the back of that one that that's not cut quite as well as I would have liked it to. No apparent reason, all the others have cut beautifully, and this one, it's the same cardstock, but I can just see there's an area here that's not cut quite as well as I would have liked it to. So all I'm going to do is rotate that plate and just pass it through a second time.
And it is a good idea to get into the habit of rotating your plates, because obviously the plates eventually will need to be changed because it is a consumable. But if you use them in the same direction all the time, they'll wear unevenly. So flip them, rotate them, so they get even wear, and they'll last you longer.
And what I tend to do with mine, and I mean this is not gospel, this is just my way of using them. You've got two cutting plates, obviously, two clear cutting plates that both do exactly the same job. But what I tend to do is work with one of them first. So if you look at mine here, Dave, the bottom one is perfectly clear. It's not had any cutting in it.
Right.
So I keep this one plain. I work with the one that I've got on the top that's the cut, yeah? And literally have a go at using all the area on this one. And then when this is ready for replacing, this becomes my cutting plate and I'll add a new one underneath.
That makes
the
sense.
reason I do that is just so that I've got a nice smooth plate if I'm wanting to do something like embossing a stencil or something like that, where I don't want the scarring on here to transfer to the cardstock. So it's not necessary, it's just my way of actually working with it. So let's have a look now. That does look as if it's gone better through this time. As I say, no apparent reason there. So we'll take the tape off again, and you can see every time it's the same sequence. So literally make sure that tape comes off, and then we'll turn it over and take that cardstock away from the actual die, just to make sure that we're not going to snag any of the cardstock when we take this away. If I pull this off now, I've no idea what's happening underneath, whereas if I do it this way, you can see that that just comes out beautifully. So again, that little bit that we thought wasn't cut, just passing it through again, all those pieces have come out now, and you can see that gorgeous detail.
Yeah.
I just hold that there, you can see that really, really pretty. So this is going to be a vertical edge. I'll just pop that to one side for a second. And then what I've done is I've cut it a second time out of some silver cardstock. Ooh. So this is just our, we have luxury cardstock, and this is just the matte mirror or the satin mirror card here. And what we're going to do is create like a little shadow. So if I line this up perfectly, obviously one's going to cover the other. When I get it into, there we go, look, you can see that one will totally cover the other. But if I just move it slightly,
oh yeah, look
can
at
you
that.
see how we're creating that sort of element of 3D shadow with it? So all I've done is popped a little bit of tape down that one edge there, and I'm literally going to line it up as if I was going to pop it over the top.
Because black on black, you know, you're not going to see anything. Yeah. It looks though as if someone's turned a light on, doesn't it, when you put that drop shadow on there? How cool is that?
And then I'm just going to move it over to that one little, it's just a fraction. And then once I'm happy with where it's sat, I'm going to seal that edge down. So you can seal the whole thing. And then again, just because it was slightly longer, I always tend to, when I'm doing anything like this, I always tend to cut it a little bit longer. And then you can use the edge of that first cut just to trim that off so that it's level with the card there. Okay, and then we've got, you can see now where you can see that detail much, much better. And then again, I've cut just the edge piece of the die. So, you know, this is the other side of it with these. They've all got a beautiful decorative edge. It may be that you don't, you know, you're not in a position where you want to use the whole thing. But I thought this, you know, I mean, I've done it in black, but if you imagine that in white, it's just going to look like a piece of lace.
Yeah.
So again, you know, you can just use elements of it. You don't have to use the whole thing. Again, I've popped a little bit of red line tape. And what I'm going to do is pop this under that back edge so that we've got a double edge that matches on the same as the top one. So again, just line that one up. Again, you can see I've cut it longer than it needs to be. Just trim that edge off. And now we've got a decorative edge on both sides of the design there. So you can see we've got the main one at the front, and then we've got that lovely piece at the side there. So again, just some extra detail to trim it up. I've got some mats and layers and some little bits and pieces. So back to that trusty tape pen again. Just to add a plain pink and a patterned pink. I think the pink and black always look nice together. And then I've just got a very, very thin strip of the glitter card from those big A4 pads that we've got at A4. 12 by 12 pads we've got, Dave.
This is another one of those.
This was just a scrap that was left.
These are cool. Rose gold, I know, rose gold, yellow gold, silver. And you get half of it in non-shed glitter, then the other half in your fantastic satin. But total luxury, absolutely.
They are beautiful. The rose gold one particularly is very trendy at the minute.
It's my favourite.
There's a lot of things in rose gold, aren't there?
Absolutely. And
But yeah, beautiful non-shed glitter, so you're not going to get covered in it when you're working with it.
It's 3 for 2 again, isn't it? So normally $19.99 each.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So you're getting 3, 1 for nothing. $39.98, or the first split payment of $19.99. $19.99 today, plus your $3.95 P&P. There you go. But add those to your order, I would.
Yeah, so again, you can see where we're at there. I always bring a finished sample because I do tend to go a bit wild with all the gems and everything. So again, you can see where we've got to here today, and then I've just added some extra little bits of gems on just to finish it off, and that's our finished design, using it sort of with the drop shadow and then adding just that edge piece to create the decorative edge on that one, and that was Rose Garden. So we're nearly through them all. We've got one more
to do.
And then we've seen them all in action.
Okay,
yeah?
and we've got half an hour left, so that's
Brilliant.
perfect timing, actually. Do you want me to flick you through the cardstock? Okay, 24 sheets in each, that's 72 sheets in total. Half of it is non-shed, and I'll prove, actually. Look, I've got a black shirt on. Look at this. Can you see any glitter on there?
Brilliant.
Nada, nothing.
And it die cuts beautifully as well.
Yeah, and you could even use it in your cutting machines as well, like your brother Scan and Cut and that sort of thing too. So you get half of it in non-shed glitter.
Like a proper old gold, that one, I
Yeah.
think, isn't it? It's not that yellow gold.
And then look at that rich
Satin,
gold, that satin
pearlised,
finish.
yeah.
Double-sided too.
Beautiful, yeah.
It's matte on one side, satin on the other. But there we go, that's the gold. Rose gold is the most popular option. Whenever we have options with rose gold in it, it's always in the lead. And you can see why. They call it lover's gold, don't they?
Yeah.
There we go.
Beautiful colour, isn't it?
Beautiful, stunning. And then onto the satin. Lovely. Maybe you've got, an anniversary coming up, something like that. Always perfect. And then the silver, I mean, these are your go-to classic must-haves, aren't they, really? And if you're not really a 12 by 12 user or fan normally, think about cutting them down to 6 by 6.
Yep.
Because then you'll have 4 6 by 6s, so 4 72s is 296 or something, 6 by 6 cards it would give you if you wanted to trim them down like that. $19.99 is your first split payment, and that's what you should be paying for one, $19.99. So, yeah, you get all 3 delivered straight away, but you've only paid for one, and then the next payment in 4 weeks' time will automatically come off your card. And again, if you've already bought something today and you've spent your $3.95 postage, I mean, this would, if I took it to a post office, it would probably cost about £7 or £8 to post.
There's a good weight there,
It's a
isn't
good
there?
weight, and the size of it as well.
And then maybe if you've bought the Gemini as well, can you imagine how heavy that package would be? And we've still got that one postage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phenomenal.
That ain't going to go through your postman's slit, is it? That little thing he has in the counter. No, that's not. So, yeah, we'll get that to your door.
My husband's life, he used to be a postman in a former life before he retired.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, we've got another 3 for 2 offer going on with these dies, I believe, as well. Oh, the gilding waxes, beg your pardon. Gilding waxes. Oh, yeah, now, hang on. If you love that gold,
Yep.
if you love this gold, look at this. Oh. Look at that.
Look at that. Beautiful.
This is gilding wax that it was first and foremost released for the furniture industry, wasn't it?
It was, yes. It was designed specifically originally for furniture, and it's sort of upcycling and that lovely sort of shabbiness that they put. I just admire people that do it with the furniture. It's not something I've ever tried.
Look at that.
But yeah, it's actually a wax, proper wax, this one. It's not water-based, it is a wax, and it will actually just add another element to your cards. It really does.
This one, I think, is Renaissance.
That
gold,
one's
isn't it?
Renaissance, yeah, which is almost like a bronzy tone.
And
it works lovely with
honestly,
the pads.
I know people that have had their jar of gilding wax for years because you use the tiniest amount. Jan's going to go and get hers. How long have you had yours?
This is my favourite colour. It's not one that we've got in there. This is another one of that range, and this is my favourite one. You can see I've just got to the bottom, and I've had this. How long have I worked for crafters now? Nearly 6 years, and
It's only now you come
I've
to
only
the bottom
just
of it.
got to the bottom of the jar. It's still got loads left inside it. But yeah, it goes, you use so little of it and it just goes on and on and on.
And if you put too much on, you're just wasting it. You know, just the tiniest dab on your glass mat and then just dab your finger on it and go over embossings and it's just amazing. So 3 for 2, that's really good actually. 12, but it works out to, they're normally £12 each. So you're getting back basically £12 off. So £23.98 works out to how much each? Just under, no, wouldn't be, it's about £8. Yeah, £8. Yeah, £8 each. PS 2017 0800 001 4433, the free phone number for our call centre. If you're a brand new customer, lovely to have you with us. Just basically call them and they will make you a member of Hobbymaker, or you can do it on the website. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you can register with just your email address and then make up a password. That's all you've got to do. Let's show you the website. This is how to do it. It basically gives you an area to say, are you a returning customer? If you are, log in. If you're a new customer, then you have to, of course, set up an account. So just go to that and then it says sign in, but of course if you're not a customer you're not, so you just basically click where it says we're not registered, and then of course you put your name and email, put your email in, then make up a password, and that's it. That's going to be your login for all your shopping going forward. And if you can't do that or don't want to do that on the website, not quite happy doing that, just go to the phone call, free phone number. And our call centre is just above our heads here, and they'll sort you out and give you, of course, your own account as well. 0800 001 4433. Right. Now, the tacky glue. Glue isn't always glue, is it? There's lots of different glues on the market.
There's lots of glues on the market, and there's lots of different types of glue as well. We do a couple of main ones, and this is one of them.
This is a 3 for 2 as well, but where does tacky glue
Right, tacky glue is a water-based PVA glue, all right? So this is absolutely brilliant for sticking sort of construction things. So if you're making boxes and things like that and you like a wet glue, it's a great one for that. It will also stick goodness knows how many different types of maybe wood, metal, paper, all different types of embellishments. So if you wanted to stick some wooden buttons onto a design, or if you wanted to stick a metal embellishment, this is the one to go for. It dries clear, so you don't have to worry if there's any sort of little bit seep out of the edges. The only top tip that I would give you is before you use it, give it a good shake. Because it's water-based, you'll sometimes find that the water element sort of separates from the glue. And sometimes I've done this with other glues, and you've put it and you get a really watery stream of glue. It's just because the two layers have separated. So give it a good shake to mix it together, and you've got a really nice strong glue.
This has been a really popular offer. We're down to the last 30 sets of this, 3 for 2. So if it comes back, it probably won't be on 3 for 2. I can't say it will or won't be, but certainly at the moment it is. You're only paying for 2 of them, $9.98. They're $4.99 each normally, so get one free. HW2048, the product code. Back to the Edgeables, and this is our last live hour of the day. I'm with you again tomorrow from 1 until 6 as well. More from Crafter's Companion tomorrow with lovely Debbie Fisher. But if you want the Edgeables, remember these are a set of 6, or they can be a set of 3. If you just have 3 that you prefer and you don't want to buy all 6, you can go for them as a set of 3. Let's look at the sets of 3 actually. Shall I go over there? Okay, let me go over here. Okay, now the first 3 that we've got for you includes the balloon flower. So the balloon flower is in which set? That's going to be Rose, Garden and the Chasing Dragonfly. Right, okay, so that's the 3 that you're going to get. I've got a spare set here for you. So there's the Rose Garden, there's the balloon flower, and there is your Chasing Dragonflies. So those 3, if they appeal, you do get a discount. Not as much as if you buy all 6, but you do still get a discount. $32.99 is your price for all 3 of those. That's only £11 each. They should be $12.99, so it's a couple of pound off each one, which is good, saving about £6. And then the other one is the gingham lace, the daisy lace, and the elegant trellis. So there we go. That was the one that Jan did at the beginning of the show earlier on. Lots of versatility on that one. Well, actually, with all of them. I do love the fact that it cut through the front and the back panel of the card at the same time, so you get a perfect mirrored match, which is good. Then you've got your daisy lace with the little petals that can be risen up as well, and then you've got your gingham lace there, which is the little, diamond shapes. There we are, look. So those 3 together, again, $32.99, £11 each, and on 2 split payments as well. AD 2097. The biggest deal though, and the most saving, is if you buy all 6 together, and you get the longest split pay as well. You're going to get them all basically for under a tenner each. £59.99, should be £77.95, so you're saving nearly £18, and 1 P&P every day, all day long, just £3.95. No matter how many orders you make from midnight to midnight each day, you'll only pay a maximum £3.95 postage. Big deal. It really is a big deal. So many people have messaged me, emailed me, got hold of me on Facebook to say that they are over the moon with the postal offer. And it's here every single day. And there's a lovely message here that actually backs that up. This has come from Sue in Lancashire. She says, hi all, best craft channel due to excellent P&P of once a day, free phone number, well-loved presenter Dave. Oh, thank you. Trusted suppliers, Brill products. Sue in Lancashire, I love you. Come here and work for us. Brilliant, lovely to hear from you. I'm glad that you like everything we do. That's really, really good to hear. Right. One more demo, last demo.
We've got
Die
number 6. I said I would try and fit all 6 of them in for you. So the last one that we haven't used yet was the Chasing Dragonfly. So I brought the craft card in again. And this one's a slightly different shape card, but we're just going to do sort of multiples. So I'm going to cut and make one panel, and then I've got another 3 that I've done exactly the same. So again, you can see all that detail on there. You can see that we've got that lovely scalloped cutting edge this time. And this time, the actual cutting edge goes round up to the top corner here, and the same at this side. So it's just that back straight edge that's not got any cutting edge. So again, let me just remember, I need to have it on that side of the, yeah, that way. I'm just making sure I'm doing the same as the others, otherwise my plan's not going to work. All right, so again, just a little bit of tape there to hold it in place. And this one, obviously, the length of the die there, so just over that, about 7 1/4 inches. And again, I like to take it as close to the edge as I can without the die overlapping the edge there. And then just pop that tape to keep it in place so that it doesn't move when you pop it through the Gemini. So we've put it through its paces today, without a doubt. So again, I'm just going to have a look where I've been cutting. I've got a gap at that side there. We'll go in that one just to keep those plates moving. Pop the shims in there, and then we'll pass that through our Gemini.
Fabulous.
There we go.
Now, last day to get hold of the Gemini with this special offer of the extra goodies is tomorrow. Or if the stock sells out overnight, if suddenly people sit down this evening and think, oh, I wanted to get that Gemini machine, it ends tomorrow, I better get it now. Lots of you will be, I'm sure, purchasing it between now and tomorrow, but it could well sell out before we actually get to the end of tomorrow. But it's officially the last day of the offer, that promotional offer for our launch, where you get £70 worth of extra Crafters Companion goodies for nothing. Because normally the machine itself is £179.99. You get that as a bonus.
There's so much stuff in there, it's not real, honestly. Our Sarah likes to, especially with the newer customers, I mean, obviously that deal's applicable to anybody out there, but if you're new to crafting, it's Sarah's way of giving you a little bit of a dip your toe into the water and try a bit of everything.
Yeah, you might try
see
techniques
what you like,
that you otherwise
which
wouldn't have
elements.
thought of. Yeah,
now, this one's actually done too good a job, I think. I'm just looking at this here, and I've got a little bit that's escaped. So I've had a bit too much pressure by the looks of it in there. So just take that out and show you, and then explain what I would do. Can you see how it's literally just taken it? This should actually be joined together. Right. So if this happens, all I would do is take out one of the shims, and the first one to go would be my magnetic mat. Right. So I'd literally do it again. I haven't got another piece of cardstock with me, otherwise I would show you what I mean. But yeah, I would just pass it through again. Sometimes they, you know, the pressure doesn't change in here. The pressure's set. It's not a machine that you can alter according to the cardstock. I'm not sure why.
Not a problem though, because if that's going to go onto another piece of card, you could just stick it down.
You could stick it back, yeah,
so.
You can see where it's actually come from, so you could actually pop it back together and people have been none the wiser.
It's flexing its muscles again, isn't it?
I sometimes like it when this happens because it gives us an opportunity to explain what to do. I mentioned that there was an instruction guide in the box with the Gemini, but that is like a starting point, and it will tell you to use the shims that we've got here. here. But don't be afraid to take these out and mix, you know, swap them about if this happens.
It's a bit like driving a car. You'll get used to the way your car, every single machine is slightly different.
Yeah.
So
it's just sometimes, as I say, they decide to have, you know, a little bit of a, like, it knows it's nearly done and it's going home, it's going back in the cupboard, you see. So yeah, just a little bit more pressure than I would have liked there, but you get the idea. And again, because we've gone the whole length with that, the die here has just finished cutting here. So just take those snips and literally pop it out like that. So we'll pretend it's all stuck together.
this is the one with the birds and the butterflies, isn't it?
It is. It's got dragonflies in there, which if you have a look here, you can see the dragonfly here.
Yeah.
There's 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And then you've also got some little butterflies in there as well. And then the foliage. It's a really pretty one. When you actually look at the detail in there, you could actually cut these out, cut it again in a different colour and just overlay the little dragonflies so that they stand out a bit more. There's so many different ways.
Beautiful.
So what I'm going to do is decorate that panel up. Just again, you know, those mats and layers, we do the same old thing. It's just different card styles doing different things. Now, this one's going to go on the front. And again, I've got that lovely pastel mint green again and a little bit of pattern paper to go on that panel.
Now that pattern paper, I do like the look of that.
This is actually from one of Sarah's signature collections. It's a favourite of mine. It's one that we launched about a year ago, I think, and it's called Vintage Diary.
Right.
And it's very oldie worldy, vintagey looking with a lot of
Old
script
postcards,
and
that
ink
sort of thing.
splats and things
Yeah.
like that on it. Yeah, it's a
I'd like
very,
that.
very, as much I like all the pink and that side of it, I do like the grungy look as well. All right, and then again, I've just taken a slightly darker one that coordinates, and we're going to put this actually on the back, so that will hold this together. So I'm going to bring in that dotty one again for this, because this is perfect. Now, what I want to do is hold that in place, because I don't want to snag it, and I'm just going to run a few dots over the back, just nice and lightly, and these will adhere to the cardstock, but they don't adhere. There's nothing here on the mat.
This is so clever.
You feel that, Dave? There's no sticky on there at all, is there?
But where you want the adhesive,
Yep,
that's where the
it's
dots
gone.
are.
Yeah, it's very clever technology.
And we'll have these back in stock. Or they haven't been in stock since we started, so they're going to be in stock this weekend, okay? So tune in Saturday, maybe even tomorrow, who knows? Stranger things have happened, but well, let's see.
So what I want to do is line that up with that straight edge on here. So I just turn it round. I want to line it up here and leave the border showing. And then it's going to cover the whole back piece. So I'm hoping that I can rescue that little bit there. Yep. So it's a really great way of you know, like in the past, we've gone round, you know, lovingly with little tiny dots of glue everywhere, and then you still get bits squeezed through the gaps.
Yeah.
We've had them
And
through
bits
the
that stick
sticky
up and
maker
get caught.
machines. Yeah, but just using that, it's so simple. You just need a really light hand. If you press on too hard, it will force the dots through the gaps, but really light and just on the back of it there. So what we've got there then is I've got one panel of 4. I've created another 3 exactly the same.
Okay.
All right, and I'll show you what we're going to do with these. It's a bit unusual, this one. So I need my centre spine for this. So I've just got a piece of that paper from that pad, and I've actually cut this to match my panel. So this measures 5.5 by 7.5, and I've scored it. I had it that way, I think. Yeah, scored it at every 1.25 inches across here to create those panels. So I'm just going to reinforce those score lines because it's been flat in my bag, and we're going to make like a pillar. So what I want to do is fold it together like this to create like a central pillar for the card. So I'm just going to run some of the double-sided.
Often I know where you're going, but I don't know where you're going with this.
All right, and then I want to line that up. All right, just save this one. It's a showstopper for the end for you.
Yeah.
All right, so make
Grand
sure
finale.
when this is all stuck together, I just need to make sure that it lays flat both ways. And this means that your finished card will lay flat as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to stick the panels onto here. All right, so I'm going to stay with the glue, and I'm just going to bring this, and I want plenty of glue on this one now. So I'm going to cover that whole panel with the double-sided tape there.
And then you just said to me that if you apply pressure, it makes the glue even more efficient?
When you put it down now, once I've stick this down, the friction just applying that pressure will make it sort of really sticky and make sure that it stays in place. So just that little bit of heat that the friction causes is enough to sort of activate it and keep it nice in place. So that's number one. And then we're going to pop this and go, where are we? Onto the next one here. All right. So let me just make sure I'm doing this the right way. So that one goes there. Yeah, the next one's going to go onto the next panel. So again, glue down here. It's a really unusual one, this. I did it as a class, and the customers loved it. So again, this one's going to line up, and you only need paper in the centre because it gets a bit bulky if you use cardstock in the centre. The paper's enough to keep it in place.
Well, remember, if you forget how to do this, you can always watch this show back any time up to 2 weeks after it's gone out live. So hopefully you're taking all this in, but if you're sorting out the kids and doing all the meals and stuff like that at the moment, then you can watch it back a bit later.
So again, next one, and I just keep turning it round because I'm actually right-handed because I want to line that up with here, but it's actually upside down that way. So that one on, and then I've just got one piece left again when we fold it again, and this one's going to go. And again, you want to make sure, if I was at home, I'd actually be using a wet glue on these panels. Your tacky glue would work fine for this. Just
the tacky,
to get a really
good...
tacky,
does it mean that it grabs instantly?
What happens is, the best way to use it is to leave it for about 30 seconds. So put it where you want it to go, leave it for about 30 seconds, and it goes tacky, which is where it gets, and that's its stickiest.
Right.
It will work straight away, but you'd have to just hold it in place for about 30 seconds, whereas if you leave the glue in the air to just sort of almost go off, go tack it, you'll get a really nice instant stick. So we've got all these together now. When we open it up, you can see there that we've got a really nice, and if I show you the top, it's almost like a pinwheel.
Yes.
Yeah? And then again, you know, decorate however you wish. I've got some elements there just to add some bits and pieces. So again, we'll just pop one of those. And
how big was the tube in the middle that you did?
So the tube in the middle was 1 1/4 inches on each side. So that's 1 1/4, 2 1/2, 5 1/2 inches across. Right. So scored at 1 1/4, 2 1/2, 3 3/4 and 5. Right. Yeah? So that you've got 1 1/4 inch pan. But you don't. You could make it just 1 inch. You could make this 1/2 inch in the middle if you just wanted a little cube. But the beauty of it is it will all fold flat to put into an envelope. And again, you know, as always, the one that I've prepared for you, I've done a little bit of extra embellishing. I've just cut some little butterflies out, just added my pearls in there. And again, you can see it's a really nice interactive one. Turns over, flips over.
Not seen that before, that style of card. I like it a lot.
It's called a pillar card.
Okay. With
the pillar in the middle, yeah?
That's new to me. Hopefully it's new to you as well, so thank you, Jan, for that. I'm sure a lot of people will be doing that later on this evening or over the weekend. Now remember, this show is full of 3 for 2 offers as well as brilliant brand new items. Remember, those sets of 6 Edgeables aren't even on Crafters Companion website yet. We've got it exclusively at the time for the time being. You can either go for a set of 3, 2 sets of 3, or indeed the set of 6 or individuals. They're all on the website. Now, $77.95 is the price any day. If you paid $12.99 each, which is what they're worth, that's what they should be. Today, though, the price has come down because you're watching us at Hobbymaker to $59.99, so under a tenner. You're saving about £3 per die, so about £18 off the price. Brilliant. And all you have to pay today is the first split pay of $19.99, which is really, well, an absolute bargain, isn't it? First split pay today. Next one in 4 weeks. The final payment comes off your card automatically in 8 weeks' time. And remember, if you've bought anything from us throughout the day or from midnight last night through until midnight tonight, you only pay postage once. $3.95. Maybe you bought something from Jan in the first show this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and now you're thinking, oh, I didn't know that the gilding wax was on 3 for 2. I didn't know that the actual tacky glue was on 3 for 2. All these fantastic paper pads. Well, you've already paid your $3.95 postage. Take advantage of a free one with any of those products and don't pay any more postage today. Now, how do you watch us back? Well, all you've got to do is go to hobbymaker.co.uk. You can instantly see the live show that's going out there and then. That comes up on the screen straight away. But if you go to TV schedule You can actually see all of the shows that have been on today and ones that are still to come. You can look ahead to tomorrow, you can look back at yesterday, and basically it says pre-recorded show, so you can basically select the show that you want to watch, whether it's the one that we did at 1 o'clock or Joe Jarrett or whatever. It's the last 7 days. Is it not 2 weeks? I thought it was 7 days. Okay, let's see how far we go back. I think the new website will be up to 2 weeks back, but at the moment I think it's 7 days you can go back at the moment. And you can watch those shows at any time, and you can watch us on YouTube, and of course you can select the show that you want to look at, and all the products that are in there will be listed, and you can order them provided they're still in stock. So if you're up and away or out and about, you know, not always at home, not always have control of the remote control or whatever, you know, if you've got your tablet or you've got your smartphone, and maybe you keep in touch with us that way and watch us that way as well. Okay, now what is coming up tomorrow? We do have more Crafters Companion for you tomorrow. The lovely Debbie Fisher will be here as well. The new Animals with Attitudes.
These are fabulous.
Are they?
Yeah, fabulous.
Are they fun? Funny?
They are fun stamps,
right,
and some great little sort of sayings to go with them as well. Yeah.
Terrific. Hunky Dory at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock we've got Spectrum Noir colouring. Always love that. More Hunky Dory at 4, and more Animals with Attitude at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So that's going to be with the lovely Debbie Fisher, and I'll be with you for that as well. So look forward to a lovely Thursday afternoon here on Hobby Maker. Can I say another massive thank you to all of you for getting in touch, all those lovely messages that came through earlier on. We really do appreciate them. If you do have any questions, if you've ever got any problems with anything, the free phone number is there for you to take advantage of. It's a call centre just here above me in this building, and they're all lovely. And yeah, they're there to help you place your order or help you if you've got an issue. And that's what we're all about, getting any issues sorted out quickly and promptly, and giving you bargains and having a bit of fun on the way as well. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to our call centre now. Okay, now the Edgeables. Let's remind you of the Grande Edgeables. All 6 of them brand new today. Not anywhere else at the moment, just here at Hobby Maker. You're going to get all 6 of them, and they're such useful dies, aren't they, Jan?
There's some really, really nice and different patterns in there. We've got a lot of Edgeables in our range, and it amazes me how the team managed to keep coming up with different designs. Some really, really pretty ones in there. And I know that balloon flower was popular. I think the Chasing Dragonflies one will be a popular one as well. But really, really nice and simple to use. You've seen those demos today. They're not difficult. You know, they'll go through any of the machines. If you don't have a Gemini, they will still work through any of the machines. It's just that we've got that fabulous offer coming to an end, haven't we, tomorrow?
Yes.
With the Gemini and that lovely bundle that
if you do nothing else this evening, grab yourself the Gemini machine with the extra freebies.
It won't be back at this offer again, I can tell you that.
You'll kick yourself if you leave it until Sunday and then realise, I didn't get the machine. Yeah, and if you want those sets of 3, then you can buy them as sets of 3 for the Edgeables. You can buy them individually on the website as well. So Jan, you're off now. When are you back with us?
I'm back next Wednesday.
Oh, great.
I'm back in a week's time, and I've got some little cute character stamps coming. Again, very, very nice to work with.
Fabulous.
I'm off to go and do some prep when I get home with
right.
those. Ready for to see you guys next week.
Great to see you.
Thank you. It's been
Safe
lovely.
journey home. I'll see you tomorrow, so I'm off to the hotel. Lots to come up on Gemporia Lifestyle, of course, after that, and we're back tomorrow after Sewing Street at 1 p.m. So enjoy the rest of the evening. Have a nice evening, and see you tomorrow.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, I'm Claire from Claire Manning Creative, and I am absolutely thrilled to be joining Hobby Maker. I'm launching my brand new exclusive Buzzing For You stamp and stencil collection on Friday with 2 brilliant live shows and lots of demos. I can't wait to be there, and I can't wait to show you what you can do with this brand new collection. See you there!
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.